Chapter 41-47. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Chichao land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by heaven-opening realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, with a few second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor realm, which made Yang Kai quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a heaven-opening realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists. Golden Light Docks Hong Jie greets Madam. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yu He. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yu He hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, I was wrong. Hong Jie was puzzled. What was wrong? Please give me some pointers, Madam. They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Chichao land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yu He's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not some madam, I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master. As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yu He's cultivation, and only the third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable, and was definitely a mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. But now, this mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again. Greetings, master. Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope master can forgive me. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Ignorance is bliss. Get up. Thank you, master. Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yu He. Now Yu He, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the 7 Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the 7 Openings territory, and also our fortune. This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before, they had to obey the 7 Openings Heaven Lord, but now they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the 7 Openings territory. However, even if they left the 7 Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, This old man is rude. How should I address you, master? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, You can just call me Void Master. His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the 7 Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kai Tian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, "Greetings, Lord." Yang Kai smiled and said, "You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have a chat." Hong Jie bowed and said, "Then we will disturb Lord." A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yu He into the main hall. The main hall was spacious, and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the 7 openings heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, "Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Chiqiao lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven-opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and a 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate True Monarch." As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Yang Kai said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This lord will remember." Tilting his head, Yu He accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, Lord." To Yang Kai, this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajradu was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock, and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value was not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Yang Kai naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts and had Yu He accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand, and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Yang Kai could understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Yang Kai soon learned that in the territory of the 7 openings land, in addition to the grade 2 openings land, there were 7 other grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Yang Kai realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 openings land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 openings land. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Yu He. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 openings land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby large territories? Only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Yang Kai was not very proficient in the ways of governing, he knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Yu He, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered a favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with than the 7 openings land. The 7 openings land is already dead, and the 7 openings land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Yang Kai looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course. With a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, Our Voidland territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Yongkai only wanted to change the name of the Seven Openings Land, but he directly changed the name of the Seven Openings Land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kai Yang boasted shamelessly, of course. Suddenly he frowned. However, our Voidland has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I ordered people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough. Without waiting for Yongkai to finish, Hongjae said, "Rest assured, true monarch. Once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help. However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples, and can only transfer 500 people. I hope true monarch can be magnanimous." Immediately someone stood up. Reporting to true monarch, our Flying Crane sect can also transfer 500 disciples. One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The 7 forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Yongkai smiled and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven opening pills per day was not a lot, 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Yongkai. After all, even if Yongkai did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Yongkai with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 41-48. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders, while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 Openings Land was their high sect, but now it was the Void Land. Yongkai's performance was completely different from the 7 Openings heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds, just like Yongkai's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Yongkai knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to true sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people." Another great emperor said, "My Golden Sun continent can send 35 people." Oh, in order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a 3rd-layer emperor realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak, and how many 3rd-layer emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the star boundary's foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or Golden Sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the star boundary, so having a few dozen 3rd-layer emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven opening pills. Now that they had come to Yongkai's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a 3rd-class force could send. Yongkai waved his hand. "As you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally, 2 heaven opening pills per person per day." Everyone was overjoyed and bowed. "Many thanks, true sovereign." In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the 3rd-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, They had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Yang Kai turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to Yu He to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hong Jie and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Yang Kai, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the Void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts. On this day, Yang Kai was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. There was a strange space in it, and Zhu Juyin was sleeping in it. At this very moment, Yang Kai clearly felt that Zhu Juyin's aura was recovering. This fellow was finally waking up. Yang Kai felt a little tired. He originally thought that with a powerful Holy Spirit as his protector, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the 3,000 worlds in the future. At least, no one would dare to provoke him. Who knew that once they left the great cosmological realm, this woman would fall into a deep sleep. Even when dealing with existences like Qi Xing, Yang Kai had to fight a battle of wits and courage with them, which made him mentally exhausted. After a while, Zhu Juyin faintly woke up, and her voice rang in the depths of her heart. "How long have I been asleep?" "About 3 months. Yang Kai replied. After sensing carefully, Zhu Juin's aura was still a little weak. It seemed that the injury on her origin had not healed yet. "Where is this place?" Zhu Juin asked again. "Originally it was the Qiqiao land. Now it's the Void land, my territory." As soon as his voice fell, he felt an itch on the back of his hand. A stream of light flew out and landed in front of him, turning into Zhu Juin's appearance. It had to be said that this woman was a natural beauty. Her face was stunning, her figure was hot, and her eyes were full of love. Especially now that her origin was injured, her eyebrows were slightly knitted, which filled her with a delicate and pitiful look. Any man who saw her could not remain indifferent. And with her appearance, the strange pattern on the back of Yang Kai's hand also slowly dissipated and soon disappeared. A terrifying divine sense, with Zhu Juyin as the center, suddenly spread out in all directions. In an instant, it was as if doomsday had arrived. An indescribable horror rose in everyone's heart. In the Void Land, thousands of disciples from various forces all turned pale. Hong Jie and the others even opened their eyes wide and looked towards the place where Yang Kai was in seclusion. All of them felt their hair stand on end and their souls almost left their bodies. But very soon the divine sense was retracted. Zhu Juyin was only checking the situation here, and did not have any other intentions. What was that? Was that feeling just now an illusion? Hong Jie and the others were still in a state of shock. In the secret room, Zhu Juyin glanced at Yang Kai and said while holding her forehead, "Since I have come out, the space will collapse on its own." Yang Kai was stunned. "Doesn't that mean that I won't be able to put you away in the future?" Zhu Juyin nodded lightly and looked as if her head was about to split open. Even her aura was fluctuating. Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. He was still thinking that after Zhu Juyin recovered, he could use her as a trump card. In the future, when he encountered an enemy that he could not defeat, he could directly release Zhu Juyin. Who knew that the pattern and space on the back of his hand had collapsed on their own? This plan fell through, which made him feel a little regretful. He did not know if the Rui pouch could contain her, but even if it could, Zhu Juyin would probably not be willing. After all, although the space in the Rui pouch could be big or small, it was extremely crowded. "I was born in the great cosmological abyss and grew up in the great cosmological abyss. Now that I am in the outside world, I need a long time to adjust to gradually adapt to the laws of the outside world and return to my peak. Before that, you have to behave yourself and not provoke too powerful enemies. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect you. Yang Kai was stunned. How long will it take? He really did not expect this, but it was not strange after thinking about it. Although Zhu Juyin was a saint spirit, she was a native of the great cosmological abyss after all. She naturally needed a process of adaptation in the trichiliocosm. Who knows? Zhu Juyin slowly shook her head. What's more, my origin is still damaged and I need to recuperate. As she said that, her figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Her voice entered Yang Kai's ears. I will be in seclusion for the time being. Do not disturb me unless there is something. Yang Kai bared his teeth. This Tao protector did not have the awareness of a Tao protector at all. Yang Kai regretted it so much. If he had known, he would have cooperated with Jin Wu. At least Jin Wu could provide him with the power of the metal element. The door of the secret chamber was opened, and Yuhi rushed in nervously. She's awake? Yang Kai nodded. Where is she? Yuhi did not understand. She went to find a place to cultivate in seclusion. I don't know where she is, Yang Kai replied. Yuhi closed her eyes and connected her mind to the defensive formation of the void land. She checked the 7 spirit states and soon found traces of Zhu Juyin. This woman had entered the largest palace and was adjusting her breath. She seemed to have noticed that someone was spying on her and looked up to glare. Yuhi stuck out her tongue and looked away. Yang Kai also sighed. What a tragedy, sigh. As he was talking, he suddenly felt something. He took out an item and checked it. He raised his eyebrows and said, Good news is coming. Yuhi asked curiously, What good news? Lady Boss is here. Yang Kai smiled brightly. He stood up and rushed outside. But after a few steps he suddenly reacted and looked back. He saw Yuhi standing there with a pale face. Her 2 small hands were fiddling with the corner of her clothes uneasily. She looked like she was out of her wits. Yang Kai walked back and held her hand. He comforted her. You have to face what you have to face. Just admit your mistakes and apologize. Lady Boss is a sentimental person. She won't do anything to you. Yuhi bit her red lips and nodded. Let's go and welcome Lady Boss with me. Yang Kai pulled her and ran out. When Hong Jie and the others saw Yang Kai, they all bowed. Yang Kai didn't bother to greet them and went straight to an open space, looking up at the sky. Not long after, a stream of light suddenly appeared at the gap in the array and fell straight down. When it came close, the light scattered, revealing several figures. The one in the lead was a woman in a palace robe. She had a dignified bearing and a myriad of graces. When the male disciples of the third-class forces saw her, they couldn't help but gasp, infatuation filling their eyes. Who else could it be but Lady Boss? Hong Jie and the others had solemn expressions. They were all lower-grade heaven splitters, so they could clearly feel that this beautiful woman was actually a peak mid-grade heaven splitter. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Yuhi by the true monarch's side. These days they had all figured out that Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a 5th-grade heaven splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a 6th-grade heaven splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually 2 mid-grade heaven splitters whose auras were comparable to Yuhi's. There was also one who should be a 4th-grade heaven splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become the master. Just as they were in shock, Yang Kai had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you. Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Kai, and she exhaled. You're not dead yet? Yang Kai said with a smile. Thanks to Lady Boss, everything is fine. You're fine. I'm not fine. At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jie and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. Chapter 41-49. Pung 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 pung. The Lady Boss wanted to hit him, but Yang Kai had no strength to fight back. However, the Lady Boss was beating him fiercely and did not use much strength, nor did she use her heaven-opening realm strength. Yang Kai's skin was thick and tough, so how could he be afraid of a mere beating? Back in the first inn, there were others who had been beaten even more viciously by the Lady Boss. After beating him for a while, The lady boss suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's ear and pulled him to her face. Seeing him grinning mischievously, she gritted her teeth and said, "Smelly brat, why are you so happy after being beaten up?" Yang Kai grinned and said, "As long as you're happy." How could he not be happy? Ever since he came to this world, the lady boss had been the one who cared for him the most, providing him with a lot of protection and dependence. When he first joined the first inn, Yang Kai was very repulsed, but as they slowly got to know each other, this repulsion was replaced by warmth. For some reason, the lady boss gave him a very warm feeling, as if she was a long-lost family member. These words sounded very familiar, as if they had traveled back in time many years. There was a person standing in front of her who had said similar words many times. The lady boss was slightly absent-minded, and a face involuntarily appeared before her eyes. She quickly sorted out her thoughts and raised her hand to knock Yang Kai's head, viciously saying, "Don't think I'll let you off just like that. I'll remember this debt and slowly settle it with you in the future." What debt? It was nothing more than the debt that had worried her for over a dozen years. Yang Kai grinned, smiling even more happily, nodding repeatedly in agreement. The lady boss rolled her eyes at him, then turned around and said to an old-fashioned old man with white hair and a beard beside her, "Great Master Wu Liang, this is my good-for-nothing assistant. I'll have to trouble Great Master to deal with the spirit array here." When Yang Kai heard this, how could he not know that this old man was a formation master invited by the lady boss? He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Yang Kai greets Great Master Wu Liang." Great Master Wu Liang rolled his triangular eyes and scanned Yang Kai from head to toe. Seeing that he was just someone from the Emperor realm, he naturally didn't take him seriously. He nodded to the lady boss and said, "Since Madam has invited this old master here, then this old master will naturally do his best. This old master has observed this great formation from the periphery for a while before. It's not bad, but there's still a lot of room for improvement. However, this old master still needs to observe it for a while before making a decision." "Of course." Lady Boss smiled sweetly and tilted her head to signal to Yang Kai. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Lu Shui, show Great Master Wu Liang around." Lu Shui, who had returned with the lady boss and the others, immediately replied, "Yes." He extended his hand and gestured, "Grandmaster, please." Great Master Wu Liang nodded lightly and turned into a streak of light and rushed forward. Lu Shui followed closely behind. Seeing this, Yang Kai calmed down. This Wu Liang Grandmaster was a decisive person. Originally, Yang Kai wanted to give the lady boss and the others a welcome dinner, and let this Wu Liang Grandmaster rest for a while before letting him take action. Who would have thought that this Wu Liang Grandmaster would propose to observe first? This was naturally what Yang Kai wanted. The sooner the formation was repaired, the sooner he could find time to do other things. The person the lady boss had found was very reliable. After Great Master Wu Liang left, only the lady boss and White Seven were left. Lao Bai had also followed them this time and stood behind the lady boss, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. However, there was a lot of guilt in that smile. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the lady boss and left Yang Kai alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Yang Kai with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Yang Kai wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the lady boss had been worried about Yang Kai's safety, so how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Yang Kai appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai nodded slightly at him. Then he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since he had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. "Yu-He!" Yang Kai called out softly. Yu-He moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the lady boss. And then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister." The lady boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Yang Kai and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Yu-He. Yu-He's countenance suddenly turned pale. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, He didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these two women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this, yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Yuhi even colluded with Chi-Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the Sunlock ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the Lady Boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the Lady Boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the Lady Boss and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for? Yang Kai still intended to console you. When the Lady Boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at you. Before he hurriedly chased after her. Yuhi's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out a long sigh. If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place. You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. Yuhi was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily. You're still alive. All those years ago, she'd personally witnessed Bai Qi's advancement into the heaven-opening realm, while the 5 elements were in chaos, and the minor universe world that had just taken form showed signs of collapse. Under such circumstances, it could be said that the advancement had failed, and no matter what, it was impossible to reverse the situation. She'd always thought that Bai Qi had perished in the Sunlock ground. Earlier, she'd always kept her head down while following Yang Kai over, and her mind was in chaos. So she hadn't noticed Bai Qi's aura at all. At this moment, she was shocked when she saw Bai Qi in person. Bai Qi looked at her indifferently and said, "If I died, then you'd probably be a dead person now." If Bai Qi died, then the Lady Boss would definitely not let Yuhi off and would definitely kill Yuhi to avenge Bai Qi. It was precisely because Lao Bai had escaped death that the Lady Boss didn't kill Yuhi this time. You should thank Yang Kai. Bai Qi sighed lightly. Yuhi was puzzled. She didn't know what this had to do with Yang Kai. All those years ago, the Lady Boss had restrained several mid-rank heaven-opening realm experts by herself. As the battle gradually progressed, Bai Qi seemed to be on the verge of perishing. However, Yang Kai had given him some worldly elixir at the critical moment, stabilizing the minor universe world within his body, and pulling him back from the brink of death. The worldly elixir was obtained by Yang Kai in the Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary. This thing was extremely rare. It was something that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. It contained all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. When a cultivator opened up a minor universe within his body, it was equivalent to opening up a minor universe. The worldly elixir could allow a cultivator to comprehend all sorts of mysteries of the heavens and earth when the heavens and earth were born. Naturally, it could help Lao Bai at a critical moment. At that time, Lao Bai didn't know what it was. Later, after he told the Lady Boss guessed that it was extremely likely to be the worldly elixir. No one had expected that Yang Kai would actually have such a treasure in his possession. The worldly elixir was a treasure that could only be born when the heavens and earth were born. The conditions for its birth were extremely harsh. In the past, even if it existed, it would have long been plundered clean. Unless another world was suddenly born in this vast universe, only then would it have a chance of appearing. However, how difficult was the birth of a world? There might not even be a single case in hundreds of thousands of years. Even if a new world was born, it might not necessarily give birth to the worldly elixir. The Heaven Void Hall in the Star Boundary had preserved the extremely ancient environment of the heavens and earth, which was why there were remnants of the worldly elixir. Yang Kai didn't know the value of this item, but how could the Lady Boss not know? It could be said that as long as a cultivator had this item, there would be no risk when breaking through to split the heavens. Breaking through to split the heavens wasn't a 100% success rate. Even if one condensed the power of yin yang and the 5 elements, if one wanted to open up a minor universe within their body without enough foundation, there was still a possibility of failure. And once one failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, the worldly elixir could perfectly solve this problem. Once such a treasure appeared, even the blessed paradises would fight over it. Who could guarantee that there wouldn't be any risk when breaking through to split the heavens? There were quite a few disciples of the blessed paradises who had died because of failed breakthroughs. Admit your mistake properly. Bai Qi didn't explain too much. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yuhi's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word concerned continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Bai Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yuhi hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the Earth's spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Yang Kai would reward them. Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious. The lady boss looked around and said casually. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "The one next to it isn't very convenient." The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress?" Yang Kai was speechless. Of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken. The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yang Kai. "Is it that Zhu Juin?" Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Shui. Lu Shui did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her. So she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Juin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Juin was a holy spirit heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm, and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yuhi had captured him and was going to take him to Tsui Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunder Lightsword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunder Lightsword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Zhu Juin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yang Kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yang Kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination. and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yongkai didn't notice but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Yuhi's contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for Yuhi's help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yongkai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You've said so much, lady boss, have a drink." Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yongkai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yongkai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Qi said with a smile. Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yongkai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly. "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yongkai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Qi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yuhi, "Yuhi, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement, and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yuhi, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm there was no mercy at all. Yongkai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop!" But Bai Qi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yongkai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Qi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In midair, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. In the end, you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed, as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yuhi without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yongkai had already rushed to Yuhi's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Qi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Qi attacked, Yuhi did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yuhi slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yongkai away and looked at Bai Qi gratefully. She knew that Bai Qi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Qi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact, she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yongkai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Qi had said before, Yuhi had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, How could the lady boss treat Yuhi nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Chi's heart. Not taking Yuhi's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Chi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yuhi's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi-jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yuhi's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with you, he in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi-jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanqiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people: Qi-jin, Ling Chuanqiu, and Yu He. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yuhi naturally wouldn't forget it, so as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yuhi bowed and kowtowed, and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little Sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yuhi raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Chi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yuhi to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, she actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, Yuhi was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter, but Yuhi was a 5th grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over, so how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of Yuhi like a ghost, raised her hand and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. Yuhi raised her head, and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. Chapter 41-51. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened and she sighed, "Why bother?" Yuhi bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched Yuhi's head. "I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself." Yuhi lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, "Yes." The lady boss slightly urged her strength, and Yuhi suddenly groaned and fell to the ground unconscious. Yang Kai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, Yuhi might have really died in front of him. He had been with Yu He in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Yang Kai did not realize that Yu He's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If Yu He did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if Yu He would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yu He by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall, and placed her on a bed. Yang Kai and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent. Quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed, the lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme, as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on Yu He, gently patting her to the rhythm. Yang Kai and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Yang Kai's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him, "Let's drink." Yang Kai laughed heartily. Naturally he did not refuse good. In the entire Trichiliocosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect even Lao Feng couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Feng in the Chichao land, both of them had their own thoughts, and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City and the first inn, Yang Kai and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Yang Kai didn't have wine but Lao Bai did. And it was good wine. Yang Kai took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought Yu He out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Yang Kai and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yu He hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Yang Kai slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the Land of Immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw Yu He looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yu He, you're awake?" Yu He nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Yang Kai looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising." The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If there's a next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yu He stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yang Kai raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yu He. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yu He was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of a sister and mother. It wasn't just Yu He. In the first inn, Lao Bai himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, the three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Yu He. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Yang Kai to ask the lady boss himself. Yang Kai didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. Great Master Wu Liang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Yang Kai. Come with me to see him, said the lady boss before leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wu Liang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days, she had followed Great Master Wu Liang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this Formation Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wu Liang. The latter stroked his beard, and with great vigor, he pointed out, Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the Great Formation here. Right now there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer. The lady boss smiled sweetly. Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinate's. The choice is still up to him. Yang Kai stepped out from the crowd, and said politely, Great Master, please give me some pointers. Great Master Wu Liang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes, and said, the first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow thinking, isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, then what about the other 2 options? Great Master Wu Liang said, the second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Chiqiao land, and Yang Kai had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Chiqiao land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Chiqiao heavenly lord and killed 3 earth protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable. And now this great Master Wu Liang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%? Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss, only to see her nod subtly. Clearly, she also trusted this great Master Wu Liang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed and asked again, then what about the third option? Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, the third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place, so how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore, he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback, and he sized up Yang Kai, boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. She had learned a lot about Yang Kai in the great cosmological realm from Lu Shui, so how could she not know that he was now so rich that he could rival an entire nation? The wealth that Qi Xing had plundered in the great cosmological realm could be said to have all become a wedding dress for him. The cost of repairing this grand formation was probably nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Yang Kai. Even if it was 5 times the cost, it was probably nothing. Great Master Wu Liang looked at the lady boss, then looked at Yang Kai, secretly guessing that this boy had Madame Lan behind him. Even if he did not have enough wealth, Madame Lan probably would not sit idly by. Thus he nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then let's decide on the third option. However, before that, this old man still has to talk to you about the remuneration." "Please speak, Great Master," Yang Kai said politely. After a while, Yang Kai and Great Master Wu Liang reached an agreement. It had to be said that the price of inviting him to do the job was not small. His asking price was not fixed, but was determined by the cost of setting up the grand formation. He wanted to charge 20% of the cost. In other words, no matter how much the cost was, he would charge 20%. The lady boss obviously knew about this rule long ago, so she did not say anything. Chapter 4152. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced, but if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There is a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it, and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm, or the hidden storehouse left behind in the 7 Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the lady boss and Great Master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the grand array, and disappeared. The two were heading to the star market to buy materials for setting up the grand array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the grand array, so he still needed to go to the star market to buy them. There was also a star market in the 7 Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized star market. After all, the 7 Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a star market, and the size of the star market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the star market where the Blessed Land was located was a large star market, and the star market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small star market. Lu Shui and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a star market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large star market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wu Liang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Qiankuan world under the jurisdiction of the Void Lands also brought hundreds of people, and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Yang Kai scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Chan Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Yang Kai's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Chen Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Chen Tianfei brought back news of Lao Feng and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time when Chen Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord Yu. Supreme Lord Yu was only a third-stage heaven splitter. Facing Chen Tianfei, who was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wu Liang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Shui and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wu Liang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Yang Kai held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised, "Lady Boss, this Great Master Wu Liang you found is really amazing." The Lady Boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wu Liang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Dao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the Lady Boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds were too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in formation Dao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated formation Dao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Yang Kai's hand, the Lady Boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The 9th heaven? This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wu Liang, and it recorded the various foundations of this great formation. Great Master Wu Liang named this great formation in the void the 9 heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven-splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The Lady Boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Yang Kai in amusement. Great Master Wu Liang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this Great Formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Yang Kai nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Yang Kai was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this 9 heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years, but unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, it was just to repair the original Great Formation because the resources needed to set up this 9 heavens Great Formation were just too great. Yang Kai could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Yang Kai could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the Great Formation. What was there to hesitate about? The 9 heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the Great Formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night, he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the 9 heavens Great Formation, he still needed Yang Kai's full support because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Yang Kai, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the 9 heavens Great Formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the Great Formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Yang Kai. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up great formations for many second-class forces, and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation. What do you think? The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai asked in return, what do you think, lady boss? The lady boss chuckled. This is your business and you're asking me? I have no objections. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then took the jade scroll and studied it for a while. After a while, he replied to Great Master Wu Liang. Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, so how could Yang Kai not want to? He was also moved by the power of the Nine Heavens Great Formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chan Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, Yuhi also glanced at the jade scroll and said with a shocked expression, Young Master, if you want to set up the Nine Heavens Great Formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts. Yang Kai nodded and said, yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the Great Formation, but I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores. He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the Great Formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The Nine Heavens Great Formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. It was a great spirit array that would multiply endlessly. Without breaking this Nine Heavens Great Formation, one could forget about breaking into the void. Even if this spirit array was not as good as the protective spirit arrays of the blessed enclaves, it was not far behind. In the 3,000 great worlds, there was no spirit array of a second-class force that could compare to this. Of the Nine Heavens Great Formation, the first 3 layers were auxiliary spirit arrays that could allow the Great Formation to absorb the power of the stars at all times, reducing the consumption of the Great Formation's operation. This was a very practical spirit array. After all, once the Nine Heavens Great Formation was activated, the consumption was too great. Even if Yang Kai was as rich as a nation, he could not support it for too long. With the first 3 auxiliary spirit arrays, he could store energy for the Great Formation and release it when needed, reducing the expenditure. It also had some self-healing ability. As long as the Great Formation was not too seriously damaged, there was no need to deliberately repair it. The Nine Heavens Great Formation would slowly recover on its own. The middle 3 layers were protective spirit arrays. One was concealment. Once activated, it could make the entire void disappear without a trace. Without powerful searching methods, it would be impossible to find a trace. One was hallucination. Entering this spirit array would cause the cultivator to hallucinate. Whether it was concealment or the array eye of the hallucination Great Formation, Yang Kai already had a plan for it, so he did not need to spend too much effort on it. There was also the protective spirit array. The array eye of this spirit array required some powerful defensive artifacts. The last 3 layers were killing spirit arrays with infinite power. They also required powerful killing spirit arrays as the array eye. Yang Kai had 2 of them, so he needed 1 more. Each of the Nine Heavens Great Formation had its own unique uses, but they were also closely related. Grandmaster Wu Liang, who created this Nine Heavens Great Formation, could be said to be an amazing talent. Chapter 4153. Yang Kai was also looking forward to the day when this Nine Heavens Grand Array was set up, but now he needed to find some powerful secret treasures. Otherwise, even if this Grand Array was set up, it wouldn't have much power. Thinking about it, he needed at least 1 defensive secret treasure and 1 offensive secret treasure. And this was only the minimum requirement. The more he had, the stronger the power of the Grand Array. He was going to bleed again. Yang Kai thought to himself. Several days later, at the gap in the Grand Array in the void, a group of 3 people sped out. It was Yang Kai, the lady boss, and Yu He. Below, Chan Tianfei, Lu Shuai, Guazian, and the others bowed to send them off. Young Kai was going to look for the secret treasures to set up the array's eyes. He could only trouble the lady boss to recommend him to a grandmaster artifact refiner. Young Kai didn't know anything about the 3,000 worlds. He really didn't know where to find such a person. There were definitely some in those paradises, but Young Kai couldn't enter them. What's more, they might not receive him. Originally, he was only going with the lady boss, but before leaving, the lady boss wanted to bring Yuhi along as well. Young Kai didn't understand. He wanted to leave Yuhi behind to watch over the void, but since the lady boss insisted, he let her be. Fortunately, although the void's defensive power was weak, there was still Zhu Juin. Young Kai ordered her to watch over the house, so she couldn't not do her best. Now that her strength had not fully recovered, she still needed a long time to adapt to the outside world's laws. But if they really fought, an average mid-rank heaven splitter was definitely not her match. There probably wouldn't be any blind person who would look for trouble in the void. First, they went to the Universal Temple in the void territory, leaving their soul brand. This way, in the future, Young Kai could use the Universal Escape technique to save some time. Coming out from the Universal Temple, the lady boss took out her ship and sped away. After passing through several large territories on this day, they entered a large territory. Only then did the lady boss put away the ship. "We're here," Young Kai asked. The lady boss didn't answer. She just looked at Yuhi with a smile. Yuhi's face was somewhat pale as she timidly looked at the lady boss and said, "Elder sister, I was the one who committed the crime back then. If elder sister wants to punish someone, just punish me. Don't implicate others. Please have mercy on me, elder sister." As he spoke, he was about to kneel down. The lady boss reached out to support her and chuckled. "What are you thinking? What do you think I brought you here for?" Yuhi looked at her and said, "Could it be that elder sister doesn't want to fulfill that great heart demon oath? Oath of the heart demon?" When Young Kai heard this, he was shocked. Why was the great oath of the heart demon suddenly brought up? Previously, in the void, because of this great oath of the heart demon, Yuhi had almost committed suicide. Fortunately, the lady boss had stopped her in time. These days, the two sisters got along quite well, and there was not much estrangement. Young Kai thought that the matter was over, but at this moment, when she heard the great heart demon oath, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The lady boss nodded and said, "The great heart demon oath cannot be dispelled, so it must be fulfilled. However, there is still room for negotiation. Come with me." As he spoke, he led the way. Young Kai and Yuhi glanced at each other and hurriedly followed. Halfway there, Young Kai took out the universe map and found that it was as he had guessed. This was the green light territory, and in this large territory, there was a second-tier faction that was not a second-tier faction. That was Yuhi's green light palace. This green light palace only had one heaven opening realm master, Yuhi, who opened the heaven opening realm. The others were all below heaven opening realm. The reason why the Green Light Palace was a second-tier faction was because Yuhi was overseeing it. The reason why it wasn't was because it didn't have the foundation of a second-tier faction. However, the Green Light territory was indeed named after the Green Light Palace. What was the lady boss doing? Young Kai was faintly worried, but he felt that she shouldn't do anything too excessive. After a short while, they arrived at the Green Light Palace. This was also a part of the Spirit Province. It wasn't very large and its foundation was shallow. Yuhi had operated here for 1,000 years, but after all, a single tree couldn't support everything, so she didn't spend too much effort on it. The three stopped outside the Green Light Palace, and the lady boss ordered, "Bring all your people out." Yuhi pursed her red lips and softly responded, then rushed into the Green Light Palace and soon disappeared. Young Kai turned his head to look at the lady boss. He wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only wait patiently. After a short while, figures flew out of the Green Light Palace and rushed over under Yuhi's lead. There weren't many of them, only 2,000 to 3,000. This number was a little shabby for a second-rate faction, but Yuhi didn't establish the Green Light Palace to develop any faction, but to find a place to live. These people were all people she had taken in over the years, and there was no difference between them and her. These cultivators' strength was uneven, and it was rare even in the Emperor realm. Yuhi had to use her power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, I've brought them out," Yuhi said softly with her head lowered, looking like she was at the mercy of the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly and slowly raised her palm. The aura of the mighty power of the world began to spread out. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Back then, outside the land of Sealing Sun, this lady swore a heart demon oath. If this oath is not fulfilled, there will be no hope of reaching the 7th rank in this life. Little this lady will end this grudge with you today." As she spoke, she pushed her slender palm forward. As this palm slammed down, the Green Light Palace's protective array began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the burden. "Stop! What are you doing? This woman wants to destroy our home. Fight it out with her." Behind Yuhi, the many disciples of the Green Light Palace were furious and roared. Even though the lady boss's divine might was unparalleled and the aura of the 6th rank could be seen at a glance, the many cultivators' eyes were red, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with their lives. Fortunately, Yuhi suppressed them with all her might, so no trouble occurred. "All of you shut up," Yuhi scolded. Her words were very effective against these people. Once these words were spoken, even though they were still angry, they didn't say a word. They only glared fiercely at the lady boss, all of them looking like they wanted to eat her. The might of the 6th rank heaven opening exploded, and the Green Light Palace's protective array instantly shattered. Although the array's power was not bad, Yuhi didn't manage it well. After all, the Green Light Palace's foundation was too shallow. Otherwise, the protective array of a second-rate faction wouldn't have been broken so easily. With the array shattered, the Green Light Palace was completely exposed. With a boom, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located shook slightly. The lady boss pulled up her sleeves and stood there. "The Green Light Palace has been destroyed. Little take them to the void to live in the future. Anyway, Yongkai has a lot of people, so there's no need to worry about not being able to settle you." The lady boss turned around and looked at Yuhi with a smile. Behind her, the spirit state where the Green Light Palace was located exploded. Pieces of the spirit state scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the huge Green Light Palace disappeared without a trace. "Thank you for your kindness, elder sister." Yuhi's beautiful eyes were slightly red, not because her Green Light Palace was destroyed, but because the knot in her heart was completely untied at this moment. "Go." The lady boss waved her sleeves and activated her power to wrap around Yongkai, flying into the distance. Yongkai turned around and waved at Yuhi. The strength of the 2,000 to 3,000 people was uneven, so it was definitely dangerous to travel through the void. However, Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven splitter, and had opened up a mini-universe world in her body. She could take them all in, so there was no need to worry about this. Only now did Yongkai understand why the lady boss insisted on bringing Yuhi. Turned out that this was her plan. "In this life, if I don't destroy your headquarters, I will not advance to the 7th-grade heaven splitter." In Kai Yang's ears, the lady boss's blood-sobbing oath echoed. He couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. He had always thought that this oath was very, very serious, but now it seemed that when the oath was made, the lady boss had already left some leeway. Just because he had flattened their headquarters, it did not mean that he had to kill everyone. He thought that Yuhi had to die to be released from this oath, so he was on tenterhooks for several days. Now it seemed that even under the circumstances that day, the lady boss had no intention of killing Yuhi. The loophole in this oath was probably prepared for today. If the Green Light Palace was destroyed, then the oath would no longer have anything to do with Yuhi. Moreover, without the Green Light Palace, Yuhi would have no home to return to and would definitely go to the void. This was exactly what Yongkai wanted. Even without today's matter, he had planned to persuade Yuhi to move the Green Light Palace to the void, and Yuhi probably wouldn't refuse. The lady boss just happened to be there at the right time, and used the Great Heart Demon Oath to add fuel to the fire. "What's so funny?" The lady boss glanced at Yongkai leisurely. Yongkai said seriously, "The lady boss is a good person. Don't flatter me." The lady boss raised her hand and gave him a knock on the head. Yongkai immediately covered his head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? A man's head and a woman's but can't be touched." The lady boss snorted coldly, "You still haven't explained your matter to me clearly. What's wrong with me hitting you?" As she said this, another kick came from under her skirt. Yang Kai was caught off guard and was sent flying by the kick. He was extremely angry. You woman, you hit me without saying anything. You're simply a crazy woman. The lady boss's eyes flashed with a cold light, and she lightly gritted her teeth. Yang Kai suddenly felt a little cold and couldn't help but shrink his neck. His eyes drifted, and just as he was about to use the law of space to escape, the surrounding space was suddenly sealed. The lady boss smiled sweetly. Do you think I'll give you a chance to escape? Step by step she approached Yang Kai. Yang Kai quickly retreated and said seriously, if you have something to say it properly. Don't use your hands and feet. Master, come again. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the lady boss's ankle. It was warm and soft like jade, but Kai Yang didn't have time to savor it. Instead, he saw the lady boss nimbly flip over and kick his chin with her other foot. With her skirt fluttering, Yang Kai saw stars and was immediately sent flying. He was filled with grief and indignation. He had only been reunited with the lady boss for a short time, but he had already been beaten twice. He secretly swore to himself that one day when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he would definitely return the favor tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 4154. Are you angry? In the void, the two of them flew side by side, the lady boss rubbing Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his eyes and sighed, I wouldn't dare. If being angry was useful, what was the point of cultivating? The lady boss chuckled. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, Lady boss, if you have something to say in the future, just say it. Don't touch me, okay? As he spoke, he raised his hand and took the lady boss's hand off his head. The lady boss held back her laughter. All right, then I have something to ask you right now. Just answer me honestly. Of course. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. The lady boss's expression became solemn, and she asked, what grade of fire element energy are you cultivating? Yang Kai was silent for a moment before replying. It should be above the 7th grade. This matter could not be hidden. Ever since he had displayed the Golden Crow casting sun divine technique aspect outside Crimson Star City, this secret was no longer a secret. This was because the conditions for activating the divine technique aspect were extremely harsh. One had to be at the 7th grade or above to be able to do so, and generally only those at the heaven-opening realm could comprehend it. In other words, the divine technique aspect was basically exclusive to those at the high-grade heaven-opening realm. However, this did not mean that those at the high-grade heaven-opening realm would definitely be able to comprehend the divine technique aspect. Some high-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within it for their entire lives. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm were few and far between. When Zhao Baichuan saw the Golden Crow casting sun that day, he was extremely shocked. He even said that with this divine technique aspect, even if Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm, he would be able to compete with those at the low-grade heaven-opening realm. Just how big was the gap between the heaven-opening realm and the Emperor realm? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A heaven-opening expert, even the lowest first-stage heaven-opening, had condensed a lesser cosmos world within their body and could use the might of a world. Killing the Emperor realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. In the Emperor realm, Yang Kai was often able to fight above his cultivation level, but in the Emperor realm, he was unable to kill heaven-opening cultivators. But with the divine technique Dharma idol, there was this possibility. Many people had seen the divine technique Dharma idol that day. After the great cosmological realm closed, this news would definitely gradually spread. It was fine if the lady boss didn't ask, but now that she did, Yang Kai naturally had no intention of hiding it. Golden Crow casting sun. The lady boss chuckled. I heard that your fire elemental power is the Golden Crow true fire? Yes, it's the Golden Crow primordial fire. Yang Kai scratched his face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm curious, where did you get the Golden Crow primordial fire from the Emperor realm? The lady boss stared at him with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. If I remember correctly, you haven't been in the 3,000 realms for long. The only time you came into contact with the Golden Crow primordial fire was in my first inn. Don't tell me that it was at that time that you absorbed the power of the Golden Crow's corpse. Yang Kai turned to face her and squeezed out an ugly smile. The lady boss's face immediately turned ashen. It really is. Yang Kai didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. You're courting death. The lady boss felt a wave of lingering fear. At that time, several high-grade heaven-opening cultivators had come, and dozens of mid-grade heaven-opening cultivators had come. Yang Kai actually had the guts to absorb the Golden Crow primordial fire right under their noses, and most importantly, he had succeeded. With a stern expression, the lady boss said again, "The Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely powerful. It can't be suppressed without a powerful wood elemental power. If you can absorb the Golden Crow primordial fire, doesn't that mean that you've already condensed high-grade wood elemental power before that?" "Lady boss, you're a genius." Yang Kai gave her a thumbs up. The lady boss's eyelids twitched slightly as she murmured, "High-grade wood elemental, fire elemental, what else? What did you gain in the great cosmological realm? What power did you condense? Earth elemental? Metal elemental? Earth elemental and water elemental." Yang Kai replied honestly. "Earth elemental and water elemental?" The lady boss was puzzled. "How did you condense the water elemental without the metal elemental?" "It's a long story. There was a secret technique that allowed me to skip the metal elemental and condense the water elemental." The lady boss was bewildered. "Show me your earth elemental and water elemental power." Yang Kai couldn't refuse and could only activate the earth elemental and water elemental power in the Dao seal. The dragon shield immediately lingered around his body. He dispersed the dragon shield and activated the water elemental power, which was bone-chilling. Sensing the power of these two powers, the lady boss couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her chest rose as she exclaimed, "They're both high-grade." She looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. How long had this brat been in the 3,000 worlds? It had only been a dozen years at most, but he had already condensed 4 high-grade powers. Although there were countless opportunities in the great cosmological realm that allowed him to condense the earth elemental and water elemental powers, such an achievement was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Every cultivator didn't condense the heaven-splitting power overnight. Instead, they needed a long time to accumulate and precipitate. Moreover, they also needed to collect resources, which also took a lot of time. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would take 100 years from the time they condensed the Dao seal to the time they succeeded in splitting open the heavens. Some took hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Those who could achieve splitting open the heavens in a few decades were all blessed by the heavens. Yang Kai had only spent a dozen years to condense 4 elements, and all of them were high-grade. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. "You want to directly achieve high-grade heaven splitting?" The lady boss looked at him. Yang Kai said seriously, "That's right." Speaking of this, Yang Kai suddenly had a thought. "Lady boss, is there anything wrong with directly achieving high grade?" In the great cosmological realm, Yuhi had tried to persuade and stop him many times. She even cooperated with Zhu Juyin to forcibly condense the 6th grade metal element for him and destroy his foundation. Fortunately, Yang Kai forced Zhu Juyin to give up. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, it was a world of difference. Not to mention the middle grade and the upper grade, even the highest achievement that could be achieved in the future would be different. As it concerned his future, Yang Kai naturally resisted. Otherwise, how could he have dared to offend a great god like Zhu Juyin in the great cosmological realm? Yuhi's behavior made him feel that something was wrong, but he had asked Yuhi before. Yuhi didn't say much, only telling Yang Kai to ask the lady boss when he had the chance in the future. Now that the lady boss was in front of him, Yang Kai naturally wanted to understand. The lady boss was silent. After a long time she sighed. "I didn't expect your ambition to be so high. Directly achieving high-grade heaven-splitting is naturally very risky. The strength of our Dao seal is the foundation of bearing the power of yin and yang, and the 5 elements. The higher the grade of the power, the stronger the need for the Dao seal. If you exceed your own limit, your Dao seal may collapse when you achieve splitting open the heavens. You should understand this." Yang Kai nodded. How could he not understand such a thing? However, he was not worried about this. Not to mention that his Dao seal itself was incomparably strong, and he had taken more than a dozen drops of Daoi divine water in the great cosmological realm, which allowed his Dao seal to reach a higher level. There was no problem for it to bear the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements of the 7th grade. The risk of a Tao seal is only a natural disaster. The greatest danger of directly achieving high grade is a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster? Yang Kai frowned, expressing his puzzlement. The lady boss slowly explained, a cultivator of our generation, after achieving splitting open the heavens, will not stay in that grade forever. By taking a heaven-splitting pill or using other means to strengthen the mighty power of the world and promote the small cosmos world in one's body, one can continue to improve. However, since the foundation has been laid, there is a limit to the extent of improvement. Generally speaking, after a cultivator breaks through to the opening heaven stage, they can only improve by 1 or 2 grades at most with the help of external forces. Any more is basically hopeless. For example, if I achieve the 6th grade of splitting open the heavens, then I will have a chance to achieve the 8th grade in the future. This is my limit. Old Bai has achieved the 5th grade, so his limit will be the 7th grade. Of course, if you can find the furnace of heaven and earth, it will be a different story. The furnace of heaven and earth is a divine tool created by heaven and earth, and the heaven-splitting pills it breeds are far from comparable to the heaven-splitting pills refined by alchemists. With the heaven-splitting pills you can break through this limit, but don't think about it. According to the records, the number of times the furnace of heaven and earth has appeared is too few, and every time it appears, it will lead to a bloody storm. The 2nd grade and the 5th grade are both barriers because the limit of the 2nd grade is the 4th grade, and the limit of the 5th grade is the 7th grade. This is the possibility of advancing from the lower grade to the middle grade, and from the middle grade to the upper grade. Therefore, generally speaking, if one has the ability, the lower grade will generally reach the 2nd grade, and the middle grade will reach the 5th grade. This is to give oneself hope for the future. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder Old Bai has reached the 5th grade. And so has Yueha. The lady boss said, that's part of the reason, but another part of the reason is that they have reached their limit, and that 6th grade resources are difficult to find. Every 6th grade resource was a treasure. Although Yang Kai had a bountiful harvest in the great cosmological realm, there were not many 6th grade heaven-opening materials. At most there were no more than 100 of them. These were the resources that Qi Sheng had plundered from the entire great cosmological realm after he monopolized it. Speaking of this, the lady boss glanced at him leisurely. You want to reach the 7th grade directly, so where is your limit? The 9th grade. Yang Kai's face was cold and resolute. Yes, the 9th grade. The lady boss smiled slightly. Who can be a match for such an existence? I'm afraid that even those blessed enclaves can't sit back and watch, right? Once you really grow up, won't you shake the foundation of their rule over the 3,000 worlds? Yang Kai's expression changed. Lady boss, you're talking about a man-made disaster. The lady boss nodded slightly. 36 blessed enclaves and 72 blessed enclaves. It's impossible for them to sit back and watch. Yang Kai's expression changed. These top forces are so overbearing? This was going to be a little troublesome. He had met Su Zhan and the others in the great cosmological realm, and they were disciples of the Blessed Enclave. When they returned, they would definitely report everything about the great cosmological realm. When the time comes, those from the Blessed Enclave would know that he had condensed several kinds of upper-grade powers and comprehended the divine technique. Wouldn't his situation be very bad? Chapter 4155. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities, and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin-yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly. And then, Yang Kai turned to look at her. Then, the lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then, due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Yang Kai frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin-yang and 5 elements in the Tao seal, but how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Yang Kai did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person, where is he now? Yang Kai asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Yang Kai understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued, so if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high-grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises, Yang Kai's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands. Which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Yang Kai frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately, you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th grade resource. In terms of individual talent since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high-grade heaven-opening realm? Yang Kai said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. Of 1,000 years ago, she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Yang Kai gently nodded. For the rest of the journey, the lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way, they passed through several large regions. On this day, the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, this should be the place. Saying so, she took out a jade pendant and poured her strength into it. The jade pendant turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Suddenly, the stream of light seemed to hit something and burst into light. Under the light, a door appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could he not know that there was a hidden space here? The jade pendant should be the thing to open this space. This concealment method was extremely clever. Even the lady boss, a 6th grade heaven splitter, could not see any clues. She had to use this special jade pendant. Yang Kai could not help but think of the 9 heavens array. If the 9 heavens array was set up properly, the void would be completely hidden. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. What the lady boss said to him on the way made him realize that he would be in constant trouble in the future. Maybe he would implicate the void. With the protection of the 9 heavens array, it would provide some strong protection for the void. Hey, which old friend is visiting? It's so troublesome. Suddenly, a low voice came from the door. The voice seemed to be that of an old man. His tone was bleak, making people feel sad. Yang Kai was stunned. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He did not put on an act. He felt that it was troublesome, so he said it directly. He was not afraid of offending people. The lady boss was used to it. Smiling like a flower, she said, "Master, you're home. Please open the door." Yang Kai was dumbfounded. How could the owner of this place have such a strange name? The troublesome master recognized the lady boss's voice and sighed. I was wondering who it was. It's you, little girl. Sigh, it's so troublesome. Come in. As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. The lady boss motioned for Yang Kai to follow. She took the lead and stepped into the passage. Yang Kai did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the world behind the door, a dazzling light shone in front of them. Yang Kai could not help but squint. When he looked carefully, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that the world behind the door was at most the same as his own void, but after entering it, he found that it was not. The space here was vast and boundless. The place where he and the lady boss were standing was still in the void. And in this space there were dozens of stars. Each star was surrounded by nebulas, and it was a majestic sight. There was even a huge, dazzling sun star that emitted a scorching light. The sun's real fire danced on the surface of the sun star, filling the void with a ring of flames. This was simply a miniaturized version of a large territory. Young Kai was shocked beyond words. The lady boss was not surprised and said, "The atmosphere in those blessed enclaves is countless times more beautiful than here. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a blessed enclave. I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to be the only successor of that blessed enclave. Ruins of blessed lands." Young Kai was shocked. The lady boss said, 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands are not unchanging. The long river of history is rolling, the survival of the fittest. Many ancient heavenly paradises have been destroyed and new forces have risen. These 3,000 worlds are not as simple as you think. Young Kai could not help but be shocked. The blessed paradises were the most powerful forces in this world. What kind of force could destroy them? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Moreover, if the ruins of a blessed land were so magnificent, what would a real blessed land be like? What about the heavenly paradises that were ranked above the blessed lands? Young Kai's mind was in turmoil. Attracted by the sun star, the power of the golden crow real fire in his body also began to stir, as if it wanted to respond to the other side. "Let's go." The lady boss reached out and grabbed Young Kai's arm, leading him towards one of the stars. Not long after, Young Kai saw the troublesome grandmaster that the lady boss had mentioned. Sure enough, it was an old man, but he had a frown on his face, as if he felt that life was meaningless and could not wait to die. What shocked Young Kai was that although this old man did not look like much, he was actually a high-rank Kai Tian master. Young Kai was speechless. He could not help but admire the lady boss for being able to make friends with such a character. Her connections were truly amazing. "Junior greets Grandmaster." The lady boss obediently paid her respects. Not to mention that her strength was inferior, her seniority was also much lower. Young Kai naturally followed suit and saluted. The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss, then quickly lowered them again, as if he found the action of raising his eyes very troublesome. He said lazily, "Little Lon, how many years has it been since we last met?" The lady boss said with a smile, "About 300 years. 300 years. The troublesome Grandmaster was shocked. Doesn't that mean that this old man has been sitting here for 300 years? Young Kai was speechless. How bored and lazy must this old man be to sit here for 300 years? That boy Ting Yu is also here. The troublesome Grandmaster said again. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Old man, your eyes are blurred. Look carefully, he is not Ting Yu." The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and looked at Young Kai, saying in surprise, "He is not, but he looks very similar. Yes, Ting Yu is long gone. He is old and muddle-headed." Young Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard the name Ting Yu. Yueha had also called this name in the land of Locking Sunday, combining all the previous things. Young Kai vaguely guessed that he should look like this person named Ting Yu, and this Ting Yu should be a very close person to the lady boss and Yueha. Perhaps this person was the key to the falling out between the lady boss and Yueha. In front of the lady boss, Young Kai could not ask more questions, so he could only suppress his doubts. "Why did you come to see me this time?" asked the troublesome Grandmaster. The lady boss said, "I came to see you to refine treasures, of course. I knew it. You are so troublesome." The troublesome Grandmaster did not hide his disdain. The lady boss did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so skilled in refining treasures? In this territory of the 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 3 people who can compare with you." The troublesome Grandmaster coldly snorted. "Don't flatter this old man, I don't buy it." Although he said so, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he liked it very much. Saying so, he stood up, his thin body emitting a crackling sound as he sighed. "Forget it. After sitting here for so long, it's time to get up and move around. I'll just treat it as a relief from boredom. Little Lon, what kind of treasure are you refining?" The lady boss hurriedly said, "Old man, what I want to refine this time is not an ordinary artifact, but a spirit array." Chapter 4156. There were many kinds of secret treasures, and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and the large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays, because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. "You want to make array treasures?" The lady boss nodded. "No problem, as long as you can gather the materials you need. This old man can't help you, but since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only 1 left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge?" The lady boss smiled. "Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure." Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. "You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl." The lady boss said, "Of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but..." She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while he nodded lightly. "Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future, this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes, you can't refuse." Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future." Heh, Master Troublemaker chuckled. "I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes." Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Yang Kai. The 3 of them walked under the furnace, as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the great Tao. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised, "Although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious." Heaven and earth furnace, Master Troublemaker's name as well as the heaven and earth furnace. The lady boss smiled. "Of course this is not the real heaven and earth furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace was created by heaven and earth and contains all kinds of things." "What kind of treasure is this?" Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real heaven and earth furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time Great Emperor's energy to create this mini heaven and earth furnace. But even so, this mini heaven and earth furnace can still display a trace of the real heaven and earth furnace's power. "Less than 100%, Master Troublemaker snorted coldly. "If my ancestors hadn't worked so hard for this heaven and earth furnace, how could they have been taken advantage of by thieves?" Listening to his words, it seemed that it was because of this mini heaven and earth furnace that this blessed land had declined, but that should be a long time ago. But thanks to this mini heaven and earth furnace, my ancestors were able to protect this blessed land. It's really the mini heaven and earth furnace that makes and destroys this blessed land." Saying so, Grandmaster Troublemaker threw a jade slip to Yang Kai and said proudly, "My sect has a total of 1035 kinds of array artifacts. Take a look and see which one you want." Yang Kai caught the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense, marveling at what he saw. The variety of array artifacts recorded in this jade slip dazzled Yang Kai's eyes. The names, functions, and types of array artifacts varied greatly. Just the information in this jade slip alone was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking of the divine Ding Heaven. Among the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, the divine Ding Heaven was also famous for refining artifacts. Yang Kai's magnetic divine gourd was refined by little fatty Su Zhan. Yang Kai didn't know which was stronger between the divine Ding Heaven and this blessed land. It was very difficult to choose a secret art or a defensive artifact from more than 1,000 kinds of array artifacts. Yang Kai looked at this and felt that it was good, then looked at that and also felt that it was good. For a moment it was difficult to choose. Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't urge him and just stood aside and waited silently. In the end, the lady boss couldn't stand it anymore and took the jade slip. After examining it, she said, "Heavenly Luo umbrella and heaven punishing sword." Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then it's these two." Grandmaster Troublemaker grinned meaningfully. "It will take a lot of resources to forge these two things." Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Please list the required resources, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Troublemaker nodded and took out another jade slip, sending his divine sense into it. After a while he threw it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took a look at it and frowned. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he didn't recognize many of them. He also didn't recognize many of the treasures he plundered from the great cosmological realm. This was a bit awkward. In other words, even if he had some kind of resource, he didn't know it. Helpless, Yang Kai could only ask the lady boss and cooperate with her to take out the required materials from his small sealed world one by one. At first, Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't care. But as Yang Kai took out more and more things, he couldn't help but be a little moved. "You also have this brilliant black platinum? And it's the size of a wash basin. TSK, demon sealing iron is almost extinct. This old man couldn't find it back then. Where did you find it?" "Emperor-grade paradise, this is a rare thing. This piece of Emperor-grade paradise is probably 10,000 years old, right?" Every time Yang Kai took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Yang Kai's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch, mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Yang Kai, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Yang Kai were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Yang Kai scratched his head and said, "There are still some things missing." He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, "Old man, do you have any of these things?" Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted, "What? Do you want to take advantage of this old man?" The lady boss smiled and said, "Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Yang Kai has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst he will suffer a loss." Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly. "That's more like it." At that moment, the two bartered with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Yang Kai suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, "Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future." The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life." Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yang Kai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the 7th grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, "Back away!" Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yang Kai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then a scene that stunned Yang Kai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yang Kai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. The heaven and earth refining method. The lady boss murmured, "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." The heaven and earth refining method? Young Kai was surprised. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Young Kai and the others were. Young Kai turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. If such a powerful attack were to hit him, this star would probably collapse immediately. With a bang, the beam of light fell, and the stars shook violently, but they did not shatter as Young Kai had expected. This was because the beam of light had directly blasted into the small universe furnace. In an instant, the patterns on the surface of the small universe furnace lit up one after another, and a blazing flame ignited inside. Young Kai was dumbfounded. He now understood why Grandmaster Troublemaker's refining method was called the Heaven and Earth Refining Method. The foundation of his refining method was to attract the sun's fire and draw upon the power of heaven and earth. Such an astonishing method was beyond his imagination. Chapter 4157. Looking from afar, one could see the Grandmaster throwing one priceless material after another into the small universal furnace while he constantly changed his hand seals. Below the small universal furnace, the light of the array formation flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. Refining an artifact was an extremely taxing and exhausting task, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Any carelessness could result in failure. Young Kai did not dabble much in the Tao of artifact refining, but he was proficient in alchemy. Although the two of them were from different territories, they had many similarities. Grandmaster Nuisance's heaven and earth tempering method was mysterious and extremely peculiar, making Young Kai unable to take his eyes off it. As more and more materials were thrown into the miniature universe furnace, more and more liquid-like liquid began to appear, and the impurities in the countless materials were quenched out by Grandmaster Nuisance through some special means. At a certain moment, the spirit arrays below the miniature universe furnace changed again, and Grandmaster Nuisance let out a roar, his inner world's aura filling the air. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Grandmaster Nuisance's thin body began to swell, turning from an old man on the verge of death into an indomitable giant about 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was red from the flames. His muscles bulged and he was filled with explosive power. The giant raised his hand, reached into the small universal furnace, and grabbed the liquid-like material out of the furnace. He placed it on a huge forging felt, and then he raised his hand again, grabbed a huge hammer from the side, and smashed it down with a loud bang. Asterisk guang guang guang. Asterisk every time the hammer smashed down, the stars trembled, and a deafening sound spread throughout the world of heaven and earth. Sparks flew everywhere, each of them possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, but the giant paid no attention to them, allowing them to splash onto his body. This hammering continued for a full 9 days, when the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished product into the miniature universe furnace, drawing in even more ferocious sun fire, and added more materials. Another 9 days later, the giant took out the semi-finished product and continued hammering it. Again and again with a 9-day cycle, the semi-finished product was constantly reincarnated between the small universe furnace and the forging felt. A huge longsword gradually took shape. Although it was only a half-finished product, Young Kai could still feel a terrifying power from the longsword. He was shocked. If this longsword was really completed, how terrifying would its power be? After 81 days, Grandmaster Troublemaker suddenly roared, "Get over here, boy!" The landlady had been waiting for this moment. She summoned her power and flew to Master Troublemaker's side with Young Kai. They stood at the foot of the giant, looking as tiny as ants. Blood! Grandmaster Troublemaker waved his sword and placed it in front of Young Kai. Young Kai looked at the giant sword that was several dozen meters long, and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, he knew that the artifact refinement should be at the final stage. Grandmaster Yang Kai had asked for his blood in order to leave his mark on the heaven-punishing sword. Once that was done, only he would be able to activate the heaven-punishing sword. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. Not daring to be careless, Yang Kai slashed his palm with his fingers. Blood flowed out. Yang Kai clenched his fist and placed it above the long sword. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the long sword. With a sizzling sound, the drops of blood did not immediately merge into the long sword. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the long sword. Master Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race? This time, even the lady boss looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The landlady did not know that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Mia Meng had warned Yang Kai not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Mia Meng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way, he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Yang Kai endless trouble, but it might also protect him at certain times. That was why Yang Kai had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. Ha ha ha. You are from the dragon race. Good. Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood. It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the long sword. That's enough. Master Troublemaker growled and threw the long sword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Yang Kai for the first time. Boy, you've hidden it well. The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Yang Kai came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Yang Kai had secretly condensed 4 kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. It's nothing to show off. Yang Kai smiled. I'll deal with you later. Yang Kai felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. At this moment, the small universal furnace was shaking violently, as if some peerless monster was about to rush out of the furnace. Along with the shaking, streaks of sword chi slashed out of the furnace. However, the small universal furnace was very mysterious. The heaven-destroying sword was suppressed inside and could not escape. Finally, at a certain point, all the commotion stopped. Haha, it's done. Master Troublemaker laughed and turned to Yang Kai. Get ready. This treasure was refined with your blood as the catalyst. Only you can collect it. Don't let it escape. Yang Kai nodded solemnly and secretly urged his power. Ready to go. In the next moment, as Master Troublemaker changed his spell, a golden light suddenly shot up from the small universal furnace. Yang Kai reacted quickly and reached out his hand to grab the golden light. With a buzzing sound, the void trembled. Yang Kai grasped a golden sword in his hand and it trembled violently. However, before Yang Kai could feel the power of this heaven-punishing sword, a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. His whole body was dragged along by the sword, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stop it. A voice came from afar. Lady Boss, save me. Lady Boss stood where she was and watched with her arms crossed. She sneered. In the blink of an eye, the heaven-destroying sword carried Yang Kai out of the stars and into the void. Yang Kai desperately tried to summon his power, but it was to no avail. He could feel that the heaven-destroying sword was closely related to him. However, this treasure had just been completed. Its aura was astonishing and its sharpness was unstoppable. Even though he was connected to it, he could not control it. Fortunately, this was the ruins of the prosperous land and was completely isolated from the outside world. He was not afraid of where it could run to. After a few days, the remaining energy in the heaven-punishing sword was gradually exhausted. Yang Kai stood in the void with cold sweat dripping down his forehead as he stared at the sword in his hand. Only now did he see the true face of the heaven-punishing sword. When the sword was forged, it was more than 100 feet long. However, when the sword was completed, it was no different from an ordinary sword. It could be seen that there was a secret hidden within the sword. The entire sword was golden in color, and it looked indescribably noble. Yang Kai picked up the sword and waved it a few times, gently drawing a white line across his arm. Immediately, a white mark was left on his arm. He was secretly speechless. This sword was really sharp. One had to know that he had a half-dragon body, so his defense was extremely strong. Even so, such a light cut had left a white mark. If he had used any more force, it was very likely he would have been injured. He wanted to test the power of the sword, but he could not activate it. He knew that the heaven-destroying sword was a formation treasure and activating it required an enormous amount of energy. However, he was only in the Emperor realm, so how could he activate it? Perhaps he could only use the 9 heavens formation to display the power of the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai was looking forward to it. The forging of the heaven-destroying sword could be said to be extremely fast. It had only taken him 3 months. It had to be known that for such a powerful secret treasure to appear from nothing, it would take a normal weapon refinement grandmaster several years or even longer to refine. However, in the hands of the troublesome weapon refinement grandmaster, it did not take 100 days. It seemed that this was also the work of the heaven-earth tempering technique. In this vast universe, secret treasures were also divided into grades. For example, the grades of the heaven-opening realm ranged from grade 1 to grade 9. This kind of secret treasure could not be used by those below the heaven-opening realm, because it required the might of the world to activate the secret treasure. Even if someone from the Emperor realm obtained it, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Any one of the stars or the spirit state could be regarded as a small universe. It naturally nurtured the might of the world and set up the 9 heavens formation in the void. This 9 heavens formation could mobilize the might of the world in the void to support the heaven-destroying sword, allowing it to display its power. Yang Kai also had a way to forcibly activate the heaven-destroying sword, and that was to draw the might of the small sealed world. However, this would reduce the foundation of the small sealed world, which was extremely disadvantageous to it. Although the small sealed world was not very useful in the 3000 worlds, Yang Kai always had an idea in his mind. When the time came, he would need to use the small sealed world. If this idea could be realized, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Chapter 4158. Yang Kai had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Yang Kai was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Yang Kai returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tian Luo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tian Luo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With one offensive and one defensive, the 9 heavens formation complemented each other. With these 2 secret treasures, the 9 heavens formation of the Voidland finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil. But now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tian Luo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment Sword had cost the lady boss a chance in Yang Kai's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Yang Kai didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact refining grandmaster. The process of forging the Tian Luo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment Sword. Took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tianluo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Yang Kai let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tianluo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment Sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the 2 secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging 2 Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The lady boss took Yang Kai and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Void Land in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai and the lady boss left. During this time, the changes in the void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the 9 Heavens Array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. When he learned that Yang Kai had obtained 2 6th-grade formation treasures, he threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar, "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the 9 heavens for you." Yang Kai was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the 9 Heavens Array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other Array Dao Grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Void Land. They were thousands of people brought by Yu He from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Void Land was still in full swing. In the central hall of the Earth Spiritual Land, Yu He reported to Yang Kai about their efforts during this period of time with a worried face. "Young master, the cost of arranging the 9 Heavens Array is too great. Should we discuss with Great Master Wuliang to modify the array?" Yu He was in charge of the finances of the entire Void Land. Seeing a huge amount of materials being consumed every day really made her heart ache. Although Yang Kai had made a huge fortune in the great cosmological realm and obtained the secret treasury left behind by Su Huang, he still could not bear such consumption. Now that the 9 Heavens Array was only half arranged, more than 30% of the resources obtained from the great cosmological realm had been consumed. If the 9 Heavens Array was really arranged completely, Yang Kai's wealth would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he had spent a lot of resources refining the Heaven-Destroying Sword and Heavenly Luo Umbrella, and these 2 formation treasures were also to be used in the 9 Heavens Array. The 9 Heavens Array almost emptied Yang Kai's pockets. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Let's do it according to the original agreement. When he agreed to Great Master Wuliang's request, Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by such a consumption. The more effort he put in, the greater the harvest. The Void Land was the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he be careless? If the resources were consumed, there would always be a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if there was a day when a strong enemy attacked and the Void Land could not defend itself, it would be too late for regrets. In addition to what the lady boss had told him before, it made him even more determined to arrange the 9 Heavens Array. If he wanted to directly reach the high-grade opening Heavens Array, there would be many dangers and obstacles. Perhaps he would be suppressed by the many blessed and heavenly abodes one after another. At that time, the Void Land would be his capital to contend with these blessed and heavenly abodes. Satisfy whatever Great Master Wuliang wants. If he lacks any resources, send people out to buy them in advance. Don't we still have more than 3 billion opening heaven pills? More than 3 billion opening heaven pills was an extremely terrifying number, and almost half of them were obtained by Yang Kai from the space ring of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This guy had been in charge of Sword Pavilion for countless years and had accumulated more than half of his wealth, but all of it had been given to Yang Kai. There were also the tens of thousands of space rings of Sword Pavilion, which contained many opening heaven pills. Qi Xing had been the dominant figure in the Great Expanse boundary for many years. So there were large transactions taking place in the star market at all times. With each transaction, Qixing would take some of the fees. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains make a tower. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. Yuhi said, "We've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them." Yang Kai nodded, "That's good. There's no need to be afraid of paying." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the lady boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, "Lady boss, are you looking for me?" The lady boss smiled, "I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you." "Leaving?" Yang Kai's expression changed, "Where are you going?" The lady boss smiled, "Back to the first inn. Where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn, and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me." Yang Kai curled his lips. "There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady boss, you can resign. Come back to the Voidland and you can do whatever you want." He really didn't want the lady boss to leave. Not to mention that the lady boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Voidland, and they were in need of manpower. The lady boss was at the 6th stage, and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the Voidland. The lady boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. "What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please?" Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. "Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn." The lady boss sneered. "What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things." The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The lady boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time, Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the lady boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good, and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The lady boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first inn, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first inn's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first inn? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first inn because he didn't have much to do with it, but the same couldn't be said for the lady boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first inn's Madame Lan. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the lady boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble lady boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th-grade resources inside. Exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all 3 of them had condensed 5th-grade strength. Lao Bai's progress was faster, and he was the first to reach 5th grade, splitting the heavens, while the cook and the bookkeeper were slightly slower, but they were still only 1 or 2 levels away. Yang Kai already knew about this before, so it wasn't troublesome to prepare. He still had some 5th-grade materials on hand, so giving away a few sets wasn't a big deal. "You can be considered a rich man now, so I won't refuse you. When they break through to splitting the heavens, I'll have them come over to thank you themselves," the lady boss said as she put away the space ring. The lady boss was a decisive person, leaving as soon as she said she would. Yang Kai and Yuhi sent them all the way out of the void and watched them use their universe escape technique to disappear before turning around and returning. Looking at each other, they all felt a little empty. The void was still bustling with activity. Every day, large amounts of resources were poured into the Great Array. Chan Tianfei and Lu Shui were almost unable to settle down, because there were many resources that they needed to go out to buy. Every time they returned to the void for a few days, they would have to go out again. In the current void, there weren't many masters who could stand on the stage. At the very most, there were only Yu He, Lu Xue, and Qian Tianfei. Zhu Juyin couldn't be relied on now, as he was still recovering his source. As for Yu He, because she controlled the Great Array Jade Slit Ring and the financial power of the void, she had to stay in the void. It was a pity that Qian Tianfei and Lu Xue, 2 fourth grades splitting the heavens, were actually reduced to running errands. Chapter 4159. Everything was on the right track, and all that was left was to wait. It was time to return to the astral plane. As long as the hidden dangers of the astral plane were not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. Calculating the time, it had been about 15 years since he left the astral plane. Before he left, the astral plane was not very stable, and the laws of the world were severely damaged. Although he and the other great emperors had thought of some ways to delay the collapse of the astral plane, in the end, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. After such a long time, he did not know how the situation was in the astral plane. In any case, there was not much difference whether he was there or not in the construction of the void. He only needed Yu He to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang. And by the time he returned from the astral plane, the 9 heavens array here would have been set up, and it was about time. With a decision in mind, he immediately summoned Yu He and quietly told her about this matter. Yu He did not stop him and only said, "Young master, you can go if you want, but you have to bring Qian Tianfei or Lu Xue. With one of them protecting you, I will feel more at ease." In the end, Yang Kai was still in the Emperor realm. Traversing through the 3,000 worlds would definitely be dangerous. If he had a 4th rank splitter to protect him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need. The void is currently lacking manpower. A Fei and Lu Xue are both very important talents. With them around, the progress here will be faster. I'm only going to deal with some personal matters, so there's no need for them." Yu He naturally did not agree. She immediately suggested that it was fine to not bring Qian Tianfei and Lu Xue, but to bring herself along. This was even more impossible. She still had to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang to set up the array. Anyone could go, but she could not. The two argued for a long time, but Yu He did not give in at all. She was not at ease with Yang Kai leaving alone, so Yang Kai could only nod in agreement. Yu He decided to let Lu Xue follow Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman and was more meticulous. If she followed Yang Kai, it would be easier to take care of him. "Let Guozian come along too," Yu He said. Yang Kai laughed. "He's a 2nd rank splitter, why would he follow me?" In any case, Lu Xue was at the 4th rank, so she could still be of some use in dangerous situations. Guozian's 2nd rank splitter seemed a little weak. Yu He snorted and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you bring Lu Xue, you have to bring Guozian." Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly reacted. He could only nod and say, "Okay, then the 2 of them." He sighed inwardly. The Void Realm was in dire need of people, and taking away 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators was something he should not have done. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not dissuade Yu He, so he could only agree. Before leaving, Yang Kai took out a colorful fruit and handed it to Yu He. Yu He received the fruit and her brows furrowed slightly. This is... She could sense an extremely rich world force from the fruit. World fruit. Yu He's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she cried out involuntarily. This is the world fruit. In any case, she was a 5th stage heaven splitter, so she had obviously heard of the world fruit. However, wasn't this kind of divine object supposed to only exist in legends? She had never imagined that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes and hold it in her hands. This is a medium rank world fruit. After I leave, find some time to refine it. It'll be of great benefit to you, Yang Kai instructed. He had a total of 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were medium rank. A medium rank world fruit was undoubtedly most suitable for a 5th stage heaven splitter. After consuming it and refining its medicinal effects, one could directly advance to the 6th stage. A 4th stage and 3rd stage heaven splitter could also be consumed, but the benefits would be much smaller. As for a 6th stage heaven splitter, even consuming it would have no effect. This is something you obtained from the land of ancients? Yu He asked in surprise. She was well aware of what Yang Kai had obtained in the Great Void Realm, but she had never heard of Yang Kai obtaining a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had obtained it from the land of ancients. Yang Kai nodded. Young master, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it. He pushed the world fruit back. Yang Kai said, if I tell you to use it, then just use it. I have plenty of these things on hand. Liar. Yuhi curled her lips. Although I've never seen a world fruit before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a world fruit from the world fruit tree. Why are there so many? As she spoke, Yuhi stared at Yang Kai's palm in surprise. There were several more world fruits there. Yang Kai chuckled. Do you believe me now? Your cultivation will also be helpful to the land of void. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are low rank and not very valuable. If they were all medium rank, I would be able to produce a batch of medium rank heaven splitters. Yuhi asked curiously, how can low rank world fruits be worthless? Yang Kai said, low rank heaven splitters can only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters. How valuable is that? Yuhi laughed. Young master, you're wrong to think that way. Low rank world fruits can indeed only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters, but they can increase his growth limit. This kind of good thing can't be bought with money. What do you mean? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yuhi raised the medium-rank world fruit in her hand and said, take me as an example. I've reached the 5th stage heaven splitters, so my limit will be the 7th stage. If I take too many heaven splitters, they won't have any effect on me. However, if I take this world fruit, I can advance to the 6th stage, and my limit will be the 8th stage. You can calculate it like that? Yang Kai was surprised. Low-rank world fruits can help a low-rank heaven splitters advance by a single stage. That alone isn't very valuable, but increasing the limit by a single stage is something that many people dream of. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood. It turned out that he had underestimated the value of low-rank world fruits all this time. He had thought that the dozen or so fruits in his hand were of little value. But now, it seemed that those dozen or so fruits were also treasures. This made him overjoyed. He felt like he had just picked up a large sum of money. Clutching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pursed her lips and said, I'll accept this fruit. Thank you, young master. She hadn't known that Yang Kai had even more world fruits, so she couldn't bear to take such a precious thing. Now that she knew, she didn't refuse. Just as Yang Kai had said, her advancement to the 6th stage would bring great benefits to the entire void. She herself had been accumulating heaven splitters for hundreds of years. Once she advanced to the 6th stage, this accumulation would settle down again. At that time, she wouldn't be far from reaching the 7th stage. The 7th stage was a high-rank heaven splitters. After arranging everything, Yang Kai called Lu Shui and Guizian over and soared into the sky. Outside the void, Lu Shui took out a pinwheel-shaped artifact. The three of them walked into it. Under Lu Shui's control, the pinwheel-shaped artifact turned into a streak of light and swept through the void. The 3,000 realms were vast. Large territory after territory bordered each other. Yang Kai actually didn't know where the star boundary was. He had bought a universe map in the star market and had been studying the location of the star boundary since then. Although he couldn't be sure, there were 3 possible places. He could only search one place at a time. Yang Kai secretly prayed that one of the 3 places was correct. If all 3 were wrong, then he really didn't know what to do. Calculating the distance, the star boundary shouldn't be too far from the void. Not long after he and Zhang Ruoxi came out of the star boundary, they encountered a 1,000-jointed insect. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed insect, the 2 of them separated. Yang Kai fell into a large territory, and it was there that he was lured into entering the Qiqiao land by Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai. He led the way in the pinwheel-shaped artifact while Lu Shui sped along. Passing through one large territory after another, they encountered some dangers along the way. They were chased and intercepted by some star beasts. The 3 of them avoided them if they could, but if they couldn't, they could only fight. After 2 to 3 months, the 3 of them entered a large territory. Lu Shui's voice came, Master, we've arrived. This large territory was the first destination of Yang Kai's trip. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the pinwheel-shaped artifact and looked around expectantly. He didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged. After all, a large territory was too vast. The star boundary might be hidden in some corner of this large territory, so it was normal that he couldn't find it. Moreover, he came from the star boundary and was recognized by the star boundary as one of the great emperors of the void. If the star boundary was really in this large territory, as long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they should be able to sense each other. Ordering Lu Shui to continue searching in this large territory, Yang Kai kept perceiving his surroundings. After a month, Yang Kai sighed. Let's go to the next place. The star boundary wasn't in this large territory. In this 1 month, he had practically run all over this large territory, but he didn't find anything. Lu Shui nodded and followed Yang Kai's directions to the next destination. Time passed by quickly. More than 10 days later, somewhere in the void, the dust of a great battle fell to the ground. Lu Shui panted, her chest rising and falling. There was a huge wound on Guizian's waist that almost cut him in half. Although Yang Kai looked unharmed, his face was pale. He coughed lightly, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wandering in the void, they would encounter all kinds of dangers from time to time. This time, the 3 of them were really unlucky. They encountered a group of more than 10 star flamefuls. For some reason, this group of star beasts chased after the 3 of them. They couldn't get rid of them at all. Helpless, the 3 of them could only fight a battle. The group of star beasts was exterminated, and the 3 of them were injured to varying degrees. Even Lu Shui's pinwheel-shaped artifact was damaged. But they didn't succeed. Yang Kai was filled with resentment. Master, we need to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace to recuperate, Lu Shui said as she flicked the blood off her icy water sword. Yang Kai nodded, then let's go. In their current state, it wasn't suitable for the 3 of them to continue forward. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, there was a heavenly palace in this large territory, so they could make a trip there to recuperate. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Lu Shui's artifact. Without it, the 3 of them would have to expend too much energy traveling through the void. Chapter 4160. Yang Kai had never been to the Heavenly Temple in this large territory before, but Lu Shui had been here before. According to her, before she joined Crimson Star, she had once roamed the world with her sword. She had lived a wandering life for more than 100 years. In that 100 years, she had traveled to many large regions and left her mark in many heavenly temples. This made things much more convenient. Yang Kai and Guizian entered the 6 Unity Wish Pouch while Lu Shui used the Heaven and Earth Escape technique to arrive at the Heavenly Temple in a flash. The Heavenly Temple was different from the Star Market. The latter was mainly used to facilitate cultivator trade and communication, while the former had a very strong strategic value. This was also why the Heavenly Temple was firmly controlled by the various blessed and heavenly temples. However, the Heavenly Temple also had some Star Market functions. A traveling cultivator could rest here and replenish their needs, but the price was generally higher. Moreover, the variety of goods here was not as complete, far inferior to the various Star Markets. Arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Lu Shui let Yang Kai and Guizian out. The 3 of them immediately found an inn and settled down, preparing to rest for a few days before continuing on their journey. At the same time, in a certain shop in the Heavenly Temple, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face was bargaining with the shop owner. The 2 seemed to be familiar with each other and should have made several transactions before, so even though he was bargaining, he did not show the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was neither too fast nor too slow. The shop owner was certain that the middle-aged man in front of him was in urgent need of his goods, and was not afraid that he would lower the price, so he dealt with him calmly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and let out a soft cry of surprise before turning his head in a certain direction. The shop owner glanced at him and chuckled, "Hey, it's not that this one wants to make a profit from you, but the cost price of these things is right here. If I follow your price, I will suffer a loss. You and I have known each other for over 100 years. When have you ever seen me outbid you in terms of price? I really haven't made much from our transactions." The middle-aged man called Hey. He had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head and nodded. "Let's do it according to your price." The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't think that Black River would agree so readily. After all, the value of the goods this time wasn't cheap. and there was still room for negotiation. He was prepared to have a proper confrontation with Black River, but who would have thought that Black River would agree before he even used his full strength? However, this was also what he had hoped for. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Black River, you're a straightforward person. Wait a moment, I'll bring it over." As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the storeroom. Not long after, Yang Kai returned with a space ring. Both sides checked it, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was complete. He did not linger and directly left the shop. He turned left and right in the Universal Palace and soon arrived in front of an inn. He raised his head and looked at it for a moment before slowly walking in. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's trio booked a room, but before they could settle in, Lu Shui hurriedly left. She had to find someone to help repair her wind chariot artifact. After all, she still had to rely on this artifact to travel between the various large territories. If she lost it, the consumption would be too great. Kai Yang and Guizian remained in the room to meditate and adjust their breathing. A few days later, everyone's injuries had almost completely healed. Lu Shui's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although Yang Kai was anxious to return to the star boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this Universal Palace, Yang Kai naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, Yang Kai led Guizian and Lu Shui out of the inn and towards the central spirit array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the Universal Palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven-opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven-opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one Universal Palace. Every Universal Palace would cost 10,000 heaven-opening pills, so the cost was not small. Yang Kai had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven-opening pills on the Universal Palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different Universal Palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the Universal Palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a Universal Palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the space spirit bead was inferior. The space spirit bead's sensing range was also limited. Yang Kai had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the Universal Palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Yang Kai had seen a 7th-stage heaven-opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life-or-death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing and pressure was another. The further one was from the Universal Palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivators had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the Universal Palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichiliacosm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven-opening pills, Yang Kai and Guizian left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Yang Kai led the two of them around. It was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there were not many shops here, and the goods were not complete. Moreover, the prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he walked in. Returning to the star boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others, he had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Yang Kai saw Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, Shanqing Luo, Shui Yu Ru Meng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Ji Yao. In addition, there was also Mo Shaoqi, Lin Yun and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Yang Kai did not lack heaven-opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 heaven spirit array cost a lot, and he was willing to pay for it, so what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Yang Kai was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Yang Kai walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon Yang Kai took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yan's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yan and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Yang Kai planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Yang Kai did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Yang Kai and nodded. "Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man said, "What a coincidence, this king has also taken a fancy to this thing. Would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours. There's no need to part with it," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Many thanks," the middle-aged man laughed. "Little brother is a forthright person. How should I address you? We've just met by chance, why bother asking?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Yang Kai's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon Yang Kai bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Yang Kai put everything into his space ring and led Lu Shui and Guizian out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. It was the man who had snatched the phoenix hairpin from him. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise and asked, "Is this sir waiting for me?" The middle-aged man nodded, "Indeed. What is the matter?" Yang Kai asked curiously. The man said, "This king feels very apologetic for snatching one of your jewelry, so I would like to set up a banquet to apologize to little brother. I wonder if little brother would accept?" Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. "Sir is too serious. That phoenix hairpin was obtained by you first, so it's naturally yours. As for the banquet, there's no need, I have other important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he cupped his fists and led Lu Shui and Guizian away. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the middle-aged man didn't insist and simply watched him leave with a smile. A moment later, Yang Kai returned to the inn and entered his room. Lu Shui said, "Master, I'm afraid that man doesn't have good intentions." Guizian nodded, "I feel the same way. This man's face is filled with malice. It's said that one's appearance is born from one's heart, so I'm afraid he's not a good person." Yang Kai asked, "Do you know that man?" Both of them shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen him before. Chapter 4161. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless cultivators. Lu Shui had traveled extensively for many years, and although she was quite knowledgeable, how could she recognize someone she had never met before? Guizian was even more so. He was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so his knowledge was limited. "But master, that person is at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter," Lu Shui said. Although the middle-aged man did not release any aura, making it impossible to accurately judge his cultivation, Lu Shui still felt some pressure in front of him. Lu Shui herself was a 4th-stage heaven splitter, so someone who could make her feel pressure was at least a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. With Lu Shui and Guizian's strength, it was impossible to contend with a 5th-stage heaven splitter. If this person really wanted to harm them, it would be quite troublesome. And this was only the most conservative estimate. If this person was a 6th-stage heaven splitter, it would be even more troublesome. Although the chances aren't high, we can't not guard against this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quietly sending a message to Lu Shui and Guizian. The two immediately nodded and left. Half a month later, Lu Shui retrieved her windmill artifact, but she was not in a hurry to set off. After another 2 months, the three of them left the inn and set off. A few days later, a huge territory gate appeared in front of them, and the windmill rushed in and soon disappeared. Less than an hour after Yang Kai's group of 3 entered the territory gate, a stream of light suddenly flew over from the distance and landed in front of the territory gate. This person was the middle-aged man with the gloomy expression that Yang Kai had occasionally seen in the Universal Temple. Staring at the territory gate, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Did you go in? Humph, you won't be able to escape from this king's palm." Saying so, he plunged into the territory gate, his world force fluctuating and turning into a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the territory gate. Passing through the territory gate was risky. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the mid-grade of split the heavens could pass through it with their physical body without the help of any external objects. Below the mid-grade of split the heavens, if one didn't use any secret treasures or secret arts, it was very likely that they would be crushed to death. The pressure in the territory gate was terrifying. However, even though the middle-aged man had a 5th-stage heaven splitter cultivation base, when passing through the territory gate, his soul was shaken and he felt slightly dizzy. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so he didn't panic. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't use any artifacts. Soon, the middle-aged man's vision blurred and he knew he had arrived at another large territory. However, before he could stabilize himself, a sword light suddenly slashed at him from the side. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. In a split second, he realized that he had been ambushed, and the person who had attacked him was not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Who would ambush him here? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was like a maggot that stuck to his bones. Normally, with his background, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist such an attack. After all, his strength wasn't weak, but the moment he passed through the territory gate, his soul and Dao Seal were both shaken, reducing his strength by at least 30%. The sword light directly tore through the protective barrier around his body and slashed at him. His clothes were torn and blood splashed as a foot-long wound immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's chest. His flesh was torn and his bones were exposed. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken the opportunity to retreat and delay for a while, allowing him to display a defensive secret technique, this sword light would have taken half his life. Even so, at this moment he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The wound was filled with sword intent, and he had to divert his attention to suppress it to prevent it from worsening. At this moment, another figure appeared from the side, holding a giant shield covered in dragon patterns, and slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was knocked back, a tremendous force sweeping across his body, causing him to tumble and spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword light flashed again, turning into a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered him, each one threatening to take his life. However, after a while, the middle-aged man somewhat recovered and with a roar, he raised his hand and summoned a shovel-like artifact. Urging his world force, he shoveled left and right, shattering the sword light. In the end, he was still a veteran 5th-order heaven splitter. Although he had suffered a big loss from this sneak attack, after stabilizing his footing, he immediately displayed his powerful background. The other person holding the giant shield covered in dragon patterns attacked again, raising his shield high and smashing it down fiercely. The middle-aged man flew into a rage. A trivial 3rd-order dares act presumptuously in front of this king. Although he didn't see who had attacked him at this moment under his divine sense, he could perceive that he was fighting a 5th-order and a 3rd-order heaven splitter. The 5th-order heaven splitter had the same cultivation as him, causing him to be wary, But this third-order heaven splitter also dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, causing him to be furious. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A long whip-like artifact appeared in his hand. The sound of a river surging could be heard from the whip. The power of water was abundant. This artifact was refined from a large river. The black river whip lashed through the air and smashed into the giant shield. The giant shield groaned as it couldn't bear the weight. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, and the owner of the giant shield was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body kept tumbling in the void as blood flowed out of his mouth. A third-order heaven splitter against a fifth-order heaven splitter was just too difficult. If it weren't for the giant shield itself being a good defensive artifact, this blow would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, although he wasn't in any danger of losing his life, under the enemy's attack, his Dao seal was constantly vibrating and he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shattered sword light once again bloomed with a strange brilliance, leaving behind a series of sword scars on the middle-aged man's body. Blood splashed out as the middle-aged man panicked. One wrong step had led to many wrong steps. He had been sneak attacked while crossing through territory, causing him to completely lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantageous position. Who was it that had actually ambushed him here? Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. The middle-aged man looked around and soon saw a figure standing not far away, quietly watching. His eyes couldn't help shrinking as he cried out, "It's you!" This person was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he revealed a sarcastic smile. "Black River, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai call out his name and was even more shocked and angered. "How do you know this king's origins?" Yang Kai sneered. "It's not like you don't know anyone in World Temple. It's not like they don't know you." After returning from the jewelry store that day, Yang Kai had asked Lu Shui and Guizian to inquire about him. Both of them were experienced cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to obtain some information without batting an eyelid. The truth they obtained stunned Yang Kai. The guy who wanted to set up a banquet and apologize was actually Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River before, but the name Black River made him vigilant. If he was not mistaken, there might be some grievances between him and Heavenly Monarch Black River, and the source of this grievance was Fong Tai, whom he met in the Seven Openings Earth Fire Spirit Land. Fong Tai was a servant in the Fire Spirit Land and had been lured in by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. This guy claimed to be from Black River boundary and had a token left to him by his ancestors. He had escaped the shackles of World Temple and came to the 3,000 worlds, so he naturally wanted to rely on the token to find his family's elders and obtain their protection. However, he had coincidentally entered the Seven Openings Earth and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Duan Hai had obviously heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name. He had lured a descendant of the Heavenly Monarch to become a servant. If news of this spread, Heavenly Monarch Black River would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid future troubles, he planned to let Fong Tai escape from the Seven Openings Earth, and then ordered Yang Kai to chase after him. Yang Kai still remembered that there were two lower-rank heaven splitters accompanying him at that time. They found traces of Fong Tai in a Qianquan world, and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, killing him with his spear. It was also at that time that Yang Kai encountered Su Huang, which led to the chaos in the Seven Openings Earth. Su Huang was a fifth-rank heaven splitter. When Yang Kai killed Fong Tai, he was hiding at the side and saw everything clearly. He sensed some inside information and told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Fong Tai's body. Whoever killed him would leave behind a hidden brand. Unless Yang Kai advanced to Heaven Splitter, this brand could not be removed. The biggest use of this brand was to identify the murderer. If he encountered the owner of this brand in the future, he would be immediately detected. All this time, Yang Kai had not taken this matter to heart. After all, the universe was so big. How could he coincidentally encounter the owner of this brand? But who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? When Yang Kai learned of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name, he immediately reacted. Fong Tai came from the Black River realm, and that guy was Heavenly Monarch Black River. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Fong Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Fong Tai would be exposed. This heavenly monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kai Yang not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these 3 people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the 2 people beside Yang Kai. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Yang Kai himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Chapter 4162. Heavenly Monarch Black River was only at the 5th rank, while that woman's cultivation was no different from his. Furthermore, he was ambushed, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. This junior was so cunning that she actually had her subordinates conceal their auras and trap him. Heavenly Monarch Black River was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought that Lu Shui and Guizian had used some sort of secret technique to restrain their auras, but things weren't as he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Shui had truly been a 4th stage heaven-opening cultivator, and Guizian had truly been a 2nd stage heaven-opening cultivator. The reason for such obvious changes in such a short period of time was all because of the world fruit. Lu Shui and Guizian's intelligence on Heavenly Monarch Black River gave Yang Kai a headache. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the difference in true battle prowess was like heaven and earth. Lu Shui was completely unable to fight against Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai could not hide in the Universal Palace forever. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Shui increase her own grade. However, advancing to the heaven-opening realm was extremely difficult. It usually required a long period of accumulation and consolidation. How could Yang Kai afford to wait? Fortunately, he had the world fruit. Of the 3 mid-rank world fruits, he had given 1 to Yuhi before leaving, so he still had 2 left. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai could not care less. He immediately took out another one and gave it to Lu Shui to refine. Guizian also obtained a low-rank world fruit. The 2 months spent in the Universal Palace was the time that Lu Shui and Guizian spent refining the world fruit. The world fruit was indeed a legendary existence. With the help of this divine object, the 2 of them advanced, resulting in the current situation. However, although Lu Shui had advanced to the 5th rank, she was definitely not Black River's match in a one-on-one battle. After all, Lu Shui had just advanced, so her foundation was not stable. She still needed a long time to consolidate her strength before she could truly unleash her full strength. On the other hand, Black River was a veteran 5th rank. Whether it was the foundation of the little universe in his body or the world force in his body, he was not something Lu Shui, a newcomer, could compare to. There was a clear difference in strength between heaven-opening realm cultivators of the same rank. However, Lu Shui still had the ability to fight with him. The effect of the ambush was immediate. In the void, the battle continued. Lu Shui's long sword danced in an airtight manner, doing her best to maintain the advantage she had obtained with great difficulty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Guizian, he immediately turned back after being sent flying. In a battle between 2 5th stage heavenly splitters, his role as a newly ascended 3rd stage heavenly splitter was limited. However, he could still divert Black River's attention a little, and the price he had to pay was suffering heavy injuries again and again. In the end, Black River's foundation was stronger. After fighting for a long time, he slowly stabilized his footing and soon found a turning point. His fight with Lu Shui made him realize that his opponent was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This fifth stage heaven-opening woman's true strength was somewhat lacking compared to his own. If he fought with his life on the line, she would definitely not be his opponent. However, Black River pretended not to notice. He roared furiously as he retreated in defeat. He looked like he was no match for Black River. Lu Shui became more and more unforgiving. The power of a fifth stage heavenly splitter made her infatuated. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the fifth stage on her own. But now a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the first stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the sixth stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage heavenly splitter. But now her limit was the seventh stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage heavenly splitter in her lifetime. This made Lu Shui feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Yang Kai's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed, and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Lu Shui grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Lu Shui's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a fifth stage heavenly splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Lu Shui suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Lu Shui was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Lu Shui's body. With a muffled groan, Lu Shui felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Yang Kai. She had fallen into his trap. Lu Shui grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? He clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Yang Kai. Yang Kai's group of 3 had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Lu Shui, but as long as he captured Yang Kai, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Yang Kai in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Lu Shui was immersed in the power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter, and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Lu Shui gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella soared. This move was Lu Shui's trump card. She would not use it under normal circumstances because it consumed too much energy. Now that Yang Kai's life was on the line, she blamed herself and did not care too much. An illusory sword light slashed out from her glabella. It was neither magnificent nor majestic. It was silent and full of hidden killing intent. The sword light left her body and slashed toward Lord of Heaven Black River's back. At the same time, Yang Kai looked terrified. He opened his eyes wide and staggered backward. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be so polite to you." His threatening words made Lord of Heaven Black River laugh. "Junior, you dare to kill my descendant. Today I will make you beg for death." He reached out to grab Yang Kai. With one grab, heaven and earth were sealed. Even the void was completely suppressed. The power of the fifth stage heavenly splitter was evident. It was not that Lord of Heaven Black River did not notice the glabella sword coming at him from behind. However, he was confident that he could capture Yang Kai first and then avoid this terrifying attack. Time seemed to stop. Lu Shui, who had slashed out with the glabella sword, chased after him with a pale face. Not far away, Guazian also roared and charged over with his shield, disregarding his own safety. Although the two were anxious to save Yang Kai, how could they be faster than Lord of Heaven Black River? Who had premeditated this? Seeing that the big hand was about to capture Yang Kai suddenly grinned at Lord of Heaven Black River. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the gourd vine. The vine shook and pierced through the 7 small gourds. The power of yin yang and 5 elements immediately formed a miraculous cycle. The aura of the world's power spread out. Yang Kai did not hesitate and lashed his whip at Lord of Heaven Black River. 5th stage Heavenly Splitter? Lord of Heaven Black River's sinister smile turned into astonishment. He actually felt the aura of the 5th stage Heavenly Splitter from this whip. He could not help but have a huge question in his mind. Could it be that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He seemed to be from the Emperor realm but was actually a 5th stage Heavenly Splitter? His moment of astonishment and hesitation caused him to miss a good opportunity. The gourd vine swept over and shattered Lord of Heaven Black River's big hand. Lord of Heaven Black River was shocked and hurriedly summoned his Lord of Heaven Black River whip to block. The 2 whips collided and a violent energy shockwave spread out. On the gourd vine, the 7 small gourds rolled into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Yang Kai himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although he could activate the might of the gourd vine, this thing could only catch his opponent off guard and could not fight for a long time. His opponent was a genuine 5th stage Heavenly Splitter. After a short confrontation, he immediately suffered a great loss. He felt his internal organs tumble and countless bones break. He was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. But this was enough. Although the gourd vine could only attack once in a short time, it still managed to block Lord of Heaven Black River and send him flying. Chi. With a loud sound, Lord of Heaven Black River's face twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Lu Shue's heart's brow sword had cut into his back, immediately tearing open a foot-long wound. Through this wound, one could almost see his broken internal organs. If it weren't for Yang Kai's unexpected actions, he could have captured Yang Kai and then escaped from the heart's brow sword. But that moment of delay had caused him to miss a good opportunity, allowing Lu Shue's attack to succeed. The heart's brow sword was Lu Shue's trump card and possessed terrifying power. After taking this blow, Lord of Heaven Black River's aura quickly withered. Junior, you treacherous bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lord of Heaven Black River roared and turned around to flee. He was seriously injured so he didn't dare to stay any longer. All he wanted to do was to find a place to heal his wounds. Acting like this was extremely decisive because he also knew that in his current state, there was nothing he could do to Yang Kai. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to take things slowly. But how could Yang Kai let him retreat? Seeing Lord of Heaven Black River fly away, Yang Kai immediately called out to Lu Shue, "Quick, chase after him." Lu Shue obeyed and immediately tossed out her wind chariot artifact. The 3 of them rushed inside and chased after Lord of Heaven Black River. Inside the wind chariot, Lu Shue wore a look of lingering fear. Just now, because of her carelessness, Yang Kai had almost died. If it weren't for Yang Kai's life-saving ability at the last moment, he would have been captured. Her self-blame made her angry, so she spared no effort in her pursuit, not caring about her own injuries. Coupled with the fact that Lord of Heaven Black River was seriously injured, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Yang Kai seemed to see through Lu Shue's thoughts and comforted her before sitting down cross-legged with Guizian and taking out pills to refine. Although all 3 of them had been injured in this battle, Lord of Heaven Black River had not fared well either. This was after Lu Shue's grade had been raised. If it were before, facing a 5th stage splitting the heavens like Lord of Heaven Black River, he would not have been able to resist. Chapter 4163. The current situation was in Yang Kai's favor. Black River was alone. He had to run and heal. As long as they kept him occupied and didn't give him the time to heal, he would exhaust his strength sooner or later. At that time, Black River would be at his mercy. Black River clearly realized this and desperately tried to shake off his pursuers. However, he was heavily injured. How could he succeed so easily? As the 2 parties fled, they crossed more than half of the territory. As they pursued, Lu Shue constantly attacked, slashing out one shocking sword ray after another. Although she couldn't do anything to Black River due to the distance, He was scared out of his wits. He simply didn't have the time to stop and heal. Junior, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At worst, this king will perish together with you. Black River shouted angrily. Yongkai stood in the windmill and sneered, unmoved. The more Black River acted like this, the more it showed that he was at the end of his road. Otherwise, how could a fifth-grade heaven splitter shout such words? Several days later, the windmill circled around a Chinkuan world and suddenly lost track of Black River. The three of them lowered their heads and looked at the Chinkuan world below. This world was similar to the star boundary. There were many such Chinkuan worlds in the 3,000 worlds. Black River's sudden disappearance undoubtedly meant that he had escaped into this world. It had to be said that this was a wise choice. Merging into this Chinkuan world, as long as he restrained his aura, he would be like a drop of water merging into the sea. Without special methods, it would be impossible to find him. What Kai Yang and the others lacked was this kind of method. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Go down. This time, if he didn't take the opportunity to deal with Black River, he would definitely be entangled with him in the future. If Black River ran to the star boundary with him, then it would be troublesome. Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill towards the Chinkuan world. Every universe world had a layer of invisible barrier. This layer of barrier not only protected the martial artists of this world, but also restrained them. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they break free from this layer of restraint and go to the world outside the Chinkuan world. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of restrictions. This kind of restraint was naturally nothing to Lu Shui, and she easily broke through it. After putting away the windmill, the three of them looked around, but there was no trace of Dark River. That guy had long since run off to hide somewhere. However, this was also within Yang Kai's expectations. If it were him, he would have done the same. Snorting coldly, Yang Kai growled, "Where are the great emperors of this world? Hurry up and pay your respects." There wasn't much difference between this realm and the star realm, and the laws of heaven and earth were also about the same standard. Thus, there were definitely great emperors in this realm. It was just that the number of great emperors would depend on the size of the bottle of heaven and earth in this realm. When Yang Kai had entered this Chinkuan world, he had clearly sensed several divine senses probing him. Needless to say, these divine senses belonged to the great emperors of this world. The great emperors of each realm had obtained the acknowledgement of the wills of their respective Chinkuan world. Within this Chinkuan world there were many conveniences, and they could use the world force of that realm. It could be said that although the great emperors were only at the level of the emperor realm, they could display the strength of the heaven-opening realm on their home ground. After all, the fundamental difference between the emperor realm and the heaven-opening realm was the world force. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star realm and devoured many demon saints, he had also displayed the strength of the heaven-opening realm. However, in the star realm, Yang Kai and the other great emperors had still been able to use the world force of the star realm to kill him. Generally speaking, if the great emperors were to use their full strength in their respective Chinkuan worlds, they would be able to display the strength of the low-rank heaven-opening realm. Thus, in some Chinkuan worlds, some great emperors were unwilling to leave their own territories, because once they did, they would lose the support of the world force. However, there were also benefits to jumping out of the star realm, and that was the opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the martial Tao at a higher level. If one wanted to find traces of Black River in this realm, the best choice was to seek help from the great emperors of this realm. They definitely knew where Black River was currently hiding. However, what made Yang Kai feel speechless was that after he shouted, there was no response. The great emperors of this realm acted as if they had not heard him, clearly wanting to stay out of this matter. First, the uninvited guest, Black River, had rashly intruded, followed by Yang Kai and the others. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a dispute between heaven-opening realm experts. It was understandable that the great emperors of this realm wanted to protect themselves and were unwilling to get involved. Yang Kai naturally would not let this matter rest. Looking down for a while, he nodded, "What a wonderful paradise. This city is not small and has a large population. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. What's rare is that there is no dispute at all. The great emperors of this realm have truly managed it well." Guozian and Lu Shui also followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw a large city down below. They didn't know why Yang Kai was suddenly commenting on this city. Flatten this city for me. Don't leave a single person alive. Yang Kai suddenly pointed, a sinister look on his face. Guizian and Lu Shui both turned their heads to look, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. The two of them had not followed Yang Kai for long, but they had not followed him for a short period of time either. According to their understanding, Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person and could even be said to be a very reasonable person. How could he suddenly give such a demonic order? That large city below had a population of more than 1 million people? This was 1 million people, not 1 million livestock. While Lu Shui was still hesitating, Guizian cupped his fists and shouted, "Yes." As Guizian spoke, he immediately flew to the sky above the city. Ignoring his injuries, he urged the world force and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and a huge palm print formed above the city. Following Guizian's action, the giant palm slowly pressed down. Lu Shui's heart leapt to her throat while Yang Kai sneered. In the city, countless people looked up. The giant palm covered the light in front of them, and as it fell, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos. Screams and cries of panic resounded through the sky. Although Guizian was only a third order opening the heavens, which was nothing in the 3,000 great worlds, he still had the ability to destroy such a city. Just as the giant palm was about to press down, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" At the same time, the heaven and earth force in this realm was mobilized and transformed into dense rays of light that collided with the giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm was riddled with holes. Guizian groaned and took a few steps back. The residents of the city who had narrowly escaped death cried out in alarm, "It's the Sea of Qi Master! The Seven Seas Master has come to save us! The Sea of Qi Master must uphold justice for us! The Sea of Qi Master!" Countless people below cheered. Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw an elderly man hurriedly flying over, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he flew. This old man was clearly the Sea of Qi Master that the residents of the city below were talking about. If possible, he naturally did not want to appear and participate in such a battle between opening the heavens, but Yang Kai had threatened the lives of millions of residents of the city below, so even if he was unwilling, he had to appear. After all, he was one of the great emperors recognized by the world will. If he sat idly by and did not care about the lives of the people here, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash from the world will. Yang Kai was also one of the great emperors, so he was well aware of this. Sometimes it was far more effective to use force than to persuade with kind words. He did not really want to slaughter the millions of people. Even if the Sea of Qi old man did not stop him at the last moment, Yang Kai would have asked Guizian to stop. After all, he was not a real demon. Although this method was a little extreme, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The Sea of Qi of the Thousand Thoughts realm greets the master. The elderly man flew in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Yang Kai's face was unruly, and his face was full of killing intent. He was full of demonic nature, as if he was really a heinous demon. He glanced at him and sneered, "Continue to hide? I thought you were not going to come out." The Sea of Qi old man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and apologized. "I was in seclusion and did not know that the master was coming. Please forgive me, master. Since you know that you are guilty, how do you want to die?" Yang Kai was filled with killing intent. "Ah!" The Sea of Qi old man was shocked. He had just said it casually, but this person took it seriously? He was really a demon. He was anxious and fearful. "Please punish me, master." Although he was one of the great emperors, he knew that even if he was in the Thousand Thoughts realm, with the support of the realm's mighty force, he would not be able to resist. Yang Kai said coldly, "I should have pulled out your tendons and skin, and extracted your soul to serve as a warning to others. However, I have something important to do now, and I need you to do something. I will spare your life for now, but if you can redeem yourself, I will spare your life." The Sea of Qi old man's heart was bitter, but he could guess Yang Kai's intention. He said respectfully, "Master, please tell me what to do." Yang Kai said, "This king chased a demon all the way here, but that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding somewhere. As the great emperor of this world, nothing can escape your notice. Quickly point this king in the right direction, and once this matter is settled, you will be rewarded handsomely." Chasing a demon. You are a great demon. The Sea of Chi old man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He said submissively, Master, you are too kind. I am old and my eyesight is not good. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai shouted, Guizian, flatten that city and leave no one alive. Yes, master. Guizian said solemnly. Wait. The Sea of Chi old man quickly shouted. Yang Kai sneered. What else do you want to say? What else could the Sea of Chi old man say? He really did not want to be involved in this dispute. Whether it was Yang Kai or He, they were not people he could afford to offend. However, Yang Kai was such a demon. He had no choice. The Sea of Chi old man secretly glanced at Yang Kai. He calmed himself down and said, Master, please know that my thousand thoughts realm is the lower realm of the illusionary flower, water moon. Everything in this realm belongs to the illusionary flower, water moon. Yang Kai's expression changed. Illusionary flower, water moon? He immediately thought of a petite woman. Chapter 4164. The Thousand Thoughts world was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, water moon. In other words, the illusionary flower, water moon was in this territory and was not far from it. It was just like how the San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were the lower realms of the Void Land. The Void Land controlled more than 10 Qiankuan worlds. The San Juan world and the Golden Sun continent were just two of them. The resources and human resources in these Qiankuan worlds belonged to the Void Land. With the support of these Qiankuan worlds, there would be an endless supply of talents. There were even some rare treasures in many lower realms of Qiankuan worlds. Yang Kai knew about the illusionary flower water moon. When he was fighting for the Golden Crow's corpse on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had met a fourth-stage heaven splitter from the illusionary flower water moon. Yang Kai looked at the old man from the corner of his eyes. Do you know Yuan Xiaoman? The old man was overjoyed. Master, you know Senior Xiaoman? Yang Kai snorted. Of course I know her. Why wouldn't I know her? But even if Yuan Xiaoman was here, she wouldn't dare to disobey me, let alone you. Guizian, flatten that city for me. Yes. Stop. The old man was shocked. He brought up the illusionary flower, water moon, to make Yang Kai hesitate. Who knew that the person in front of him did not care about the upper sect at all? Even if he knew that this was the lower realm of the illusionary flower, water moon, he was not afraid. Who did the Thousand Thoughts world offend? The old man was infuriated that he had to face such a calamity for no reason. Such a character was not someone the Sea of Chi could afford to offend, nor was he someone the Thousand Thoughts world could afford to offend. I'll take you there. Master, please have mercy. The old man looked dispirited as he made up his mind. Although he did not know who the Heaven Splitter was, if he did not follow this demon's will, the millions of people below would be in trouble. The old man could only make this choice. He secretly decided that after this matter was over, he would go to the illusionary flower, water moon, and look for the upper sex experts. If you knew this was going to happen, why did you do it? Yang Kai snorted. Lead the way. The old man sighed and led the way. Yang Kai called Guizian back and brought Guizian and Lu Shui behind him. Not long after, the group of people arrived above the sea. Looking down, there was a small island below. Arriving here, Chi Si's old man stopped and signaled to Yang Kai with his eyes. Kai Yang understood and sneered. Is this the place? It's a good place. The Realm Splitter. And Realm Splitter was stage Heaven Splitter. Stage Realm stage was 2. The Heaven stage World realm world realm was world. Yang Kai waved his hand at the old man Chi Si. The old man Chi Si immediately escaped, disappearing in the blink of an eye. For him, guiding Yang Kai to the location of the Black River was already his limit. It was impossible for him to risk his life and get involved in a battle between heaven-opening realm masters. Looking down, Yang Kai asked, Did you see anything? Guizian and Lu Shui shook their heads, indicating that they did not see anything. Yang Kai knew that the old man Chi Si could not have deceived him. Since he pointed to this place, it was definitely correct. Unless the Black River had the ability to deceive the old man Chi-Si, the possibility of this was not high. As great emperors, they were recognized by the will of heaven and earth and could sense any movement in this world. The island was not big and there was no one there. Yang Kai did not pretend and waved his hand. Find him. Guozian and Lu Shui immediately rushed out, using their own methods to bombard the island. The island quickly shattered, and a vague aura suddenly appeared. Lu Shui's eyes flashed. Found him. She slashed downwards, and the roaring seawater was instantly sealed in ice. With a loud boom, a figure broke out of the ice under the sea. He was in a sorry state and his aura was weak. Who else could it be but the Black River? He had been injured by Lu Shui's heart's brow sword and was hit repeatedly while running. Even if he was a 5th-grade martial artist, he could not hold on. If not for that, he would not have escaped into this world to recover. But it didn't take long for his whereabouts to be exposed. He was shocked and angry at the same time. He roared, "Junior, don't be so ruthless. There is no deep hatred between you and me. Why do you have to kill me?" Yang Kai chuckled. "You came to find trouble with me, and now you say this. Aren't you ashamed?" Hey, he wasn't ashamed. If he had known that Yang Kai had a 5th-stage heaven splitter by his side, he wouldn't have been so reckless. Although he was certain that Yang Kai had killed one of his juniors, the dead couldn't come back to life. It was extremely irrational to rashly make an enemy out of a 5th-stage heaven splitter for a junior. For Black River to be able to cultivate all the way to the 5th-grade martial artist, he was naturally not someone who did not know what was good for him. On the contrary, he was very good at judging the situation. If Lu Shui had revealed the aura of a 5th-grade martial artist, Black River might not have seen Yang Kai. However, it was too late to say anything now. After forcing him out, Lu Shui and Guozian pressed forward, combining their strength to fiercely attack Black River. Guozian was only a 3rd-grade martial artist, so it was too difficult for him to face a 5th-grade martial artist. However, Black River's condition was not good, and he was only pinning him down from the side. Most of the pressure was shouldered by Lu Shui, so there wasn't much danger. The situation was deteriorating day by day. Black River's face was filled with despair. He faintly felt that he would die here today. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with regret and he roared with grief and indignation. "Just what do you want? Give me an answer. I admit defeat." Yang Kai sneered, not saying a word. It was as if he wanted to kill him no matter what. Black River's heart sank to the bottom. However, it was also because of Yang Kai's attitude that his determination to fight to the death was stimulated. Without caring about his own consumption, he attacked with all his might, risking his life to take Yang Kai's life. Guozian was forced to retreat, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Previously, Black River had held some hope and held back his strength, so Guozian could still participate. But now, Black River was no longer afraid of death. Guozian could no longer join the battle. He could only wander to the side, using some secret techniques to support him from afar. With a loud bang, a crater several hundred miles in diameter appeared on the surface of the sea. The seawater in the crater evaporated and the world hummed. Countless cracks appeared in the void, swimming around like fish. 2 5th-grade heaven splitters were fighting here. This world was also somewhat unable to withstand it. Fortunately, the great emperors of this world had long been paying attention to this battle. They constantly mobilized the power of the world to calm the aftermath of the battle. Otherwise, this territory of the sea would have been destroyed and plunged into misery. And Black River's desperate struggle was also fruitful. Lu Shui had only just advanced to the 5th-grade heaven splitter, so she did not have time to consolidate her cultivation. Her heart's brow sword had heavily injured Black Sail before because Yang Kai had used the gourd vine to catch Black River off guard. Moreover, the heart's brow sword secret technique consumed too much of her energy. It would be impossible for her to use it again in a short period of time. This clash instantly caused her to fall. Her delicate body was sent flying like a rag sack. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her aura was extremely weak. A good chance. When Black River saw this, he immediately turned around and fled without hesitation, rushing towards the sky. Guozian wanted to stop him, but he was sent flying by a whip. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and with the support of the space principles, He instantly arrived in front of Lu Shui and reached out to support her. Lu Shui coughed out a mouthful of blood and gritted her teeth. "Master, this humble one can still fight." Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry. He won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed at the air, pulling out a bunch of grapes. As soon as the grape appeared, he put his hands on his waist and laughed. "Uncle Pooh is here." As soon as his voice fell, he realized that something was wrong and glared at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, what are you doing? I'll kill you." His two short hands kept scratching, as if he wanted to fight Yang Kai to the death. But Yang Kai had already plucked a grape from his head and stuffed him back into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stuffed the grape into Lu Shui's mouth. "Eat." Lu Shui swallowed it directly, and in the next moment, her dim eyes bloomed with an amazing brilliance. In the land of everlastingness, Yang Kai obtained a total of 3 saint-grade medicines, each with their own miraculous effects. Among them, the profound colored illusory mushroom had an extraordinary hallucinogenic effect. And the gourd vine was even more amazing. The 7 small gourds contain yin-yang and 5 elements force of the 5th grade. With the help of the gourd vine, he could erupt with a 5th grade heaven-opening attack. Although the Pu Baixiong did not have the ability to fight enemies, it was a saint-grade medicine for recovery and healing. Yang Kai had eaten 2 grapes before, so he naturally had a deep understanding of this. The surging medicinal efficacies exploded in her stomach, and a majestic vitality nourished her physique and meridians. In the blink of an eye, Lu Shui's injuries were mostly healed, and her originally weak aura swept out again. "Many thanks, Master," Lu Shui said gratefully. "Catch up with him, but don't kill him," Yang Kai ordered. Lu Shui nodded and turned into a sword light, shooting straight into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai went to Guizian's side and examined him, finding that he was fine, but he had consumed too much energy. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. After a while, Yang Kai and Guizian also rushed into the sky. After the 3 of them all left, in the sky above the chaotic sea territory, one figure after another appeared. These people were led by the old man with the Qi Sea, and there were a total of 9 of them, all of them great emperors of this realm. Looking at the ruined battlefield, the churning seawater, and the shattered laws, the great emperors had grim expressions, fear lingering in their hearts. This was truly a case of sitting at home and disaster descending from the heavens. However, this battle concerned the heaven-opening realm, so they were powerless to stop it. Fortunately, this battle ended quickly and did not have too great of an impact on this realm. "There's something here." One of the great emperors suddenly discovered something and reached out with his hand, pulling a spatial ring into his hand. When he scanned it with his divine sense, he was stunned. Seeing this, the other great emperors hurriedly inquired about the situation. When they learned the truth, they were all wild with joy. This spatial ring actually contained several tens of thousands of heaven-opening pills. To any the emperor realm, this was an enormous fortune. Chapter 4165. Such an item could not have been left here for no reason. It was obvious that someone had left it behind. Elder Qi Hai pondered for a moment before bursting into laughter. "So that person is not a devil. He was just bluffing me." This ring was obviously left behind by Yang Kai as a form of compensation for this world. If he really was a heinous demon, he could simply pat his butt and leave, regardless of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood behind him. As one of the great emperors of this realm, Elder Qi Hai was not a fool. He only pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. However, this matter was of utmost importance, and they had to report it to the upper sect. The 9 great monarchs first divided the opening heaven pellets among themselves, and after a short discussion, the elder in Qi Si and the other female great monarch left for the Thousand Thoughts world to report to the upper sect. When Elder Qi Hai and the female great monarch departed, somewhere in the void, heavenly monarch Black River's face was ashen. His aura was weak, and there were many sword wounds on his body. Blood was dripping from them, and his eyebrows were twitching as he stood there stiffly. Not far in front of him, Lu Shui was staring at him. She did not take the opportunity to kill him. Black River knew that he was on the brink of death. If the woman in front of him really wanted to take his life, he would not be able to resist. However, although the enemy had yet to make a move, Their aura was firmly locked onto him. Black River believed that as long as he made the slightest unusual move, it would definitely attract a storm of attacks. At that time he would definitely not be able to withstand it, so he did not dare to act rashly. How could this be? Black River could not understand. Previously in the Thousand Thoughts realm, he had used his full strength and should have severely injured this woman. She should not have much strength left. However, that was not the case. Not only was this woman's condition not as bad as he had expected, but she was also rapidly recovering. Black River did not know what kind of miraculous pill she had taken or what kind of secret technique she had used, but the only thing he knew was that in this battle, although he had done his best, he had still suffered a crushing defeat. He had lost. Just as the two were confronting each other, Yang Kai and Guizian finally arrived. Seeing this, Yang Kai was not surprised at all. Originally, Black River was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Lu Shui ate a Saint Medicine grape and chased after him. How could Black River stop her? If not for Yang Kai's warning, Black River would have been a corpse by now. Seeing Yang Kai, Black River had a complicated expression. Ever since he felt the aura of the restriction he had planted in the Universal Palace, he had been planning to avenge his descendant. Black River was Black River. Black River's Black River, but his descendant was killed. He didn't put Kai Yang's lineup in his eyes. He believed that with his own ability, he could deal with these three people. But who would have thought that a single mistake would cause him to step into the gates of hell? Forcing out a smile, Black River said to Yang Kai, "Little brother, it is better to squash enmity than to keep it alive. I am willing to pay a price and make peace with you. Moreover, I vow that I will never bother you again in the future." Under the eaves, one had no choice but to lower their heads. Black River did not want to lower his head like this, but for the sake of his own life, he could abandon his face. Seeing his attitude, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. If Black River would rather die than submit, it would be troublesome. He had paid a great price this time, so he had to recoup the cost. Price? What price? Yang Kai looked at him calmly. Black River felt a weight lift from his heart. He was really afraid that Yang Kai would order him to kill him as soon as he arrived. If that happened, he would really have no way to live. As long as Yang Kai was willing to negotiate, it was a good thing. Although his heart ached, he quickly took out an object from his miniature universe world and held it in his palm. "Little brother, take a look at this. What do you think?" This object exuded a brilliant golden light and surged with the rich power of metal. It was a 5th grade resource. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only glanced over it before losing interest and snorting, "Trash? Trash?" Black River raised his eyebrows. This was a 5th grade resource, a good thing worth at least 1.5 million heaven-opening pills. He had obtained it with great difficulty, so how could it be trash? This fellow was trying to raise the price. Black River clenched his teeth and took out another set of resources, nearly emptying his pockets. But in Yang Kai's eyes, these things only received a single evaluation. Trash. Trash. Black River's eyebrows jumped. He had already taken out all of his valuables but still could not move Yang Kai. Did he really want to kill him? Suppressing the anger in his heart, Black River said, "Little brother, what do you want? Please state it clearly." Yang Kai's lips curled up as he looked him over and said, "I only have one request. If you agree to it, I will spare your life, but if you dare say no, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Black River's expression changed slightly and he cupped his hands. "Please speak. If this Black River is capable of doing so, I will not refuse." Yang Kai immediately became enthusiastic and raised his hand to summon a simple animal skin book, flipping it open and saying, "It's simple. Just leave your name and aura here." This is... Black River's eyes were sharp and he immediately saw the 3 large words on the page. He said in shock, "Loyalty and righteousness? You actually have the Loyalty and Righteousness book." This was the famous Loyalty and Righteousness demon's item, so how had it fallen into this boy's hands? Wasn't the Loyalty and Righteousness book destroyed with the fall of the Loyalty and Righteousness demon? What was the relationship between this boy and the Loyalty and Righteousness demon? "Oh." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "You know about the Loyalty and Righteousness book? That makes things easy. You want to enslave this Black River?" Black River flew into a rage. For the sake of survival, he was willing to pay a price, but that didn't mean he was willing to be enslaved. He was a dignified fifth-stage heaven splitter, so how could he be willing to live under the Emperor realm and be ordered around by others? Yang Kai's expression sank and killing intent surged. What? You don't want to? If you don't want to, then I'll ask you to die. Asterisk clang. Asterisk Lu Shui's sword shook and a clear sword cry rang out. Black River jumped in fright and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He quickly raised his hand and said, "Wait, I don't have time to wait for you. I'll give you 10 breaths of time to consider. Choose for yourself whether you want to live or die." Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned to Lu Shui. Lu Shui took a step forward, her world force fluctuating as she pointed her sword at Black River. Black River's sweat fell like rain as he struggled in his heart. He was a fifth-stage heaven splitter and was normally aloof, so he naturally didn't want to be enslaved, but now that his life was in someone else's hands, he couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Feeling Lu Shui's cold killing intent, he realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking. If he really refused, he would end up in tragedy today. But should he just agree like that? Then where would he put his face? 10 breaths of time quickly passed and Yang Kai's expression was cold. Stubborn fool. Kill him. Lu Shui was about to make her move. Black River lowered his head and said, "I admit defeat. I ask little brother to show mercy." He wasn't an unyielding person to begin with. If not, he wouldn't have admitted defeat so quickly. Now, for the sake of survival, leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness register was acceptable. At worst, he would find a way to get rid of this restraint in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. A wise man submits to circumstances. She immediately had Heiha leave his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness register. Throughout the entire process, Lu Shui was on high alert, her aura firmly locked onto Heiha. If he had any ill intentions, Lu Shui would definitely attack him at the first possible moment. Soon, the words Black River appeared on the second page of the loyalty and righteousness register. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was now a connection between the loyalty and Black River. The loyalty and righteousness register was a strange object that didn't need to be refined to display its effects. It was refined from the skin and flesh of the Xieji. The Xieji was one of the divine spirits, born with the ability to distinguish right from wrong, loyalty and treachery. The loyalty and righteousness register refined from its body had this effect. However, while this thing had many advantages, it also had its drawbacks. Yang Kai couldn't refine it, so he couldn't completely control the loyalty and righteousness register. In other words, whoever held the loyalty and righteousness register would be able to control the life and death of the people on the register. The loyalty and righteousness register originally only had a single name, Chan Tianfei. Now, the second page had Black River, but the entire loyalty and righteousness register only had 9 pages. In other words, the loyalty and righteousness register could only enslave 9 people. Using one of the slots in exchange for a fifth-stage heaven splitter as a hired thug was a very good deal. However, Yang Kai also invested a lot. At the very least, the value of 2 world fruits was extraordinary. In order to give Lu Shui the power to fight Black River, he didn't hesitate to use a middle-grade world fruit. Even Guizian used a low-grade world fruit to advance to the third-stage heaven splitter. Yang Kai only had 3 middle-grade world fruits in total. He had left 1 for Yu He and 1 for Lu Shui. Now there was only 1 left. Black River was also a character. Since he had already left his name on the loyalty and righteousness register, he couldn't resist anymore. His mentality changed very quickly, and he took the initiative to give the things he had taken out to Yang Kai as an apology. Yang Kai didn't refuse and happily accepted them. Although these things were nothing in his eyes, the Void had spent a lot of resources on the 9 Heavens Great Array. It was good to have them replenished at this time. Lu Shui took out the pinwheel again, and the 4 of them entered it. Lu Shui drove it, and the remaining 3 healed their wounds. Black River's injuries were very serious, and it would take at least a year and a half to fully recover. The main reason was that Lu Shui hadn't held back when fighting with him. The Heart's Brow sword had almost killed him on the spot. Now, even with Lu Shui's help to disperse the sword intent, it would be troublesome for him to recover. Yang Kai directly grabbed Pu Baixiong. This time he didn't take the grapes on his head. Instead, he let him stay beside Black River and help him heal. Pu Baixiong was a healing panacea, and the grapes on his head were a healing panacea. However, even if he didn't take the grapes, his body would constantly emit surging vitality, which was very beneficial to his recovery. Seeing this, Black River sighed in amazement. Only now did he know that Yang Kai's previous evaluation of his things as trash wasn't groundless. Compared to such a panacea, his things could really be thrown into the trash. Chapter 4166. For months later, a windmill stopped in front of a huge territory gate. The gate to the territory gate was so bright that it could be seen even from a great distance. Inside the windmill, Yang Kai looked at the territory gate with a calm expression, but his heart was restless. He actually didn't know where the star boundary was. Ever since he bought the universe map, he had been searching for it. There were 3 possible locations where the star boundary might exist, and he firmly remembered them in his heart. Before encountering He had already searched a large territory but found nothing. After subduing He 2 months ago, he entered the second possible large territory but still found no trace of the star boundary. After crossing this territory gate, he would arrive at the last large territory. If there was still no star boundary in this large territory, Yang Kai really didn't know where to look. These 3 possible large territory weren't found by Yang Kai based on his intuition, but on some basis. For many years, besides the great demon god Emoshang and Tianxing, no other heaven-opening realm cultivators had visited the star boundary. In other words, the star boundary should be located in a very remote location, and the resources in the large domain should be relatively poor, so it was impossible to attract the attention of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. Otherwise, the star boundary should be like the Golden Sun continent and the Thousand Thoughts world, becoming a lower realm of some force. In fact, if it weren't for Great Demon God invading the star boundary and Zhang Ruoxi inheriting his ancestors' will, Yang Kai wouldn't have known about the heaven-opening realm. With this judgment he had some basis. The 3 possible large regions that he had searched for didn't have any powers. There were only a few scattered Qingquan worlds that had weak vitality, and were lacking in resources. Unfortunately, he hadn't found anything the first 2 times, and he didn't know what the result of this last search would be. If he still couldn't find the star boundary, then he could only look for Zhang Ruoxi. She had inherited Tianxing's will. And although it wasn't complete, she might know the location of the star boundary. After sorting out his thoughts, Yang Kai said, "Let's go in." Lu Shui received the order and drove the windmill into the territory gate. Even with the protection of the flight-type artifact, everyone in the windmill still felt dizzy. However, it was not a big problem. A moment later, the windmill crossed the territory gate and entered another large territory. Yang Kai immediately released his senses and soon, his heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He did not discover anything. He was one of the great emperors of the void recognized by the astral world's will. If the distance was right, he should be able to sense the existence of the astral world. Given the current situation, either the astral plane was not within this large territory, or the distance between them was too great. Praying that it was the latter, Yang Kai had Lu Shui continue to operate the windmill and search this large territory. A few days later, Yang Kai suddenly sensed something and turned his head to look in a certain direction. A huge surprise appeared on his face as he whispered, "Over there, over there." Lu Shui immediately changed direction and rushed in the direction he pointed. He chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Master. Congratulations, Master. Hard work pays off. You finally got what you wanted." After more than 4 months of recuperation, his injuries were basically healed. Originally, it would not have been so fast, but with Pu Baixiong's help, the healing process was greatly improved. Although he did not know what Yang Kai was looking for these days, he faintly felt that he should be looking for a place. Now that he saw Yang Kai's happy expression, he naturally found it. And after such a long time, he gradually adapted to his position and no longer felt remorse. This was especially so after interacting with Yang Kai for a long time and discovering that he was not harsh on himself, so he let go of his status as a 5th-stage heaven splitter. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai was delighted and laughed, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Congratulations, congratulations." He rubbed his nose, speechless. He thought to himself, what's there to be happy about? Under Lu Shui's full power, the windmill moved at an incredible speed, and a day later, a half-moon-shaped universe world appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking around, Kai Yang let out a long sigh of relief, as if he was a wanderer returning home with a sense of anticipation and anxiety. This half-moon-shaped universe world was the star boundary. In another direction, there was another layer of perception that was faintly connected to him. That was the newly born demonic domain, where the Dharmakaya was now overseeing. Back then, Yang Kai had used the small sealed world to roll around and swallow all the continents in the demon territory, merging them into the small sealed world to form the third territory. After the War of the Two Worlds, the star boundary suffered heavy losses, and the attacking demon race army was almost completely wiped out. However, there were still countless demon race forces in the third territory. Yang Kai pulled out the main body of the small sealed world and turned it back into the sealed world bead, while the rest became the new demon territory. The embodiment had to stay there for some reasons, and the two demons Saint Bailey Mo and Chang Tian also lived there. However, now was not the time to go there. Yang Kai still had to return to the star boundary first. As they got closer, the outline of the star boundary became clearer and clearer. At a certain moment, Lu Shui suddenly looked surprised and said, "Master, there seems to be something over there. There seems to be a big thing on the periphery of the universe world." He also noticed this and looked over with his full eyesight. He could not help but be surprised. "This is a giant god spirit?" As he spoke, he sucked in a breath of cold air. That big thing was a giant god spirit. Although he was a 5th stage heaven opening master and had seen a lot, this was the first time he had seen a living giant god spirit. Before this, he had only heard about it. This was a giant god spirit, standing at the top of the 3,000 worlds in the entire vast universe. Although he had long heard that the giant god spirit clan was peaceful and did not like to fight, and as long as they did not take the initiative to provoke them, he still felt a little creeped out when he suddenly found a giant god spirit in such a place. Lu Shui also felt her scalp tingle and turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Don't worry, I am an old acquaintance of it." Guozian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He stared at Yang Kai without blinking, as if he wanted to see if he was joking. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Ada had not left, which undoubtedly meant that the situation in the star boundary was not optimistic. It had to be known that the giant god spirit clan was innately gifted. Although they were peaceful, they ate dead Qiankuan worlds as food. In this vast universe, whenever a Qiankuan world was about to die, they would be able to smell that special aura and rush over in advance. Then they would wait for the opportunity to swallow the world after it died. If the situation in the star boundary had changed, Ada should have left, but at this moment he was still here. As everyone trembled with fear, the windmill quickly approached the giant god spirit. However, very quickly, a delicate shout came from afar. "Who is it? This is the star boundary, please stop, or else you will be killed without mercy." Hearing this voice, Yang Kai chuckled and suppressed his voice. "Little girl, you really have a big tone. I won't stop, so what can you do to me?" The 3 heaven-opening masters in the windmill looked at him speechlessly. The voice was silent for a while, then suddenly clenched her teeth and said, "Damn ghost, you're willing to come back?" She obviously also recognized Yang Kai's voice. Yang Kai laughed loudly, his figure flashing as he jumped out of the windmill. Looking up, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the void in front of him. Her face was enchanting, and her beautiful eyes were like a divine spring, emitting a soul-stealing light. At this moment, she was looking at Yang Kai with reddened eyes, gritting her teeth. "I'm back." Yang Kai spread his arms and shouted. That person let out a tender cry and happily flew over, rushing into his embrace. Yang Kai took a deep breath, smelling that familiar fragrance, then lowered his head and kissed her hair. "I'm back, Ru Meng, long time no see." This woman was the succubus demon saint Ru Meng. Ru Meng raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Although it had only been 10-odd years since Yang Kai had left the star boundary, she felt like thousands of years had passed. It wasn't just because she missed him, but because after Yang Kai left, the great emperors had all gone into seclusion to recover. In the entire star boundary, she was the only one with the strength of a great emperor. It could be said that the survival of the star boundary rested on her shoulders. The pressure was like a mountain. Especially as time passed, the situation of the star boundary became more and more unfavorable. How many times had she been afraid of letting down Yang Kai? How many times had she been afraid that the star boundary wouldn't be able to hold on and would be destroyed? But now she could finally put down this heavy burden. She was so relaxed that she almost wanted to cry. Yang Kai pulled her into his embrace and stared at the star boundary with a solemn expression. The entire star boundary was now filled with a thick aura of death. Even without entering it, he could feel the corruption of the world's laws. He didn't expect the situation of the star boundary to be so serious. Although he brought back the roots of the world tree this time, he wasn't sure if it could save the star boundary. He could only plan for the worst. If even the roots of the world tree were ineffective, then he could only take away all the living creatures in the star boundary. But in this way there were also great drawbacks. The void couldn't accommodate so many people, and most of the cultivator in the star boundary had low strength. Even if they went to the void, it wouldn't make much sense. Staying in the star boundary would allow them to grow better. While the two were being affectionate, Lu Shui and the others slowly flew over. When they got closer, they realized why there was a giant god here. It turned out that it was attracted by the dying world. It seemed that the legends about the giant god were true. They looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. In their opinion, this world was hopeless. It was only a matter of time before it perished. These people are... Yu Meng noticed that someone was approaching and quickly broke free from Yang Kai's embrace and asked curiously. "A few of my subordinates," Yang Kai explained. Lu Shui and the others quickly cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, madam." Yu Meng was stunned. With her cultivation as a demon saint, she couldn't sense the depth of these three people. Each of them gave her a feeling that they were not inferior to the great demon god. In fact, they were even more powerful. When the great demon god wreaked havoc in the star boundary almost exhausted all of its strength to kill him. The great emperors were almost buried with him. These three people were actually Yang Kai's subordinates? What had her man experienced in the outside world all these years? Yu Meng's heart was full of doubts. Chapter 4167. Although she was puzzled, Yu Meng did not forget her etiquette. She smiled and nodded at the three of them. "Thank you for your protection. This concubine thanks you on behalf of my husband." Lu Shui and the others hurriedly said they did not dare. But in their hearts they were amazed. Although Yu Meng's cultivation was nothing in their eyes, her enchanting and charming face was hard to find in the world. They all sighed. Their master's luck with women was really good. After chatting with Yu Meng for a while, Yang Kai learned that the reason she appeared here was to feed Ada. Many of the great emperors of Star Boundary were in seclusion, so she was the only high-end fighting force left in Star Boundary. And Ada had been waiting outside Star Boundary, eyeing it covetously. Although Yang Kai had made an agreement with him before he left, this guy's brain was not very good. Who knew when he would swallow Star Boundary? In order to stabilize him, Yu Meng had to send him some food every once in a while. His food was refined by the great emperors of the secular world using the dead stars in the territory of the lower Star Boundary. It was similar to the One Realm bead. Yang Kai nodded, pulled Yu Meng, and arrived in front of Ada in a flash. Compared with this behemoth, Yang Kai was like an ant standing in front of an elephant. When he used the dragon transformation secret technique and turned into a half-dragon, he was still able to get into Ada's nostrils and grab his nose hair. One could imagine how huge the body of the giant god spirit clan was. Ada. Yang Kai waved his hand enthusiastically, making Lu Shui and the others not far away nervous. They were afraid that a breath from the giant god spirit would blow Yang Kai's soul away. Ada was chewing in his mouth, and a crunching sound came from his mouth. Hearing the sound, he stretched his neck forward and looked carefully, then suddenly grinned and said, "It's you, little ant. Ada recognizes you." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It seems you are not too stupid. Ada recognizes you. Ada is hungry. Ada wants to eat." The giant god spirit leaned over. It was as if the entire universe was pressing down on him. Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. At this point, he could be considered to have seen some wonderful things outside the universe. He had even seen a few high-grade split the heavens, but those high-grade split the heavens were not as powerful as this giant god spirit, as expected of the top species in the entire universe. Fortunately, there were very few people in this race and their intelligence was not high. Otherwise, how could there be room for other species to survive in this world? The Tao of heaven was to take away the excess but not the deficiency. As he spoke, a thunderous sound came from his stomach. It was deafening, and Lu Shui and the others' faces turned ashen. Yang Kai quickly nudged Yu Ru Meng, who was beside him. The latter understood and threw some one realm bead over. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Ada chewed happily. Yang Kai did not dare to stay any longer, lest the giant god spirit ask him for food again. He said to Lu Shui and the others, "You all stay here." The world principles of the star boundary were broken and could not withstand too much power. Lu Shui and the others were all at the split the heavens, so if they really rashly entered the star boundary, it would not be good for the star boundary. To be safe, it was better to leave them outside. Lu Shui and the others nodded and watched as Yang Kai and Yu Ru Meng rushed into the star boundary. After the two of them left, the three of them looked at each other and retreated without leaving a trace, only stopping when they had retreated far away. There was nothing they could do about it. The pressure the giant god spirit gave off was too strong, so no one dared to get too close. The star boundary was broken, the world principles were in chaos, and the void was full of cracks, leaving traces of the war decades ago. In the past few decades, the entire star boundary had walked further and further on the road to destruction, and even the great emperors were powerless to reverse the situation. The world principles were in chaos, and even the living conditions of the star boundary had become extremely bad. Natural disasters continued to occur everywhere, causing unimaginable losses to the star boundary every year, cutting bloody wounds on the already broken body of the star boundary. In the Eastern Territory above the sea, a ship was fleeing for its life. Behind the ship, the waves were thousands of feet high, sweeping across the sky, and the whole sky was dark. Although the many cultivators on the ship tried their best to resist, it was difficult to resist the terrifying power of nature. Screams and cries of panic rang out, and hundreds of people on the ship showed despair. In the Southern Territory, the mountains trembled, and huge gullies appeared in the earth. From the gullies, hot magma spewed out, destroying villages, and countless people lost their homes. Many forces led by the Azure Sun Temple worked together to resist the disaster, but it was just a drop in the bucket, and they could only try to minimize casualties. In the Western Territory, a sandstorm swept over, swallowing everything in its path. At the edge of the desert, the new patriarch of the Liu family looked at the terrible sandstorm that covered the sky and the earth with an ashen face and murmured, "It's over, it's all over." During the Great War of the Two Realms, because the great Emperor Ying was born in the Western Territory, and because the passage between the two realms was built in the Western Territory, the Western Territory suffered the most losses. At this time, it had been almost 70 years since the Great War of the Two Realms. The Liu family was a family that rose to prominence after the Great War of the Two Realms. The patriarch of the Liu family was also quite capable, and had led the Liu family upward over the years. However, in the face of this terrible sandstorm, any means were weak. He could only watch the sandstorm hit and secretly pray that his family's protective array could resist the power of nature. However, the patriarch of the Liu family also knew that such a terrible disaster could not be resisted by his family. After this, how many people could survive? In the Northern Territory, heavy snow was falling, and the climate was extremely cold. The ice on the lakes was up to 3 feet thick, and the cold wave hit and froze all life. However, compared with the other territory, the situation in the Northern Territory was the best because the High Heaven Palace was in the Northern Territory. Many disciples of the High Heaven Palace, who had achieved success in their cultivation, would go out to gain experience, and resisting this disaster was the best way to hone their skills. In front of a large city, a palace was suspended in mid-air. Above the palace there were 4 shining words, "Flowing Time Temple." On the steps of the palace 2 figures stood, a man and a woman. The man had white hair that fluttered in the wind, and he was wearing a snow-white cloak that fluttered in the wind, making him look heroic and extraordinary. The woman had a beautiful face and a slender figure, like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water. The two of them faced the direction of the cold wave with dignified expressions. Even though the two of them were not weak now, and they had the help of the divine object, the Flowing Time Temple, in the face of this terrible heavenly might, they did not dare to take it lightly because behind them, there were millions of people looking forward to it. "It's coming!" Yang Shui shouted in a low voice. Yang Xiao nodded and took a deep breath. In the next moment, the two of them raised their palms together, changing hand seals continuously, and striking out fiercely. A low murmur resounded through the world. The flowing time great emperor's withering glory like a shuttle like a dream. The overwhelming cold wave seemed to have entered a strange state of stagnation at this moment. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Seeing this scene, the city erupted into cheers that soared into the sky. Master Gemini's divine might is unparalleled. Master Gemini, good job. It's all thanks to Master Gemini, otherwise we would have been finished. Over the years, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had repeatedly taken action, withstanding natural disasters in the Northern Territory, saving countless people and tempering themselves. They had also earned the title of the Flowing Time Great Emperor Gemini. The overwhelming praise did not make them smile in the slightest, and instead, their expressions became more and more dignified. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Little ant, this cold wave seems to be fiercer than before." Yang Shui nodded and asked, "Can you hold on? Are you kidding me? You think I can't hold on?" Yang Xiao replied arrogantly, "Little ant, if you can't hold on, you should have said so earlier. After all, you're a woman and I'm a man. I can't hold on." Yang Shui's face changed slightly, and without hesitation, she summoned the endless hourglass and joined forces with Yang Xiao. 10,008 grains of flowing time great emperor divine sand flew out of the endless hourglass and into the cold wave. In an instant, the power of the cold wave weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowing time great emperor divine sand had changed the flow of time, causing the cold wave to weaken rapidly. However, the cold wave continued on endlessly. The flowing time great emperor Gemini gritted her teeth and desperately urged her emperor Qi to resist the cold wave. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in the depths of their hearts, "Well done." The two of them were stunned. Immediately after, they saw an invisible hand suddenly appear in the cold wave. With a gentle wave of the hand, the cold wave that the two of them couldn't stop despite using all their strength was actually flattened in an instant. The change was so sudden that neither Yang Xiao nor Yang Shui could react in time. If a moment ago it was a crazy storm, then now it was calm and tranquil. That big hand seemed to be smoothing out a wrinkle in their clothes with ease. Turning their heads to look at each other, Yang Shui hesitantly asked, "Xiao, did you hear something?" Yang Xiao was stunned for a long time before suddenly jumping 3 feet high and shouting, "Adoptive father is back." Saying so without waiting for Yang Shui to respond, he hurriedly controlled the flowing time temple and rushed in the direction of the high heaven palace, leaving behind the gratitude of millions of people in the great city behind him. At the same time, the waves of the sea in the Eastern Territory calmed down, and countless people on the big ships still had lingering fears. The earthquake that had lasted for several months in the Southern Territory also quickly subsided, and the magma that overflowed from the cracks in the ground slowly calmed down. When Zishan and Gao Shueting looked at each other in confusion, but in the next moment, both of their hearts moved and their faces lit up with joy. The Void Master is back. The moment before the sandstorm in the western regions reached the Lu clan's headquarters, it suddenly dissipated. After surviving the calamity, the Lu clan's patriarch fell to the ground, his entire body drenched in sweat. In the 4 territories of the world, hundreds of millions of creatures at the same time received the shocking news. The great emperors of the void had returned. After a short silence, the 4 territories cheered. Decades ago, during the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the chaotic star territory had almost engulfed the star boundary. It was the sect of the great emperors of the void who protected the last pure land of the star boundary, preserving the last glimmer of hope for the star boundary. It was also the great emperors of the void who finally turned the tide and killed the great demon god, resolving the crisis of the star boundary. After the War of the Two Realms, the great emperors of the void did not hesitate to jump out of the star boundary and go to the outside world to find a way to save the star boundary. And now he was back. Chapter 4168. The Return of the Void. The 4 territories were shaken as countless people cheered. In this post-apocalyptic world, hundreds of millions of people were struggling to survive. The return of the great emperors of the void had undoubtedly brought them new hope. Deep in the High Heaven Palace, the dragon race's great elder Zhu Yan and second elder Fu Shun slowly opened their eyes. The two were husband and wife. They had suffered heavy injuries during the battle with the great demon god. Even after so many years, they were still unable to fully recover due to their dragon race physique. So they had been working together to heal their injuries. At this moment they looked at each other and saw the joy in each other's eyes. In the Eastern Territory's Spirit Beast Island, the martial beast Mo Huang chuckled, "You're finally back." Saying so, he got up and waved his hand. The door that had been closed for decades opened with a rumble. Mo Xiaoqi stood outside and looked at him in surprise. "Father, is big brother Yang back? I seem to have heard his voice just now." Mo Huang's face immediately fell as he said bitterly, "Your father has been in seclusion for nearly 70 years to heal his injuries. Why didn't you ask about my injuries? You only care about your big brother Yang. What kind of logic is this?" Mo Xiaoqi blushed slightly and asked shyly, "Father, how are your injuries?" Mo Huang sighed, "I won't die for the time being." Mo Xiaoqi hugged his arm. "Then take me to the High Heaven Palace quickly." Mo Huang snorted. The injuries that had been stabilized with great difficulty were about to flare up again. He felt blood boiling in his chest as he shouted in grief and indignation, "This king will never forgive you, surnamed Yang." Seeming to notice that Mo Huang's expression was not good, Mo Xiaoqi hurriedly said, "Father, don't misunderstand. Maybe big brother Yang has some kind of healing medicine. Daughter is just worried about father's injuries." Mo Huang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right, don't explain. I'm going to ask him about the situation." Mo Xiaoqi immediately cheered. In the Serene Soul Palace, the great emperors of the Serene Soul Palace slowly walked out from their seclusion. Outside the palace, Hyoji and the many experts of the Serene Soul Palace had been waiting for a long time. When they saw the great emperors, they all respectfully saluted. "Greetings, Palace Master." Yao Jun nodded. He patted Hyoji on the shoulder and said, "You've done a good job these years." Although he was always in seclusion, he was not completely ignorant of the outside world. Hyoji was unfazed. "It's what I should do." Although he was the son of the great emperors and was somewhat arrogant in his early years, he was subdued by Yang Kai during the War of the Two Worlds and became the commander of the GZ army. He led the GZ army to fight against the demon race. He had grown tremendously. Yao Jun had been in seclusion all these years, so the entire Serene Soul Palace was managed by him. It could be said that everything was in good order. The Eastern Territory had also suffered a lot because of the Serene Soul Palace. "Void has returned. Come, follow me to see him." Yao Jun called out. Hyoji nodded and followed behind his father. In the Heaven's Secret Valley, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect looked at the 3 pieces of ancient turtle shells in front of him and laughed, "Good fortune, good fortune. The star boundary has been saved from a desperate situation. This is great news." Gao Zhan stood behind him and was also pleasantly surprised. "Master, you mean to say that Void Master's return this time can solve the problem of the star boundary?" His eyes were white and he was born blind, but he was the best candidate to inherit the inheritance of the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect. When he was very young, the great emperors of the Heaven's Secret sect took him in and taught him. "Most likely." Chu Tianji chuckled and stood up. "Let's go to the High Heaven Palace." In the Medicine Core Valley, the wondrous Pill Great Emperor set out with several disciples. In the Iron Blood Castle, the Iron Blood Great Emperor set out with Lin Yuner. There were also the great emperors of the Azure Sun Temple, the great emperors of the Flower Shadow Valley, and the Ice Feather Great Emperors of the One-Line Sky. Almost at the same time, the great emperors who had been in seclusion for decades came out and rushed to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. Not only them but Luanfeng, Fanhua, Zonggo, and other Saint Masters of the Eastern Territory's Savage Wild Ancient Land, Bing Yuan, Ice Heart Valley's Valley Master of the Northern Territory, Sheng Yuzhu of the Rakshasa sect, and many other masters who had a relationship with Yang Kai all set out and headed straight to the High Heaven Palace. All the masters in the Northern Territory returned to the sea. "Welcome back, Palace Master." In the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory, tens of thousands of disciples under the leadership of Great Chief Hua Qingxi and Second Chief Bian Yuqing cupped their fists in unison, their voices shaking the world as they stared at the figure descending from the sky with deep admiration and respect. Yang Kai swept his gaze around and saw his Grand Master Ling Tai Su. his ancestral founder Chu Ling Shao, his old friends who had followed him all the way from the central continent to Shadowed Star, his parents Meng Wuya and Xiaoning Chang. The little senior sister's face was still covered by a thin veil, but her tender body couldn't help trembling slightly as tears welled up in her beautiful eyes like stars. If it weren't for the occasion, she would have already thrown herself at him. Shuiyu stood beside her, pursing her red lips as her beautiful eyes filled with bitterness. Yang Kai nodded lightly to the two of them before turning to the others and saying with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work over the years. Has everything been well?" Although he had investigated the situation of the entire star boundary immediately and knew that everyone must have had a hard time over the years, he still felt gratified to be able to see so many familiar faces at this moment. Hua Qingxi replied, "Everything is well. Thank you for your concern, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded and stepped forward, arriving in front of his parents and saying with shame, "Son greets father and mother. I have not repaid the kindness of raising you all these years and have even caused you to live in fear every day. This son is unfilial." Dong Suju sniffled, holding back the tears in her eyes as she pursed her lips and said, "A man should achieve great things. We don't need you to worry about us." Fourth Master Yang nodded and said, "You being able to solve the current problem of the star boundary is the greatest filial piety you can show us." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Son will do his best and not disappoint father and mother. He turned around and held his little senior sister in Shuiyu's hands, tenderly saying, "You've worked hard as well." The two of them looked at each other and slowly shook their heads. It wasn't hard at all. Tears fell from their eyes. They knew that this wasn't a good time to act like this, but they couldn't control themselves no matter what. Yuru Meng immediately went over and comforted them. Yang Kai also met the two elders of the dragon race in Tianyan. Tianyan was one of the great emperors from the Divine Ascension Mirror, and had made great contributions during the Great War between the two realms. Back then he had concealed his identity and infiltrated the demon race, causing great losses to the demon race. After the Great War between the two realms, he remained in the High Heaven Palace, but because the star boundary's principles were shattered, he was unable to become one of the great emperors even though he had the foundation of the great emperors. Just as they were talking, the space array flickered and a group of 3 figures appeared. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Bing Yun, Su Yan, and Ji Yao walking out of the hall one after another. When they saw each other, they naturally exchanged some pleasantries. They hadn't exchanged more than a few words when the space array flickered again. Immediately after, a loud voice rang out, "Adoptive father is back?" In the next instant, Yang Xiao rushed out of the hall. His eyes turned and fixed on Yang Kai. He immediately cheered and rushed over, running around Yang Kai and shouting, "Brat, you have no respect for your elders." Zhu Yan couldn't watch any longer. He reached out and grabbed Yang Xiao's ear, dragging him back. Yang Xiao begged for mercy and pain. Yang Shui stood in front of Yang Kai and said in a clear voice, "Big brother." Yang Kai laughed and patted her head. "I haven't seen you in so many years. Little sister is getting more and more beautiful." He loved this little sister very much, but he also owed her a lot. He had been running around outside all these years. Not only was he unable to fulfill his filial duties in front of his parents, but he also failed to fulfill his responsibility as a big brother. It was even thanks to Yang Shui accompanying his parents that he was able to show off his skills outside. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yang Shui's delicate nose wrinkled. Big brother only knows how to talk nonsense. No wonder he can deceive so many sisters-in-law. Yang Kai laughed. The space array flashed again, and Martial Beast arrived with Mo Shaoqi and Fu Xian. Immediately after, the great emperors of the secular world, Wen Zishan, and Gao Shueting appeared together. After a while, Yao Jun Hyoji and his son arrived. Since the War of the Two Worlds, there had never been a day when the High Heaven Palace's space array was activated so frequently. There had never been a day when so many masters gathered together. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors came with several of his disciples, the Flowering Shadow Great Emperors came with Li Shiqing, the Heaven Secret Great Emperors came with Gao Zhan, the Ice Feather Great Emperors came alone, the Iron Blood Great Emperor came with Lin Yuner, the 3 Saint Masters of the Ancient Wildlands, Qiongqi, Lu Yan and Shanqing Luo, they all came. Before Yang Kai left, he had arranged countless space arrays in the entire star boundary, connecting the 4 territories together. Anyone could go anywhere in the star boundary without any restrictions. The reason for this was to make it convenient for the great forces to support each other and help each other. Because of this, it didn't take long for many masters to come to the High Heaven Palace. If not for this, the masters from the other territories would have to waste a lot of time to come. Yang Kai greeted the great emperors one by one. Although he remained calm on the surface, he was surprised in his heart. He found that the auras of the great emperors of the star boundary were very weak. It was obvious that they had not recovered from their injuries. It had been more than 70 years since the War of the Two Worlds. After the war, Yang Kai went into seclusion for 50 years to refine the power of the wood element before leaving the star boundary. According to his original estimation, after such a long time, even if the great emperors had not fully recovered from their injuries, they should have recovered by now. But seeing them again today, he found that his estimation was wrong. Not only did the injuries of several great emperors not show any signs of improvement, but they had also worsened. This made him feel puzzled, but he finally understood why the situation in the star boundary was so bad, and why the great emperors still had not made a move. They had not recovered from their injuries, so how could they make a move? A small stone golem squeezed through the crowd and squeezed toward Yang Kai. When it reached Yang Kai's feet, it climbed up his clothes and sat on Yang Kai's shoulder, giggling foolishly. The High Heaven Palace was very lively. With so many masters present, the two chief stewards were very busy. They immediately arranged for people to set up a banquet and warmly entertain the guests. At the banquet, hundreds of people gathered together. Ordinary people were not qualified to participate in such a banquet. These hundreds of people were the top masters in the 4 territories of the star boundary. Yang Kai sat at the head of the table. He was the main character of today's banquet. The people below, including the great emperors, were all listening to Yang Kai's wonderful description of the world outside the universe. Chapter 4169. It wasn't until now that the experts finally understood the vastness and splendor of the vast universe. Only then did they realize that the great emperors were just a special title and not a martial Dao level. Above the great emperors there was the heaven-opening realm, which allowed one to create a world of their own within their body. There were countless Chenkuan worlds like the star boundary in this universe. Even the large domains had over 1,000 of them. Each of these large domains had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands were the pinnacle powers. Below them were the second-grade powers and third-grade powers. In this vast universe, the star boundary was just a drop in the ocean. Yang Kai had been away for more than 10 years, and although he had grown tremendously, he was still staggering on the path of heaven opening and was still far from advancing. The banquet lasted for a day and a night, and Yang Kai also spoke for a day and a night. Many experts were shocked and could not calm down for a long time. When they left, they all looked absent-minded. The great emperors stayed behind. In a secret room, the great emperors gathered together, including Shang Yuzhu, Tian Yan, and the 2 great elders of the dragon race. Although the latter 4 were not great emperors of the star boundary, they all had the background of great emperors, so they were qualified to participate in such an occasion. Hua Qingxi led a group of people to serve tea and respectfully withdrew. After chatting for a while, Yang Kai got to the point and asked solemnly, "Why haven't you recovered from your injuries, and instead showed signs of worsening?" This was also what puzzled him the most. The great emperors were all powerful and had been in seclusion to heal their injuries all these years, so they should have gotten better. Even if there were 1 or 2 who couldn't suppress their injuries, it shouldn't be the case for all the great emperors. Everyone looked at each other. Duan Hongchan smiled bitterly and said, "You haven't been a great emperors for long, and you left the star boundary not long after you obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so you don't know." Yang Kai turned to look. Duan Hongchan sighed and said, "We obtained the recognition of heaven and earth and became the great emperors of the star boundary. Although we can display strength that far exceeds that of an emperor, we are bound together with heaven and earth. Since the last war we have been seriously injured, and the star boundary's laws have collapsed, heaven and earth has been destroyed, and the territory is unstable." Mo Huang said, "If heaven and earth is getting better, we can naturally borrow the power of heaven and earth to heal ourselves, but the power of heaven and earth is almost exhausted, So who would dare to casually drain the pond? All these years of seclusion were just to suppress my injuries. Zhang Wuhan added, if it were an ordinary person, they would be able to slowly recover with the help of some miraculous pills and medicines. However, we can't. If this world doesn't change, people like us will never have any hope of recovering. Unless we're like you, we can jump out of this world and head out into the universe. Yang Kai suddenly understood. Just as Duan Hongchan said, the great emperors obtained the recognition of heaven and earth, so they were bound together with heaven and earth. The star boundaries situation was deteriorating, and their situation was not optimistic. Yang Kai's recovery ability was extremely strong, and he had the wood element power condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, so he did not have any hidden dangers in this area. But the others did not have this convenience. So, in the end, we still have to solve the star boundaries problems. Chu Tianji looked at Yang Kai Su Kong. Since you have returned, you must have found a solution. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes, full of ardent hope. Yang Kai immediately nodded and said, I have some ideas, but I can't guarantee whether it will work or not. Whether the world tree's roots were useful or not, they would only know after using them. If it didn't work, then they could only migrate. Whether it works or not, we have to try. Yang Kai stood up and said, this matter should not be delayed, I will start now. Everyone please wait and see. Everyone's expression was refreshed. Yang Kai closed his eyes for a moment, then his figure flickered and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on top of a mountain. This mountain was tens of thousands of li away from Towering Palace. It was the intersection of the 4 domains of the star world. The mountain was as high as 100 blades, but it was a barren and nameless mountain. There was not the slightest bit of greenery, only gray gravel and rock. Immersing his mind into the small sealed world, Yang Kai carefully took out the world tree's roots. The small sealed world shook slightly. When he first obtained the world tree's roots, Yang Kai casually threw them into the small sealed world. Who would have thought that after investigating, the roots actually took root in the small sealed world and turned into a small sapling, madly devouring the world energy in the small sealed world and growing rapidly. As it grew, the world principles of the small sealed world were rapidly perfected and the world around it stabilized. If he hadn't discovered this at that time, he wouldn't have connected this root with Ada's previous advice. It was after discovering this that Yang Kai remembered this. Since he planned to use the world tree to repair the star boundary, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't allow it to develop in the small sealed world. So he immediately sealed the entire small sealed world's world energy to prevent it from devouring it. When the world tree's roots were taken out at this time, it was still just a small sapling. Yang Kai carefully dug a hole in front of him and planted the small sapling, then covered it with dust. After thinking about it, he waved his hand and summoned a stream of clear water from a distance and sprinkled it on the roots. Feeling uneasy, Yang Kai looked at the small sapling in front of him and waited quietly. The survival of the star boundary depended on this moment. Yang Kai looked calm on the surface, but he was secretly nervous. There was no movement. The small sapling swayed with the wind, its leaves green, but the expected movement didn't appear. Kai Ying's heart was filled with shock. What was going on? When he first threw the roots into the small sealed world, he didn't do anything and it took root and sprouted branches and leaves. Now that he was carefully cultivating it, why wasn't there any movement? Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly heard a slight rustling sound. Before Yang Kai could figure out the reason, the rustling sound suddenly turned into a rumbling sound, and the whole hill shook. At the same time, a continuous and terrifying suction force came from the small sapling, madly devouring the surrounding world energy. Yang Kai was overjoyed and quickly investigated. Underground, invisible to the naked eye, the roots of the small sapling extended wildly, reaching deep into the ground and expanding. In just a few breaths, it had expanded to more than a dozen acres, and it was still expanding at an even faster speed. The whole barren hill was undulating, and the roots were exposed to the outside, shattering the sand and stones. The small sapling rose steadily, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai retreated again and again. In just half an hour, the small sapling that was as tall as a person turned into a towering tree that was more than 300 meters tall. The tree crown was dense like a large umbrella, covering the whole hill. The growth didn't stop. Deep underground, the roots of the world tree continued to extend, and on the surface, the world tree grew uncontrollably. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a void crack 100 miles away from this barren hill gradually disappeared with the growth and influence of the world tree. And in the area covered by the roots of the world tree, the broken world principles solidified. Not only were they restored to their original state, but they were even stronger. It was done. Although Yang Kai had guessed that the roots of the world tree would be of great use to the astral plane when he first obtained them, it was only now that he confirmed it. With this world tree, the astral plane would no longer have to worry. Of course, this wasn't the real world tree. It was just an evolution of the roots of the world tree. Strictly speaking, it was just a clone of the world tree. The real 3000 world tree was still in the land of the ancients. He wondered if this clone of the world tree would bear the 3000 world fruit after it grew up. Yang Kai was excited. If it could bear the 3000 world fruit, it would be amazing. When the clone of the world tree grew another 100 feet tall, its growth slowed down significantly. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that it wasn't that it had reached its limit, but that it couldn't supply enough energy. Its growth required a terrifying amount of world energy. Almost all the world energy within hundreds of thousands of miles had been sucked dry by it. Although the world energy from other places would automatically flow over to replenish it, it would still take some time. After understanding this, Yang Kai immediately took out a large number of source crystals from his space ring and frantically sprinkled them. The source crystals exploded before they hit the ground, turning into pure world energy. The growth of the world tree sped up again. Now that source crystals were no longer of much use to his cultivation, he still had some left, which he could use in this place. But it wasn't over yet. Yang Kai's divine sense surged, sending messages to all sides. A moment later, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pointed in front of him. When the void rippled, a vortex appeared and Mo Huang walked out. When he looked up and saw a giant tree 100 feet tall standing in front of him, he couldn't help but be surprised. This is the world tree? When Yang Kai sent messages to all sides, he also informed them of the situation here and the needs of the world tree, so Mo Huang naturally understood. Strictly speaking, this is the world tree's clone, Yang Kai said as he continued to sprinkle source crystals. Mo Huang's face lit up. This thing is really useful. The laws here are very different from other places in the star boundary. They are much more solid. Saying so, he also threw out a large number of source crystals from his space ring. The next moment, Chu Tianji also walked out of the vortex and sprinkled the source crystals in his hand without saying a word. Then Zhang Wuhen, Hua Linglong, Yao Jun, the great emperors all had huge stashes of source crystals on hand. They usually didn't use them, but they came in handy at this time. The great emperors worked together, and the scene was spectacular. The massive amount of source crystals turned into world energy, and the world tree's clone didn't reject them. It was like a bottomless hole swallowing as much as it could. After them, Hua Qingxi also rushed over with the storage of the High Heaven Palace, Wen Zishan, and the leaders of the major forces in the 4 territories. After receiving the void token, no one had anything and all contributed their strength. The originally deserted barren mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. The world tree continued to grow. Its roots extended underground, spreading toward the 4 territories, almost covering the entire star boundary. Wherever the roots spread, the broken laws of heaven and earth quickly recovered. The thick death aura that had shrouded the star boundary for a long time finally disappeared at this moment. Chapter 4170. A few days later, Zhang Wuhen flew over from afar, accompanied by a rumbling sound. In his hand was an existence that looked like a giant dragon. The spiritual qi around it was oppressive. It was a spirit vein. Zhang Wuhen pulled it out from somewhere. He flew in front of the world tree and smashed it down. The spirit vein collapsed and turned into surging spirit energy. It was as if a storm had erupted and swept in all directions, shaking the earth and mountains. This storm only lasted for a dozen breaths before disappearing. It was completely devoured by the world tree's clone. With the help of the spirit vein, the world tree's clone suddenly shot up dozens of feet. The great emperors of Icefeather also pulled out a spirit vein. The martial beast did the same. With so many spirit veins, the world tree's clone grew very quickly. Young Kai was watching happily at first, but the more he watched, the more he felt that something was wrong. The growth of the world tree was not stopping at all. Chu Tianji was also worried. Sukong, is the world tree going to suck the astral world dry? Although the growth of the world tree had stabilized this part of the astral boundary, and the broken laws were obviously showing signs of being repaired, the consumption of the world's spirit energy was too frightening. If this continued, it would only take a few years for the entire astral boundary's spirit energy to be completely devoured. At that time, so what if the astral world's laws were stabilized? Without spirit energy, how could a cultivator cultivate? It can't be. Young Kai was also a little uncertain. If that was really the case, it would be smashing his own foot. He had planted the world tree's clone to save the astral world, but if the astral world changed because of this, the loss would outweigh the gain. At this time, the world tree's clone was already thousands of feet tall. The barren mountain that originally existed here had long disappeared, crushed into nothingness by the roots of Pangu's disjointed roots. Such a huge tree could be seen even from a distance. And under the ground, the roots of the world tree had already spread over a radius of 1,000,000 miles. This area of 1,000,000 kilometers was obviously different from the rest of the star boundary. It was being transformed by an inexplicable and mysterious force, giving life to the shattered laws. Time passed. A month later, the world tree's clone had grown to a height of 10,000 feet. The huge tree canopy covered hundreds of thousands of miles of territory. The towering tree was like a guardian deity, protecting this part of the world. Its roots extended to an unknown location, covering almost 10% of the entire star boundary. At this point, the growth of the world tree suddenly slowed down. Yang Kai sensed it carefully and discovered that the world tree had not stopped growing. It was just invisible to the naked eye. It was no longer growing taller or larger, but the roots that extended underground were still spreading to every corner of the astral plane at an extremely firm speed. At the same time, from the sky, traces of inexplicable power were attracted by the tree of world and absorbed by it. Through every branch and leaf on the huge treetop, pure spiritual chi of heaven and earth was condensed and fed back to the land. The power of the stars. Zhan Wuhen raised his eyebrows. The great emperor's senses were extremely sharp. Not a single change in the world tree could escape their detection. The inexplicable power from the sky was clearly the power of the stars in the vast universe. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. From the current situation, the star boundary could be considered to be stable. There was no need to worry that the world tree would drain the star boundary's spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It would absorb the power of the stars and continue to grow. When its roots could cover the entire star boundary one day, the star boundary's laws of heaven and earth would be completely restored. It might even obtain unimaginable benefits. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth that had been consumed because of its growth could also be replenished by the power of the stars it absorbed. One day it would be able to replenish the spiritual chi of heaven and earth that it consumed 10 times, 100 times, or even more. At that time, what kind of changes would occur in the star boundary? The world tree was indeed very mysterious. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the great emperor's complexions had indeed improved a little. Even their auras had become much more stable. The star boundary had benefited, and the great emperors, who were bound together with the star boundary for good or ill, would also benefit. Even their control over the star boundary had increased a little. Under the world tree, more than 10 figures stood quietly, silently observing. Yang Kai's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He took out the communication device with Lu Shui. After sensing it, a look of surprise appeared on his face. However, he was very happy and relieved. He said to the great emperors, "I'll be back soon." His figure swayed and disappeared. A moment later, Yang Kai's figure appeared at the periphery of the star boundary. He looked up and saw a huge monster with its back facing him. It was striding away and walking into the distance. That huge monster, if not the giant Garuda, who else could it be? His movements were not fast. One could even say that he was extremely slow. However, every step he took covered an astonishing distance. After 2 or 3 steps, the huge figure was only a small black dot left. Lu Shui flew over and reported, "Master, this giant Garuda suddenly got up and left without saying anything." "I see." Yang Kai nodded. Ada was attracted by the dying aura of the star boundary. He had stayed at the periphery of the star boundary for decades, waiting for the star boundary to die. However, this time he brought back the clone of the world tree and pulled the star boundary back from the brink of death. Ada obviously felt something, so he left. Ada's departure also indirectly confirmed the future of the star boundary. If the star boundary was still on the verge of death, Ada would not leave just like that. This was a good thing. Yang Kai's figure flashed and he sped away. It did not take long for him to catch up with Ada. He stood in front of him and shouted, "Ada!" Ada lowered his head to look at him. When he saw that it was him, he did not stop walking. He reached out and held him in his hand, grinning. "Ada is leaving. Where are you going?" Yang Kai asked. Ada was at a loss for a moment, then patted his stomach. "Ada is hungry. I'm going to find something to eat. Stay here. I'll give you something to eat." Yang Kai threw out a one-realm bead as he spoke. Ada opened his mouth and swallowed it. As he chewed, he said, "I'm not full. Ada wants to eat more." Yang Kai was speechless. He originally wanted Ada to stay. After all, with such a huge monster guarding the periphery of the star boundary, no one would dare to have any ideas about the star boundary. However, Ada had been here for so many years. Although he had eaten many one-realm beads, to him, they were just snacks before the meal. What he wanted to eat was still the real world of heaven and earth. Yang Kai could not satisfy this at all. "Will we meet again in the future?" Yang Kai shouted. Ada laughed foolishly. Yang Kai sighed and shouted again, "Open your mouth." Ada opened his mouth. It was as if he could swallow a stars. Dozens of one-realm beads were thrown out. They surged into Ada's mouth and disappeared. Ada's expression was joyful when he heard the sounds of crunching. Yang Kai had already jumped down from Ada's palm. He stood in the void and watched Ada leave. Soon Ada disappeared from his sight. He did not know if he would ever see Ada again in this lifetime. The giant gods were peaceful people. They did not have a fixed residence. They chased after the dying world of heaven and earth. They were gifted with the ability to smell the aura of the world of heaven and earth from very far away. They would go many years in advance and wait quietly. However, the universe was so vast. After this farewell, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. When Yang Kai returned to the foot of the world tree, the great emperors were still standing under the tree. Emo Huang glanced at him and asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Now that the crisis of the star boundary had been resolved, the burden that had been weighing on everyone's hearts for decades had been removed. They no longer had to worry about the survival of the star boundary. It was time to think about the future. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "I was just about to tell you about this. I have seized the spirit province outside the universe. It's called the Void Land. Now there are many things waiting to be done. I want to invite all of you to go back with me and build the Void Land. Not only you, but I want to take anyone in the star boundary who has cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm as long as they are willing." A Third Order Emperor realm cultivator was qualified to come into contact with the universe, but they could not cross the void with their own strength. As for those below the Third Order Emperor realm, if they were willing, Yang Kai could take them with him. The Void Land was currently in need of manpower. Although there were many outsiders helping, they were not as reliable as their own people. Moreover, if the Void Land wanted to develop and grow, it was essential to absorb new blood. When Emo Huang heard this, he said, "In the past, we didn't know that the road ahead was vast, but now that we know, we naturally want to experience even more wonderful scenery. It's just that, if we all leave, who will protect this vast star boundary? What if a strong enemy invades?" "I'll stay," Zhang Wuhen said in a deep voice. Duan Hongchan smiled meaningfully. "I can also stay." Seeing that the other great emperors were about to speak, Yang Kai raised his hand and stopped them. "You don't have to do this. I will arrange the star boundary's future. To tell you the truth, I didn't come back alone this time. I brought 3 subordinates, all of whom have the power to split open the heavens. It won't be a problem to leave one person behind to guard the star boundary. Moreover, the star boundary is located in a relatively remote territory. There are only a few universe worlds in this territory, so under normal circumstances no one will come here." He himself had spent a great deal of effort to find the star boundary. Which heaven-opening realm cultivator would come to the star boundary to show off their strength? This place did not have much of an attraction to heaven-opening realm cultivators. If that was not the case, the star boundary would have had records of heaven-opening realm cultivators for so many years. The great emperors looked at each other and nodded. Since Kai Yang had even thought of this point, they naturally didn't have to worry about the consequences. Soon a piece of news spread throughout the world. The great emperors of the void wanted to bring third-layer emperor realm cultivators to the universe world. Those who were interested could gather at the High Heaven Palace. As for those below the third-layer emperor realm, if they were interested, they could also go to the High Heaven Palace to register and make their choice. In the entire star boundary, there were originally quite a few third-layer emperor realm cultivators, but some of them had been killed or injured in the Great War of the Two Worlds. Now there were only about 30 of them left. There was not much room for these people to develop in the star boundary, so they had to be taken to the void. However, there were countless cultivators below the third-layer emperor realm. Naturally, it was impossible to bring all of them to the void, so only a few could be chosen. Chapter 4171. Before the War of the Two Realms, the world did not know about the outside world. It was not until after the War of the Two Realms that Yang Kai left the star boundary that the world knew that there were more exciting and stronger existences outside the universe. Now decades had passed, and the great emperors of the void had returned. Not only did they solve the immediate problems of the star boundary, but they also intended to lead the cultivators of the star boundary to the vast universe. The world was shocked. Countless cultivator rushed like a flock of ducks. In the 4 territories of the star boundary, cultivator after cultivator rushed through the space array to Ice Snow City, outside the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. There, the disciples of the High Heaven Palace were responsible for registering the names, origins, cultivation, and specialties of the visitors. For a time, Ice Snow City was full of people. Eastern Territory, Azure Sun Temple. On Myriad Saints Peak, the temple master of Azure Sun Temple, Wen Zishan, was wearing a purple robe. He stood facing the sea of clouds with his hands behind his back. Myriad Saints Peak was the main peak of Azure Sun Temple, and also the place where Wen Zishan lived and cultivated. It towered into the clouds and was magnificent. Wen Zishan gazed at the rolling clouds while Gao Shueting stood beside him, graceful and elegant. When the sun rose from the east, its golden radiance spread over the sea of clouds, making the already beautiful scenery even more magnificent. Footsteps came from behind, followed by the voices of 3 people. "Greetings, Temple Master." "Greetings, Elder Gao." When Zishan turned around and looked at the 3 people in front of him, he smiled and nodded. "You're here." The 3 people standing in front of him were the triad of Azure Sun Temple's younger generation, Xiaoshang, Xiao Baiyi, and Murong Xiao Xiao. These 3 were the most outstanding disciples of Azure Sun Temple, and now they had all cultivated to the second-order Emperor realm. Xiaoshang cupped his fists and said, "May I know why Temple Master has summoned us?" Compared to decades ago, Xiaoshang's expression was more calm. Back then, his temperament was extremely lively, but after the War of the Two Realms he had grown a lot. "Good news," when Zishan smiled. Xiaoshang said, "Please enlighten me, Temple Master." Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao Xiao also looked at him suspiciously. They did not know what good news their temple master was talking about. When Zishan said, "It's like this. The 3 of you are now second-order Emperor Realm Masters. In the entire star boundary, there aren't many people stronger than you. It's time for you to take on more difficult tests and more difficult tasks." The 3 looked serious. "I want to choose one of the 3 of you to inherit the position of the Azure Sun Temple Master. But all 3 of you have your own strengths. I don't know how to choose, so I have to carefully consider." Xia Shang and the others looked at each other. "Yes." When Zishan nodded, Murong Xiao Xiao frowned and said, "But Temple Master, although the 3 of us are already emperors, we are still young and inexperienced. How can we inherit the position of Temple Master?" When Zishan smiled, "You don't have to worry about this. With this king behind you, who would dare to say anything? What's more, the temple also needs you young people to lead the way. You may do a better job than us old guys." Xiao Baiyi cupped his fists and said, "Please reconsider, Temple Master. The temple is not yet on the brink of destruction. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to pass on the position so hastily. What if the foundation of the temple is shaken? When Zishan raised his hand and said, I've made up my mind. Xiaosheng looked at him suspiciously. Temple Master, I seem to have heard that the Void Master intends to take people outside the universe? No. When Zishan flatly denied, where did you hear this rumor from? Do you believe it? Xiao Baiyi also said, I heard that the Void Master will take away all Third Order Emperor Realm Masters. Any cultivator below the Third Order Emperor Realm can go to Ice Snow City to register. Nonsense. When Zishan chuckled, Murong Xiao looked at Wen Zishan, Temple Master. Although the Void Master is one of the great emperors, he cultivated with us in the past. We can contact him. When Zishan's face twitched as he let out a dry laugh. So it's like this. Since you all know about it, then this king won't hide it from you. Ahem, that's right, Lord Void is going to take some people outside of Qiankuan. Your martial uncle Gao and I are part of this group, so before we leave, I want to pass the position of Temple Master to one of the three of you. After all, a house can't be without a leader for even a day. Now that we're all gone, the temple needs someone to oversee it, and I think the three of you are very suitable. Xiaosheng, as the eldest senior brother, you have to take the position of Temple Master and live up to the years of nurturing this king and your martial uncle Gao. Xiaosheng looked up at the sky and pretended not to hear. The veins on Wen Zishan's forehead throbbed as he looked at Xiao Baiyi again. Xiao Bai, although your strength is slightly weaker than Xiaosheng, your temperament is the most stable. This king has long decided to let you inherit the position of Temple Master. I believe that with your leadership, the temple can move towards a better future. Xiao Baiyi picked his ears. When Zishan's face turned ugly as he looked at Murong Xiao and said earnestly, Xiao, although you are a woman, you are not inferior to men. Do you like the position of Temple Master? If you do, you can take the Temple Master seal now. With this king's help, you will be able to refine it completely in a few days. Since the creation of my temple, there has never been a female Temple Master. If you accept, you will be the first female Temple Master in history. Your name will go down in history, and you will be revered by future generations. Murong Xiao said weakly, Temple Master, since the establishment of our temple, you are the only Temple Master, right? These are all trivial matters, there is no need to pay attention to them. But, Murong Xiao hesitated. But the three of us have already signed up. Ice Snow City has already registered. What? When Zishan looked as if he was struck by lightning as his face turned pale. When did this happen? Yesterday, Murong Xiao whispered back. When Zishan clutched his chest and looked at the three of them bitterly. You have disappointed this king too much. The temple needs you right now, but you actually acted so carelessly. This king is sad. D1. Split. Xiaosheng said, Temple Master, we also want to see the wonderful things outside the universe. If we take the Temple Master's seal, how can we leave? But you can't all leave. When Zishan was furious, if you all leave, what will happen to the temple? Xiao Baiyi thought for a while and said seriously, if there is no other way, Temple Master, you can stay. Bastard. When Zishan was furious and almost spat out his saliva, you want to go outside the universe, but this king doesn't want to go? A group of ingrates this king has taught you for so many years in vain. From the time you were crying piteously for food until now, this is how you repay this king. This is really infuriating. The three of them did not say a word and let Wen Zishan curse endlessly. When he was tired of scolding, Xiaosheng cupped his fists and said, Temple Master, if there is nothing else, we will take our leave first. Saying so, he signaled to Xiao Baiyi and Murong Xiao with his eyes, and the three of them said in unison, Disciple will take his leave. They ran down the mountain like a wisp of smoke. Don't go, let's talk things over. When Zishan shouted, but no one paid attention to him. In the blink of an eye, the three of them disappeared. When Zishan gritted his teeth and said, How dare they? Little Xueting, did you see that? These three little bastards don't put me, the Temple Master, in their eyes at all. Gao Xueting smiled and said, All right, don't be angry. As she spoke, she stepped forward and stroked Wen Zishan's undulating chest to calm him down. If it were me, I wouldn't accept the Temple Master's seal at this time. They are all grown up and have their own pursuits and dreams, isn't that a good thing? But what about the temple? Wen Zishan asked. Gao Shueting smiled. If it's not possible, I'll take charge. A person's voice came, and Qiu Ran walked out of the sea of clouds and bowed. Greetings, Temple Master. Greetings, Madam. When Zishan looked at Qiu Ran in astonishment, Junior Brother Qiu Ran smiled and said, I'm old, so I won't waste my time. No one knows what's outside the universe except for the Void Master. But it will be a long journey. When one gets old, it's easy to miss home. I'll stay. Oh. Western Territory, Lu Family Hall. Under the witness of many family elders, the Lu family patriarch handed the patriarch seal to a young man. Unfilial son, from today onwards, you are the patriarch of the Lu family. Your aptitude is average, but your temperament is steady. I don't ask you to expand the Lu family's territory, but you must do your best and live up to the expectations of the Lu family's ancestors. The Lu family young master took the patriarch's seal solemnly and knelt on the ground. This child will remember father's words. The Lu family patriarch nodded. Then I can rest assured. Tomorrow I will lead people to Ice Snow City in the Northern Territory. If everything goes well, I will follow the Void Master to the universe. If you still want to see me in this life, then work hard in your cultivation. The Void Master said that in the future, as long as you cultivate to the third stage Emperor realm, he will send people to receive you. The Lu family young master kowtowed. This child wishes father and uncles a safe journey. Eastern Territory, Sky Union City. City Lord Su Tian. He was a First Order Emperor Realm Master. At this time, he summoned his favorite son to pass on the position of City Lord. Northern Territory, Immaculate Island. Island Lord Zhang Zhouzi lifted a young man by the collar and pressed him to the throne. He stuffed the Island Lord's seal into the young man's hand and patted him on the shoulder. Boy, from today onwards, you are the Island Lord of Immaculate Island. The young man cried, Master, you can't do this to this disciple. This disciple doesn't want to be an Island Lord. This disciple wants to follow the Void Master to achieve great things. Don't talk nonsense. Master will take care of following the Void Master. You just have to be the Island Lord and live a carefree life. Come, everyone greet the new Island Lord. Zhang Zhouzi called out, and many of the Immaculate Island's higher-ups cupped their fists and bowed with strange expressions. Greetings, Island Lord. In the Fourth Territory, there were countless such scenes. When the great emperors of the Void wanted to take people to the universe, countless people rushed like ducks. The cultivator who did not have any restraints rushed to Ice Snow City to register, but for people like Zhang Zhouzi, the Lu family patriarch, and the City Lord of Sky Union City, it was not easy for them to leave. They had to make proper arrangements. In a short time, about 70% of the leaders of the world's great forces changed hands. Chapter 4172. Outside Ice Snow City, two streams of light flew over and landed outside the city gate, turning into the figures of two young men. One was tall and sturdy with a wide mouth and a split nose, while the other was handsome and elegant. When the two of them looked up, they were both shocked. The tall and sturdy young man let out a strange cry, Zishao, there are so many people here? The handsome young man called Zishao said, the Void Master returned a few days ago and brought news from outside the universe. This time he is going to take some people away, so of course everyone came here. It has only been 10 days, and there is already such a grand occasion. It can be seen how powerful the Void Master is. As time passes, there will only be more in the future. Xiaowu, we have to work hard this time. Whether we can follow the Void Master and achieve great things depends on today. Xiaowu nodded seriously and clenched his fists. Work hard, we can do it. Let's go, let's enter the city first. Zishao called out and passed through the city gate with his companions, walking into the city. Looking from outside the city, it felt like Ice Snow City was packed with people, but when they entered the city, they found that the situation was a little different from what they had imagined. The city was actually very vast, and although there were many people, it was not crowded. Instead, it seemed very spacious. The two of them were stunned and did not understand what was going on. While they were in a daze, they saw a person walk over and say with a smile, "Two little brothers, are you here to register?" "Ah." Xiaowu scratched his head and quickly nodded. Yes, we are here to register." "You are?" The person smiled and said, "I am a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. My surname is Su." You can call me Brother Sue. I am mainly responsible for leading you to different places to register. A disciple of the High Heaven Palace. The eyes of the two young men immediately lit up. They stared at Brother Sue with burning eyes, their eyes full of admiration and envy. Ever since they had proven their Tao in the void and obtained the position of great emperors, they had led the various armies of the astral world to fight to the death against the demon race. After they had defended the last pure land of the astral world, the name of the High Heaven Palace had spread throughout the world. How many people dreamed of joining the High Heaven Palace? How many people longed to become a part of the High Heaven Palace? Unfortunately, for so many years, the High Heaven Palace had never recruited disciples from the outside world, causing countless people in the star boundary to have no way to enter. The two youngsters were of low birth. Although they had long heard of the High Heaven Palace's reputation, this was the first time they had set foot in the Northern Territory, and the first time they had seen a disciple of the High Heaven Palace. They felt that this Brother Sue was indeed different from others. He was like a dazzling sun, and from what they could sense, this Brother Sue was at least a Tao Source Realm cultivator. As expected of the High Heaven Palace, the disciple in charge of guiding outsiders to register had such a cultivation. The two youngsters were shocked. The young man named Zi Xiao had a calmer temperament. After a brief moment of surprise, he cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Brother Sue. May I ask, with our cultivation, where should we register?" Brother Sue smiled and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you two should be in the origin returning realm." Zi Xiao blushed with shame and scratched his head. "We've made a fool of ourselves, brother. We started cultivating late." He lowered his voice and said, "Brother Sue, with our cultivation, is there any hope for us to follow the Void Master? I've seen that all the cultivator who has passed by are very strong. An origin returning realm cultivator might be considered a master in the territory of the lower planes, but in the star boundary, they were nothing." The two brothers had hesitated for a long time before, not knowing whether they should come to Ice Snow City or not, but in the end, the desire in their hearts overcame their inferiority complex. They stepped onto the space array and teleported to the nearest city, to Ice Snow City. Brother Sue laughed. The Void Master is choosing people to go to the outside world this time, not just because of their cultivation. Of course, cultivation is also a part of it, but if you have other specialties, you still have a chance. Specialties? Zi Xiao raised his eyebrows. Alchemy, artifact refining, array Tao, and so on. As long as you have something that you can take out, you can show it. The two brothers looked at each other and said in unison, "We know how to arrange spirit arrays." Brother Sue nodded. "Then it's easy. Let's go. I'll take you to the place where array masters register." Saying so, he led the way. Walking on the spacious street, the two brothers were like country bumpkins who had just entered a big city for the first time. Everything was new to them, and they would point to the side from time to time. Zi Xiao suddenly said, "Brother Sue, when we were outside, Ice Snow City didn't seem this big, right? Why does it feel different when we enter?" Brother Sue smiled. "You noticed it too? Not bad, not bad. Your senses are very sharp. Ice Snow City is indeed not this big. This city can only accommodate 1 million people, but now it can accommodate more than 10 million people? But it's still very spacious. Even if it can accommodate more than 10 million people, it won't matter. And all of this is the work of the Void Master. A mustard seed contains Mount Sumer." Zi Xiao suddenly thought of something and his expression turned solemn. Brother Sue scratched his head. "I can't say, but our Void Master is proficient in space principles. I don't know what kind of method he used, but the interior of Ice Snow City is now so spacious. The Void Master's methods are truly heaven-defying," Zi Xiao said with a fanatical expression. Xiao Wu laughed heartily. "There will be a day when us brothers will be able to do whatever we want." Brother Sue said, "You two little brothers are very ambitious. And in front of us is the registration area. You can go there yourselves. I still have to continue receiving other outsiders, so I won't accompany you." "Thank you, Brother Sue." The two bowed and thanked him. Brother Sue waved his hand, and his figure disappeared into the crowd. After he left, the two brothers looked at a large hall in front of them. There were people coming and going in the large hall, and it was obvious that they were all here to register like the two brothers. After encouraging each other for a while, they walked in. With a glance, they saw that the large hall was divided into dozens of areas of territory. Each area of territory had a cultivator wearing the uniform of the High Heaven Palace, and there were many cultivators waiting in line in each area of territory. The two of them chose a place where there were fewer people and waited quietly. Not long after it was their turn. The two stepped forward and cupped their hands together. "Greetings, brother." Their expressions were solemn and dignified. Behind the counter, the High Heaven Palace disciple raised his head and glanced at them. He smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. This is just a registration and a small test." Although he said this, the two youths still looked tense. Under the guidance of the High Heaven Palace disciple, they reported their names, ages, and specialties. The High Heaven Palace disciple looked at them in surprise. "You two have cultivated for only 12 years, and you have such cultivation. Your aptitude is not bad. What's rare is that you even dabble in formations. Since that's the case, you two can set up a spirit gathering formation here." The two youths nodded and immediately got busy. This was just a simple test. The people who had registered before them had also done this, and it wasn't targeted at them. Therefore, the two youths got busy without hesitation. A spirit gathering formation was the most basic and simple formation, and there was no formation master who didn't know how to do it. The High Heaven Palace didn't provide the materials, so the two youths had to figure it out themselves. Fortunately, the two youths had set up a spirit gathering formation countless times during their cultivation, so they were naturally familiar with it this time. While the two youths were setting up, a person suddenly walked into the main hall. With his hands behind his back, he patrolled the territory of each district. The cultivator who came here to register was all required to set up a spirit gathering formation. This person stopped in front of the territory of each district and observed, nodding from time to time with a look of approval or slowly shaking his head. Not long after, he came to the territory of Zishao and Little Wu. When the High Heaven Palace disciple in charge of this place saw him, he quickly got up and was about to salute him, but the person waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't make a fuss. The High Heaven Palace disciple smiled and sat down again. The person glanced at the spirit gathering formation that Zishao and Little Wu were setting up, and his eyes suddenly lit up as he watched with great interest. The High Heaven Palace disciple was slightly surprised. Others didn't know this person's identity, but he did. In terms of array Dao, there was probably no one in the entire star boundary who could compare to him. Was there something special about the spirit gathering formation that these two youths were setting up? He himself was also slightly proficient in array Dao, otherwise, he wouldn't have been arranged here to register. He immediately looked over, and after observing for a while, he suddenly discovered that the spirit gathering formation that these two youths were setting up was indeed a little different from the one he had seen before. Although there were many types of spirit gathering formations, they were all basically the same. There were a total of 49 arrangements, but in his memory, the spirit gathering formation in front of him didn't belong to any of them. What kind of arrangement was this? Just as he was secretly puzzled, Zishao and Little Wu stopped and let out a sigh of relief. Zishao said, "Brother, the spirit gathering formation has been set up. Please examine it, brother." The High Heaven Palace disciple raised his head and looked behind the two youths. With this person here, how could it be his turn to examine it? Zishao and Little Wu seemed to have noticed something and turned their heads to look, only to discover that someone was standing behind them. The person had his hands behind his back, straightened his robes, and squatted on the ground without a care for his image. He looked at the spirit gathering formation in front of him and said, "The materials have been reduced by about 10%, and there are 2 less bases, but the effect has been increased by 20%. This kind of method is very ancient, not modern." When Zishao and Little Wu heard this, they immediately showed surprised expressions. They then heard the person say, "The way of thinking is strange, but it's a pity that the person who set up the spirit gathering formation is clumsy. Obviously, he hasn't received complete instruction. If he could be more mature, the effect of this spirit gathering formation could be increased by another 10%. After saying this, the person stood up and nodded, "Not bad." Looking at the two youths with a smile, he asked, "Which senior did you inherit this from?" Zishao and Xiao Wu couldn't help but become vigilant. The person in front of them was right. The two of them were originally the sons of hunters in the mountains. When they were young, they accidentally got lost while playing in the mountains and entered a cave. Who would have thought that there would be a skeleton in the cave? The two of them obtained something from the skeleton. Without the guidance of a teacher, the two youths were self-taught. All of this was the two youths' biggest secret, but who would have thought that it would be exposed by a complete stranger here? For a moment, the two youths even had thoughts of killing him to silence him. Chapter 4173. Oh! The man seemed to have noticed something and glanced at the two with a smile, his aura suddenly erupting. Zixiao and Xiaowu felt like a mountain was about to crash into them. They couldn't help but groan and take a few steps back, the blood in their chests roiling. Emperor Realm. The two were shocked. This ordinary-looking guy was actually from the Emperor Realm. The two of them were just puny origin returning realm cultivators. How could they resist the pressure of the Emperor Realm? If this person hadn't restrained his aura by 90%, the two of them might have already exploded under the pressure. Their souls were shaken, and when they regained their senses, the man was already gone. Looking at each other, the two of them broke out in cold sweat and felt a chill run down their backs. Congratulations! The High Heaven Palace disciple stood up and cupped his fists. Zixiao and Xiaowu were baffled, not knowing what to congratulate them for. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Zixiao said, "Brother, that master is..." The High Heaven Palace disciple chuckled and said, "You two are proficient in array Dao, yet you don't know the name of that master?" Zixiao blushed with shame and said, "Us two brothers are from the countryside and have shallow knowledge. Please enlighten us, brother." The High Heaven Palace disciple said seriously, "That master's surname is Southern Gate." As soon as this was said, Zixiao and Xiaowu couldn't help narrowing their eyes, the latter even exclaiming, "Could he be the master of the Southern Gate Army?" Yes. Zixiao and Xiaowu were stunned. As array masters, they had naturally heard of the Southern Gate Army. This was the most powerful array Dao Grandmaster in Star Boundary. It was said that the High Heaven Palace's sect protecting array was arranged by him. During the Great War between the two realms, the High Heaven Palace relied on this sect protecting array to resist the countless attacks of the demon race, preserving Star Boundary's last pure land. It could be said that the great emperors of the void played a major role in Star Boundary's success today, but the Southern Gate Army's contributions were also indispensable. Even though they lived in the remote wilderness, they had heard the name of the South Gate Army many times. The two brothers had always regarded this Grandmaster as their goal. They had always dreamed that one day, they would be able to sit on the same level as him and exchange knowledge of arrays with him. They didn't dare to imagine that this Grandmaster would magically appear beside them, and even comment on the spirit-gathering formation they had set up. Furthermore, the two of them had even thought of killing him to silence him. If they had known the other party's identity, how would they have dared to have such thoughts? Xiaowu immediately scratched his ears and cheeks, and said with a flushed face, "Zixiao?" Zixiao didn't know what to say. He let out a long sigh with a dispirited look on his face. If Grandmaster Nanmen saw this, he would probably think that the two of them were useless. The voice of the disciple from the High Heaven Palace could be heard. The master of the South Gate has never given anyone such a high evaluation before. It seems that the attainments of the two little brothers in array formation have already caught his eye. What? What? Little Wu looked over in surprise. Master Nanmen gave us a very high evaluation? Was there such a thing? How come he didn't know about it? The disciple from the High Heaven Palace continued. Didn't the master of the South Gate say that you two are not bad? He has patrolled this place several times, but he has never said such a thing to anyone else. Little brothers, please continue to work hard and don't disappoint the master of the South Gate. When they walked out of the main hall, the two brothers were still in a daze. On the main peak of the High Heaven Palace, on the High Heaven Peak in the bedroom, jade bodies were laid out on the bed, and the air was filled with an extremely strange aura. Yang Kai raised his hand and moved the Shanqing Luo, who was wrapped around him like an octopus, to the side. He slowly got up and turned his head to look, only to see that the women were still fast asleep. He couldn't help but laugh. After so many years of silence, these days of fierce outbursts, even though the women had cultivated to the Third Order Emperor realm, they were still somewhat unable to withstand his violent whipping. One after another, they were defeated and tactfully begging for mercy. Shanqing Luo didn't believe him and insisted on competing with him. But in the end, she fainted. Before her, Su Yan, Xiaoning Chang, and Shui Yu were already ravaged and had fallen asleep. In the end, Yu Rumeng's skill was superior and she perished together with him. In the end, he was the succubus demon saint, and his strength was extraordinary. However, in terms of recovery ability, Yu Rumeng was not as good as him. At this moment, Yu Rumeng was curled up on the edge of the bed, her tender body trembling from time to time. Yang Kai, on the other hand, felt that he could still fight for 300 rounds. He got up, put on his clothes and walked out with disheveled hair. Outside the door, the chief steward Hua Qingxi was waiting respectfully. With a glance, she could vaguely see the boundless spring scenery in the room and couldn't help but blush. "How's the situation in Ice Snow City?" Yang Kai asked as he walked forward. "I was just about to report this matter to the master." Hua Qingxi followed closely behind. After the news was spread, the 4 territories were shaken. Countless cultivators came to Ice Snow City to register. In just half a month, nearly 30 million people have signed up. So many. Yang Kai was surprised. Although he already knew that the number of people wouldn't be small, this number was still a bit too much. "How many people will master take this time?" Hua Qingxi asked respectfully. "Please give me a number, master, so that we can arrange the next selection." "At most 500,000. Yang Kai walked to the outer hall, smoothed his robes and sat down. A maidservant served him tea and respectfully left. 500,000. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly. Choosing 500,000 out of 30 million was a huge project, and it had only been half a month. There would be more people signing up later. Her palace master had really given her a difficult problem. However, this wasn't the first time that Yang Kai had given her such a difficult problem. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, she naturally knew how to share the burden and solve the problem. Then the High Heaven Palace. Hua Qingxi hesitated. "Treat everyone equally." Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Except for those third-stage Emperor Realm cultivators who must be taken away, everyone else, no matter who they are, must show their true abilities if they want to go outside the universe. Cultivation is only a part of it, but the key is malleability and growth. The universe is not like the star boundary, and there may be many dangers in the future. You must tell them this as well. "Yes," Hua Qingxi respectfully replied. "Then this subordinate will go and arrange the procedures. It will take at most 2 months. Everything can be arranged properly. Master, please prepare early." With that said, Hua Qingxi was about to leave. Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "Chief Steward, please wait. Does Master have any other orders?" Yang Kai scratched his face and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll have to trouble Chief Steward to comb my hair. I want to see Father and Mother." Hua Qingxi couldn't help laughing. "I can't help you with this, but I have a candidate in mind. Call her over. She has been waiting to see Master." With that said, without waiting for Yang Kai's agreement, she immediately took out a communication artifact and contacted her. A moment later, a graceful figure walked in from outside. "This subordinate will take her leave." Hua Qingxi covered her mouth and chuckled, then left calmly. Yang Kai looked at the person who came, and that person also looked at him. She blushed slightly and bowed, "Greetings, brother." "Junior sister Yao." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. The person who came was Ji Yao. Ji Yao pursed her red lips and said gently, "I heard from Chief Steward that brother needs to tidy up your appearance." Without waiting for her to finish, a strong force suddenly came over. Her body couldn't help but fall forward and fall directly into Yang Kai's arms. That familiar presence enveloped her body and mind, causing Ji Yao's heart to be in chaos. Looking up, she saw Yang Kai looking at her with a smile. "We haven't seen each other in so many years. Junior sister, you've become estranged." Ji Yao's eyelashes trembled, and her breathing quickened. Her mouth opened and closed a few times, but she couldn't say a single word. "If junior sister doesn't say anything, then I'll do as I please." Yang Kai laughed nastily, got up and carried Ji Yao, then walked step by step into the inner hall. "Brother, what are you going to do?" Ji Yao suddenly felt that something was wrong, and asked nervously. Yang Kai smiled and said with a firm gaze, "I'm going to give you an explanation." Give me what explanation?" Ji Yao panicked even more. Yang Kai had already walked in front of a side room and kicked open the door. The scene inside the room immediately entered her eyes. Ji Yao's eyes instantly widened. Inside the room, delicate snow-white bodies were laid out horizontally, their clothes scattered on the floor. The entire side room was like a battlefield, and the smell of blood and battle still lingered. The curled-up corpses lying on the floor spasmed from time to time, and murmurs came from their mouths. Ji Yao had never seen such a cruel scene, and for a moment, she didn't even dare to breathe loudly. It wasn't until Yang Kai gently laid her down on the bed that Ji Yao almost cried out, her beautiful eyes trembling as she looked at him and whispered, "Brother." Her hands were placed in front of her, one hand on Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to resist a giant mountain falling from the sky. "They've all been killed by me, now it's your turn." Yang Kai chuckled. Was this the explanation he wanted to give her? Ji Yao wanted to cry and laugh at the same time, her mood extremely complicated. Looking at her, Yang Kai's eyes were filled with tenderness, and although his expression was firm, and his tone was firm, he didn't make the slightest move. Ji Yao knew that as long as she showed the slightest sign of rejection, Yang Kai wouldn't continue. She asked herself, did she still want to be sneaky? Do I have to stand far away and watch other women surround and protect him, chatting and laughing? Even if she was worried, even if she missed him, did she want to find an excuse to get close? The panic in her beautiful eyes gradually dissipated, and she gently closed her eyes. Her hands wrapped around Yang Kai's waist, and a teardrop fell from the corner of her eye, but the corners of her mouth were curved in a smile. Yang Kai raised his hand, wiped away the tear, and gently kissed her hair. Her clothes were loosened, and her mind was in chaos. Unlike the previous storm, this time Yang Kai's movements were extremely gentle, like a gentle breeze and drizzle. Flowers fell one after another, and people's faces were like flowers. Yu Rumeng's eyes opened a slit, vaguely seeing something, but she couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep again, her mouth unconsciously muttering, "Evil spirit." This made Ji Yao's body suddenly stiffen, and she violently trembled. Yang Kai's mouth hooked up, and his smile was incomparably evil, making Ji Yao blush. After an unknown amount of time, Ji Yao fell into a deep sleep, and when she woke up, she suddenly felt several pairs of eyes staring at her. Her chaotic consciousness slowly recovered, and when she recalled everything that had happened before, she screamed, quickly grabbed the quilt and covered herself. She had no face to see anyone. Chapter 41-74. This child pays his respects to father and mother. Yang Kai lifted his robe and knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing. Get up, quickly get up." Dong Suju hurriedly walked over and helped him up. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked up at him. She reached out and brushed the hair by his ear as she rebuked. "You're all great emperors, don't be so courteous. Outsiders will laugh at you if they see you. So what if you're great emperors? Don't great emperors have parents?" Fourth Master Yang snorted from the side. "I gave birth to him and raised him, so what if he kneels?" Suddenly he felt a murderous aura and saw Dong Suju glaring at him while gnashing her teeth. He hurriedly picked up his teacup and took a sip, swallowing the rest of his words back into his stomach. Dong Suju glared at him again with a warning look. She turned her head and pulled Yang Kai with a smile, letting him sit with her. She looked him up and down and couldn't get enough of him. Her face was brimming with pride and happiness. This was her own son. She never would have thought that the little guy in her arms who was crying piteously for food would actually grow to this point today. For Yang Kai to have such achievements today, she was proud of him. And now she was also a mother relying on her son. Although her cultivation wasn't very high, in the entire star boundary, who would dare to look down on her? Even those fake emperors, when they came to the High Heaven Palace as guests, would greet them many times. She was content. As a mother, she didn't ask for her child to be rich and powerful, or to be a person above others. She only asked for him to be safe and sound for a lifetime. Now that Yang Kai was in perfect condition, without missing an arm or a leg, she was content. She pulled Yang Kai and chatted with him. Most of the time, she was the one asking questions, and Yang Kai answered casually. She didn't ask about the situation outside because she knew that Yang Kai must have experienced countless dangers in the past 10 years. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to bear it if she knew too much. Now that Yang Kai was already one of the great emperors, his words and actions were related to the survival of millions of creatures in the entire star boundary. She couldn't casually interfere with Yang Kai's actions like before. That would be irresponsible to the star boundary. Fourth Master Yang sat on the side. He seemed calm, but in fact his ears were like windmills. He listened very attentively, not wanting to miss a single word. Half an hour later, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and asked, "Father, are you injured?" When he came in just now, he noticed that his father's aura was very stable most of the time, but there were occasional moments when it flowed more rapidly. Obviously, he had some sort of hidden injury. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Kai was now one of the great emperors and had extraordinary eyesight, any other fake emperor wouldn't have noticed it. Fourth Master Yang was stunned for a moment before waving his hand and saying, "It's nothing, don't worry." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "How long has it been?" Before Fourth Master Yang could speak, Dong Suju said, "It's been more than 30 years. More than 30 years. This happened after the Great War of the Two Realms, when he went into seclusion to refine the power of the wood element. After the Great War of the Two Realms, Yang Kai went into seclusion to refine the essence of the immortal tree. It took him a full 50 years before he left the star boundary. But when he left, he didn't inform anyone and left quietly. Let me take a look." Saying so, he got up and walked over to Fourth Master Yang, reaching out his hand and placing it on his wrist. Fourth Master Yang opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't say anything and just let him do as he pleased. Yang Kai's divine sense surged, and after a moment of investigation, he frowned slightly. Is this a hidden injury from breaking through to the Emperor realm? Fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju didn't have high cultivations now, only first-order Emperor realm. After all, their aptitudes weren't very good, and it was thanks to the great support of the High Heaven Palace that they were able to achieve what they had today. The hidden injury in his father's body wasn't serious, but it couldn't be underestimated. If it was left alone, it would definitely be troublesome when he broke through in the future. This injury seems to be caused by an unstable foundation. "Father, why are you cultivating so hard?" Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This injury wasn't caused by external forces, but by Fourth Master Yang himself. His cultivation was too unrestrained, and his body couldn't bear it. Fourth Master Yang snorted. "You're now one of the great emperors. As your father, I don't expect to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you, but I can't let you lose face, right?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Can it be cured?" Dong Suju asked nervously. The couple didn't mention anything about Fourth Master Yang. After all, after the War of the Two Worlds, the entire star boundary was in a terrible situation, and they didn't want to take up too much of the High Heaven Palace's resources. "It's a small problem. I'll ask Ningchong to refine a few spirit pills for you to take every day. Every 5 days, I'll help you clear your meridians, and you'll be as good as new in less than a month." If it was before, he might not have any good ideas, but now with his ability, treating this kind of injury was naturally a piece of cake. "That's good." Dong Suju breathed a sigh of relief, and even Fourth Master Yang, who had been keeping a straight face, revealed an expression of relief. Yang Kai said, "But father, you can't be so hard-working in your cultivation in the future. You've taught me before that there's a limit to everything. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. When we go outside of Qiankuan realm, there are better resources there, and I guarantee that both of you will be able to steadily increase your cultivation." The couple looked at each other, and Dong Suju stammered, "I was just about to talk to you about this. Outside of Qiankuan realm, your father and I don't plan to go there for the time being." "Why is that?" Yang Kai was stunned. Dong Suju smiled, "This place is pretty good, and if both of you leave, someone will have to stay behind to look after the house, right? Your father and I will stay behind to look after the house for you. If you don't like it outside, you can come back at any time and we'll have a place to stay." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. "I don't need you two to look after the house." Without waiting for him to finish, Fourth Master Yang raised his hand and said, "We know that you are filial, but your mother and I are only first-order Emperor Realm Masters, and we don't have much ambition. We just want to live a peaceful life. Even if we go outside of Qiankuan realm with you, we won't be of much help and will only drag you down. Rather than that, it's better to stay here." I can feel that there are some subtle changes in the star boundary recently, as if it's been reborn. Boy, is this your doing? Yongkai nodded. Although the world tree had extracted a lot of world energy from the star boundary to grow, causing the world energy in the star boundary to become much thinner, it had resolved the star boundary's difficulties, stabilized the world energy, and condensed the world principles. In the long run, it would be of great benefit to the entire star boundary. Looking at it closely, wouldn't the star boundary be reborn? Fourth Master Yang was from the Emperor realm, so it wasn't surprising that he had sensed this change. Outside of Qin Kuan realm, there are many resources that the star boundary doesn't have. Perhaps your mother and I can grow faster if we go with you, but I have a faint feeling that if we stay, we may obtain even greater benefits. Fourth Master Yang looked at him and said, "So, you don't have to persuade us about this matter. Your mother and I have already discussed it." Yongkai didn't say anything. Others might not know the mysteries behind this, but Yongkai himself was well aware of it. His father was right. If they went outside of Qian Kuan realm, they would certainly obtain more and better resources and improve their cultivation faster, but if they stayed in the star boundary, they would also obtain benefits. Now that the star boundary was brimming with new energy and the power of the laws of heaven and earth was condensing again, the cultivator who stayed here would be growing together with the star boundary. It would be easier for them to comprehend the power of the laws and be more closely aligned with the star boundary. One day, they might be able to comprehend great mysteries from the star boundary. This was something that no resources could compare to. In short, leaving the star boundary had its advantages, but staying here also had its advantages. The two simply couldn't be compared. If it weren't for this, he would have ordered all the cultivator above the Emperor realm to be packed up and taken away. Why would he leave some people behind? However, the third stage Emperor realm cultivators were different. They had already cultivated to the peak of the martial Tao within Qian Kuan realm, so there wasn't much point in them staying. What they needed was to comprehend their own Tao and condense their Tao seals. The new star boundary couldn't help them in this aspect, so all the cultivator above the third stage Emperor realm had to be taken away. He hadn't told anyone about this, but his father had actually comprehended it. This was most likely a kind of opportunity, so Yongkai wouldn't force it. Moreover, since his father had comprehended it, there might be more cultivators in the Emperor realm who had comprehended it. Yongkai nodded and said, "Since the two of you have already made up your mind, then I won't say anything else. But don't worry if I have the time. I will definitely come back to visit you often." The fourth Master Yang laughed and scolded, "Work hard outside. The star boundary's future is on your shoulders, so don't think about such nonsense. Your mother and I are deeply in love. After you leave, who knows how happy and carefree our lives will be. Why would we need you to disturb us?" Yongkai blushed with shame. Just as they were talking, two people rushed in from outside. It was Yang Shui and Yang Xiao, the two Flowing Time Great Emperor twins. "Big brother," Yang Shui said crisply. The flower hairpin on her head shone brightly. It was one of the accessories Yongkai had bought in the Hall of Heaven and Earth. "Greetings to grandfather and grandmother." Yang Xiao had a well-behaved appearance. After bowing to the fourth Master Yang and Dong Suju, he respectfully said, "Adoptive father." Yongkai nodded and patted him on the shoulder. "You've done well these past few years. The star boundary's natural laws were shattered, and there were natural disasters and man-made disasters. The Flowing Time Great Emperor twins had saved many people over the past few years and resisted many dangers." Yang Xiao said seriously, "Adoptive father's burden is my duty as a child." He rolled his eyes and said, "Adoptive father, outside the Hall of Heaven and Earth, is it fun? Do you want to go?" Yongkai looked at him with a smile. Yang Xiao nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice, his eyes shining, "Yes, yes, yes." When Yongkai secretly left the star boundary, he wanted to go with him. In the end, he was dragged back by Yang Shui. After waiting for so long, Yongkai finally came back. Yongkai also said that he wanted to bring some people outside the Hall of Heaven and Earth, so how could he miss this opportunity? "Bring you there." Yongkai stroked his chin. "It's not impossible, but the outside of the Hall of Heaven and Earth is dangerous. If you want to go, you have to have the strength to protect yourself. Let me see the results of your cultivation over the years. If I'm satisfied, then everything can be discussed. If not, then obediently stay in the star boundary for me." Young Xiao was surprised and happy. His fighting spirit surged. "Adoptive father, please enlighten me." Chapter 4175. In the void, the flowing time temple floated, and on the steps of the temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui stood solemnly. The two of them had obtained the legacy of the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor, and had cultivated and lived together. After many years, they had long since become one and had a tacit understanding of each other, fighting and retreating together. Yang Kai wanted to test them, so the two of them naturally had to join forces to fight. Even though the two of them had grown tremendously over the years and were now second-order Emperor Realm Masters, if they worked together to stimulate the power of the flowing time temple, even an ordinary third-order Emperor Realm Master would not be their opponent. However, facing Yang Kai was still like a mountain. Yang Kai just stood there, not giving off the slightest aura, but it was like an insurmountable mountain in front of them. Even if they looked up, they could not see the scenery at the top of the mountain. "Little auntie, we're going to go all out." Yang Zhao's palms were full of sweat, but his eyes were burning with a burning fighting spirit, as if he wanted to burn a hole in the sky. Yang Shui nodded and took a deep breath, her amber eyes flashing with electricity. Yang Kai stood 1,000 meters away with his hands behind his back, his face calm and relaxed as he chuckled. "Don't say that I'm bullying you too. You can attack me however you want. I won't use the star boundaries world force and will only suppress my cultivation to the same level as yours. If you can meet me within 3 moves, you win." Yang Xiao was furious. "Adoptive father, you're looking down on me too much. I haven't been wasting my time all these years. I'm much stronger than I was back then. It's useless to say more. Make your move." Yang Kai hooked his finger at him. Yang Xiao gritted his teeth, and Yang Shui also said angrily, "In that case, please take our first move, big brother." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them formed hand seals together. There was no need for discussion at all, not even the slightest bit of eye contact. Their movements were so uniform that it was as if they were the same person, and there was no difference at all. Yang Kai nodded upon seeing this. After so many years of cultivating together, the two little ones were able to communicate with each other. Such a terrifying synchronization rate was something that even twins might not be able to achieve, but they were able to do it so easily. It was obvious that they had really cultivated diligently all these years. Yang Kai's hand seals changed, and he laughed. "Flowing time great emperor's shuttle? I know this move too." Saying so, his hands also changed time's hand seals. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal was the flowing time great emperor's famous consummate skill. Yang Kai had learned it a long time ago and had even scratched the surface of time principles. After that, he had used the mysterious small world to devour various continents in the demon territory and found an ancient battlefield. That ancient battlefield was where the flowing time great emperor had fought a life or death battle with the great emperors. That ancient battlefield had many traces left behind by the battle between the two of them countless years ago. Yang Kai immersed himself in these traces and comprehended them. It was as if he had recreated the battle between the flowing time great emperor and Mo Shang, completely comprehending the essence of the flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal. His flowing time great emperor's shuttle seal was tantamount to the flowing time great emperor's teachings. Unlike Yang Kai, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had inherited the legacy of the flowing time great emperor from the flowing time temple. After so many years of painstaking cultivation, it could be said that the great emperors of the flowing time great emperor had taught them step by step. The principle of time fluctuated wildly as the two sides changed their hand seals, and the power around them surged. Yang Kai's hand seals were one step behind, but he was the first to reach them. A low murmur resounded through the world. The flowing time great emperor's withering glory shuttle dream. A palm shot out. At the same time on the flowing time temple, Yang Xiao and Yang Shui also shot out their palms. The power of the flowing time great emperor eroded each other, collided in midair and dissipated. The time in the void seemed to have experienced thousands of years of flowing in an instant. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and suddenly felt an unusual fluctuation coming from the flowing time temple. The originally evenly matched situation was instantly broken. The principle of time displayed by the two little guys on the opposite side suddenly froze by 30% and suppressed his flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. The flowing time temple has such a magical effect? Young Kai was surprised. The fluctuation coming from the flowing time temple had the magical effect of strengthening the power of Yang Xiao and Yang Shue's divine technique. Yang Xiao laughed and said, "Little Aunt and I have inherited our master's legacy, and this flowing time temple was our master's temporary residence. Using the divine technique of the principle of time in this temple has its own advantages. Adoptive father, are you surprised?" In a few words, Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal was defeated. On the contrary, although the principle of time of the two little guys was weakened, it was still fiercely attacking. This was not the end. Yang Shui shouted, "The second move." As soon as she finished speaking, a small hourglass suddenly appeared in front of her. In the hourglass, divine sand flowed and floated out. There were exactly 10,008 grains. This was the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand that the Great Emperors had spent endless effort to polish into. The flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand floated and wrapped into the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal, adding to each other, making the power of the two divine technique extremely terrifying. Yang Kai retreated quickly. His expression was dignified. Spring sleepy, summer tired, autumn sleepy hibernation. Yang Xiao suddenly waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force gushed out from his palm and wrapped in the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. He looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Adoptive father, you are sleepy. Take a good rest." The three moves combined into one, and the power increased again. Yang Kai's vision was filled with the 10,008 grains of divine sand. Before the attack arrived, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of fatigue, and even his eyelids became heavy. Divine soul attack? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and smacked his lips. Interesting. If it was an ordinary divine soul attack, he might not have taken it seriously, but this divine soul attack driven by the principles of time seemed simple, but it could give people the illusion that they had experienced the endless flowing time Great Emperor in an instant. In this endless flowing time Great Emperor, endless exhaustion would accumulate, and no one would be able to withstand it. Yang Kai's figure suddenly stopped, and he no longer retreated. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept over. Yang Zhao's face was overflowing with excitement, and Yang Shui also gently clenched her fists. The divine sand was about to envelop Yang Kai. Once that happened, he would not be able to escape. Yang Kai slightly raised a finger and pointed in front of himself. In an instant, so close yet so far. The smile on Yang Zhao's face stiffened, and Yang Shui also showed a look of surprise. Because in their perception, Yang Kai was only a few thousand feet away from them, but it also felt like they were separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, and the distance between them was extremely far. The 10,008 grains of divine sand that were about to rush over also froze in mid-air. Yang Kai wasn't frozen in place but was instead moving forward at a slow speed, as slow as a turtle crawling. Obviously, he was so close yet so far away. That small distance had been extended infinitely by Yang Kai's movement. This was the mystery of the so close yet so far divine technique. "We lost." Yang Xiao gnashed his teeth. "Ha!" Yang Shui sighed slightly, and the seal on her hand dissipated. Restricted by Yang Kai's space divine technique, she could not even take back the flowing time Great Emperor's divine sand. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand, dispersing the divine technique. The 10,008 grains of divine sand swept back, and the two-time divine technique hidden in the divine sand also collapsed. The flowing time Great Emperor Master was a peerless genius. With his foundation, he already had the ability to jump out of the shackles of heaven and earth, but in order to destroy Emoshang's conspiracy, he did not hesitate to risk his life and become the demon race's territory, fighting with Emoshang to the death. In the end, although he died, he also brought new hope to Star Boundary. It can be said that the flowing time Great Emperor Master contributed greatly to Star Boundary's success today. Otherwise, Star Boundary would have long become the second demon race's territory. Yang Kai sighed. Although the flowing time Great Emperor Master died, he also left behind his legacy. The two of you are lucky enough to inherit his legacy, so you should also inherit his will. If Star Boundary is in trouble in the future, even if you have to give up your lives, you must protect the peace of Star Boundary. This way, you will not disappoint the sacrifice of your predecessors. We will follow adoptive father's teachings. Yang Xiao quickly adjusted his expression. Prepare yourselves. In 2 months, follow me outside of heaven and earth. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he left in a flash. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui were left looking at each other. After a while, Yang Xiao scratched his head and said, "Little auntie, I don't know if I heard wrong. But adoptive father just told us to follow him outside of heaven and earth?" Yang Shui pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Isn't this exactly what you want?" Yang Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up, and he put his hands on his hips and laughed. "I knew adoptive father would take me away. Outside of heaven and earth, this young master is coming." He had a temperament that did not like to be quiet, and now that his wish was fulfilled, he was naturally overjoyed. When Yang Kai returned to Lingxiao Peak, the girls had already gotten up. Ji Yao stood there with a red face, and she was somewhat at a loss. When she saw Yang Kai, she looked at him with some resentment. Shua shua shua, the others looked at him with piercing eyes, especially Yu Ru Meng. Her gaze was as if she wanted to eat someone. Shan Qing Luo even gritted her teeth and sneered. Yang Kai touched his nose and said embarrassedly, "Have you all rested well?" Ji Yao's face was already red, and when she heard this sentence, her face became even redder, and smoke was about to come out of her head. Yu Ru Meng said indifferently, "So what if you have rested well? So what if you haven't rested well?" Yang Kai laughed awkwardly. Yu Ru Meng stepped forward and pinched the flesh on his waist. She gritted her teeth and said, "What are you laughing at? Now that things have come to this, you have to come up with a plan." Yang Kai's expression did not change, and he said suspiciously, "Plan? What plan?" Yu Ru Meng was furious. She looked at Ji Yao, who had her head lowered, and said, "Don't you need to give her an explanation? Isn't this too much?" Yang Kai was speechless. Yu Ru Meng was furious. "Is this considered an explanation? What about Bing Yun? How are you going to explain this?" Yang Kai blinked, thinking that there was no need to explain anything. But after thinking about it, he really had to talk to her. After all, Bing Yun was Ji Yao's honored master. It would be unjustifiable if he did not explain. If he really went to Ice Heart Valley to talk to Bing Yun about this, he thought that Bing Yun would be happy to see it happen. After all, she should have been aware of it and would not obstruct him. It was just that he was too embarrassed to show up. He looked at Yu Ru Meng for help. Yu Ru Meng coldly snorted. "Why didn't you think about it when you were acting like a beast? Now you feel guilty?" She glared at him hatefully. "Okay, I will go to Ice Heart Valley tomorrow and talk to Bing Yun." He turned his head and looked to the side. "Su Yan, you go with her." Su Yan nodded. "Okay." Ji Yao was Bing Yun's third disciple, and Su Yan was Bing Yun's youngest disciple. She was Ji Yao's senior sister, so it would be easy for her to talk to her. Kai Yang felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Chapter 4176. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. The square of Ice Snow City was packed with people. There were at least 600,000 cultivators gathered here. Although there were many of them, they were arranged in neat rows, forming huge square formations. No one was making a ruckus. The 600,000 cultivators stood there quietly like a well-trained army. However, everyone's eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Zishao was a young man in one of the formations. Compared to when he first came to Ice Snow City 2 months ago, the young man's appearance had not changed much, but he had grown a lot. His cultivation in the Tao of Arrays had improved by leaps and bounds. Xiao Wu quietly sent a message. "No wonder people say that we can't cultivate behind closed doors. In the past 2 months, I've been competing with many fellow cultivators and my attainments in the Tao of Arrays have improved greatly. It seems that I'll have to communicate with others more often in the future." Zishao was also filled with emotion. Yes, in the origin returning realm, there are many people whose attainments in the Tao of Arrays are higher than ours. It's really amazing. Xiao Wu chuckled meaningfully, but we still got what we wanted. Now we can follow the Void Master to the outer world. I wonder what it's like outside the outer world. In the past 2 months, Ice Snow City was in full swing. There were all kinds of competitions and tests. The 2 young men passed all the tests. Although there were times when they failed, they did indeed show great talent in the Tao of arrays. Now their cultivation was not high, and their knowledge in the Tao of arrays was relatively shallow. However, their growth was obvious to all. The Southern Gate Army made the decision to let these two young men pass. After 3 months of screening, 500,000 people were selected from tens of millions of people. This was an extremely huge project. For this, the entire High Heaven Palace was put into operation. Not only the High Heaven Palace, but also the Northern Territory's Ice Heart Valley, Fire Dragon Palace, and Meteon Pavilion invested an incalculable amount of manpower and material resources. Even the great sects in the Eastern Territory, Southern Territory, and Western Territory contributed. This was how Yang Kai was able to select the number of people required in such a short period of time. In the end, the final result was not 500,000, but 600,000. It did not matter if there were more people since the void was in dire need of manpower anyway. These 600,000 people might not be the strongest in the astral boundary, but they were the current and future elites of the various territories and territories of the astral boundary. Their existence was bound to give the void zone an extremely vigorous development and a vast future. Palace Master, everything is ready. On the other side of the square, Hua Qingxi looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded. Start the array. Upon receiving the order, Hua Qingxi took out a compass and sent out a message. In the next moment, the Southern Gate Army on the square immediately summoned a disc array and poured their Emperor Qi into it. Rumbling sounds came from the ground, as if thunder was rolling. Above the entire square, bright lines flickered, wrapping around the 600,000 people. Everyone had already been instructed to relax their minds and not put up any resistance. The light grew brighter and brighter, and when it reached a certain level it burst out with a bang. When the light dissipated, the 600,000 people gathered on the square disappeared, all taken into the sealed world bead. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and pulled the sealed world bead back from the void. He then reached out to grab the Southern Gate Army and put them into the sealed world bead as well. Only then did he look at Hua Qingxi and said, I'll leave everything in the astral boundary to Grand Chief. He originally wanted to take Hua Qingxi with him. After all, she had been managing the High Heaven Palace for so many years. If she was taken to the Void Zone, she could continue to display her talents and save Yang Kai a lot of effort. However, Hua Qingxi did not agree. There were still tens of thousands of disciples in the High Heaven Palace. If she, the Grand Chief, left, the High Heaven Palace would be leaderless. She insisted on staying, so Yang Kai could only let her do as she wished. Fortunately, Bian Yuqing, the second chief, followed him. With her presiding over the situation in the Void Zone, it was the same. Hua Qingxi said seriously, Rest assured, Palace Master. This mistress will take good care of the High Heaven Palace and the Star Boundary. Yang Kai smiled and said, Don't delay your own cultivation. Let's meet again outside the universe. Although he took many people with him, he also left behind a lot of cultivation resources. The cultivation resources obtained outside the universe were not suitable for the cultivator in the Star Boundary. However, the Star Boundary itself had many resources that had not been discovered. During the 2 months of selecting the cultivator, Yang Kai did not stay idle. He searched around and found all the cultivation resources available in the Star Boundary. With the help of these resources, coupled with the World Tree stabilizing the Star Boundary and repairing the world principles of the Star Boundary, he believed that in the near future, masters in the Star Boundary would definitely spring up like bamboo shoots after a rain. The entire Star Boundary was the rear base of the Void Zone. It could continuously send talents to the Void Zone. The only drawback was that the distance between each other was a little far. I will not disappoint, Palace Master. Let's go. Yang Kai took a step forward and was already in midair. Below, Hua Qingxi bowed gracefully, Farewell, Palace Master. In Ice Snow City, countless people shouted in unison, Farewell, Void Master. Yang Kai looked back, waved his hand gently, and took another step forward, his figure disappearing from sight. This time, when he left the Star Boundary, he took not only the 600,000 elites selected from the various territories but also many emperors. In the Northern Territory, needless to say, the masters of the High Heaven Palace were Yu Rumeng, Su Yan, Xiaoning Shui Yu, Shanqing Luo, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yan, Qiongqi, Guizhu, Qi Yu, Aio, Bian Yuqing, and others. All of them were emperors, There were also Ice Heart Valleys Bing Yun Ji Yao and Ruo Yun, Sun Yun Shou Fire Dragon Palaces Li Jiao, Mi Chi of Mi Tian Pavilion Serene Soul Palace in the Eastern Territory, Star Soul Palace, Azure Sun Temple and Heavenly Martial Holy Land in the Southern Territory were all masters. In addition, in the ancient wildlands, there were the 3 Saint Venerables and their respective monster kings, the Stone Mongoose, and the Wood Spirit clan. It could be said that the current small sealed world was not only a gathering of the elites of the entire Star Boundaries territory, but also a gathering of the top forces. Not to mention many great emperors were also among them. Yang Kai's trip had almost emptied the Star Boundaries foundation. However, the World Tree was rapidly repairing the astral world. The remaining warriors could grow together with the astral world in a very short period of time, witnessing the rise of a universe. As the astral world flourished and developed, more and more powerhouses would emerge. After a while, at the periphery of the Star Boundary, a figure flashed and Yang Kai appeared. Lu Shui and the others who had been guarding this place quickly stepped forward and cupped their hands. Master. Yang Kai nodded and looked to the side. Hey he, I have a task for you. Please instruct me, Master. Hey he looked solemn. Stay here and protect the safety of this world. If you slack off, you will be executed without mercy. Hey he felt bitter in his heart, but he had no choice but to respond. This humble servant obeys. Although his cultivation was countless times stronger than Yang Kai's, since he had left his name and aura on the loyalty and righteousness list, he could not resist at all. Otherwise, Yang Kai would only need to use the Xieji horn to scratch out his name, and his soul would scatter. Yang Kai had almost emptied the Star Boundaries foundation and taken away most of its high-end forces, so how could he not leave some backup plans? After all, the void was far away from the Star Boundary, and there was no way to contact each other in time. If the Star Boundary really encountered any danger, he would not be able to provide support at all. He was a 5th stage heaven splitter and was very strong. With him guarding this place, he could deal with any danger. However, Yang Kai also knew that although he agreed readily, it was only because of the loyalty and righteousness list. He might not be so sincere in his heart. Smiling gently, Yang Kai said, 500 years. You only need to guard here for 500 years. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, I will return your freedom after 500 years. I swear on my Tao seal. He was shocked when he heard this and a look of great surprise appeared on his face. He cupped his hands again and again. Many thanks, Master, for your kindness. This humble servant will do his best and will not allow any accidents to happen to this world. He was a 5th stage heaven splitter. Although 500 years was not a short time for him, it was definitely not long either. Naturally, he could afford to wait. Moreover, Yang Kai had sworn on his Tao seal, so he could be trusted. Yang Kai then asked him to take out his universe map and mark the location of the void. He also told him that if there were any disasters that were difficult to resolve, he should immediately report to the void. He respectfully complied. After arranging everything, Yang Kai looked back at the Star Boundary again. His eyes paused for a moment on a towering ancient tree before he sped off in a certain direction. Now that the matters in the Star Boundary were dealt with, all that was left was the new demon territory. When he left back then, he separated the small sealed world from the demon territory and formed a new demon territory. He left his embodiment to oversee it. Today, there were still countless demon race living in the demon territory. Demon Saint Bei Liamo and Chang Tian were also among them. Yang Kai did not plan to bring the demon race to the void. In the war between the two worlds, both the human and demon races had suffered countless casualties. The hatred between them was irreconcilable. If he really brought the demon race to the void, who knew what kind of disputes would arise? However, he could take Chang Tian and Bei Liamo with him. One of them was a demon saint, while the other had the bloodline of the dragon race. With the cultivation of a demon saint, if they wanted to advance further, they could only jump out of the shackles of the universe. The new demon territory was located in the same large territory as the Star Boundary. Back then, in order to prevent the two worlds from having any contact, Yang Kai deliberately chose a relatively distant location when he separated the two worlds. However, from what he could see now, the distance between these two worlds was not too far. A few days later, Yang Kai flew over a piece of the void and looked around. Suddenly, a look of suspicion appeared on his face. If he remembered correctly, This was the place where he separated the demon territory, but today, he did not see any trace of the demon territory. This made him a little puzzled, wondering if he had remembered the wrong location. Although the demon territory he separated from the demon territory had turned into a rolling shape, it was still a universe world after all, so there was no reason for it to move so easily. Did something happen? Yongkai suddenly had a bad feeling. He immersed himself in his divine sense and carefully sensed. The embodiment sat in the demon territory and had an inseparable connection with him. As long as the distance was not too far, he could naturally sense it. After a while, Yongkai looked up in a certain direction and sped off. Chapter 4177. A few days later, the trio had crossed hundreds of millions of kilometers in Yongkai, since that they were getting closer and closer to the demon territory. Lu Shui suddenly exclaimed, "Master, there's a situation up ahead." Her cultivation was much higher than Yongkai, so whether it was in terms of eyesight or perception, she was naturally better than Yongkai, so she was able to discover some things ahead of time. "What's the situation?" Yongkai turned and asked. "There's a ship chasing a. Is that a universe world?" Lu Shui's tone was a little uncertain. Yongkai's brow furrowed as he asked, "What kind of universe world?" Lu Shui said with a strange expression, "It looks like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. Strange, why can this universe world move? It seems to have its own sentience." Yongkai's face sank. A universe world that looked like a big fish with a round and rolling belly. If it wasn't the new demon territory, what could it be? When Yongkai separated the demon territory, the new demon territory turned into a rolling territory. Because the rolling was created by the embodiment using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle law, the demon territory retained its rolling shape. It was also for this reason that the embodiment had to stay behind to take charge. It could be said that the relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Yongkai's main body and the small sealed world. It was not easy to move a universe world, but this new demon territory was different. With the embodiment presiding over the overall situation, the rolling universe world could move as it pleased. But where did that ship come from? Can you investigate the specific situation of that ship? Yongkai asked in a deep voice. Lu Shui slowly shook her head. It's too far. I can only get a general idea. This couldn't be helped. She could only discover the ship from this position, and if she wanted to pry into its specific information, she would need to get closer. After pondering for a moment, Yongkai summoned the shadowless muslin, wrapped the three of them and quietly approached. Although the demon territory was moving, its speed was not very fast, and the ship following behind was not too fast, neither too slow nor too fast, so in less than a day, the three of them were already close to 1,000 kilometers away. In order to avoid exposing his whereabouts, Yongkai didn't dare to get too close. Although the shadowless veil was quite good, it still had its limits. Before he could confirm whether or not there was a medium-grade heaven splitter on this ship, it was best to be careful. The distance of 1,000 miles was not close, but the view in the void was wide, so the situation in front of them could be seen very clearly. Lu Shui observed for a while and said seriously, "Master, I'm afraid there's at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on that ship." "How so?" Yongkai asked. Lu Shui said, "This ship is not ordinary. Even if a low-grade splitter can drive it, it can't be used for a long period of time. Only a mid-grade splitter can handle it with such ease." Yongkai's heart sank. This ship was chasing after the demon territory, so it clearly didn't have good intentions. And now there was at least one mid-rank heaven splitter on the ship. If it was below the 5th rank, then it would be fine. Lu Shui was also at the 5th rank, so she should be able to handle it, but what if it was a 6th rank? If that was really the case, then even if Black River was summoned, he wouldn't be the ship's match. He didn't even understand why this ship was chasing after the demon territory. Just as he was puzzled, the rolling ship's huge body suddenly shook, and a crack appeared on its back. From that crack, a blood-soaked figure rushed out, and behind him was the phantom of a miniature universe world. Yongkai's expression suddenly became gloomy. This person was shockingly a heaven splitter. Although from the miniature universe world's phantom, it was only a low-grade heaven splitter, there was definitely no such person in the demon territory. In that case, was that ship attacking the demon territory? But now, the demon territory's barrier had been torn apart, and that low-grade heaven splitter had escaped. Demonic chi. Lu Shue's expression froze as she saw the demonic chi lingering around the blood-soaked figure. Could it be someone from the Great Devil Heavens? Yang Kai was startled. The Great Devil Heavens was one of the 36 paradise, and Emo Shang was most likely from there. If the person on this ship was really someone from the Great Devil Heavens, then this matter would be troublesome. While speaking, the blood-soaked figure had already rushed back into the ship. In the next moment, 2 more figures rushed out from the ship and rushed into the demon territory's barrier that had been torn apart, disappearing from sight. So that's how it is. Lu Shue suddenly revealed a look of understanding and whispered, "Master, they should be trying to devour the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world to strengthen their own miniature universe world." What do you mean? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Lu Shue explained, "Master is currently only an Emperor Realm Master, so there are some things you might not know. After we cultivate to the Heaven Splitter realm, if we want to become stronger, the only way is to continuously raise our own grade, but how difficult is that to do? It often takes hundreds, thousands of years or even longer to accumulate. Take this mistress for example. I broke through to the 4th stage more than 600 years ago and have been refining Heaven Splitter pills all this time, but until recently there were no signs of me breaking through. According to my estimate, it will take at least 100 years before I can break through to the 5th stage. So long. Although he had long known that it was not easy to break through to the Heaven Splitter realm, the time it took to do so was a bit too long. Lu Shue's aptitude should be quite good, otherwise, she would not have been able to break through to the 4th stage. If even she was like this, the others would not be much worse off. Lu Shue continued, of course, in addition to this, there are many other ways to strengthen one's miniature universe world. For Heaven Splitters, the deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world, the more power they can display. Yang Kai lightly nodded. This was not difficult to understand. Heaven Splitters use world force, and the foundation of world force lay in the miniature universe world within their bodies. The deeper the foundation of their miniature universe world was, the more power they could display. As such, after a cultivator breaks through to the Heaven Splitter realm, what they need to do the most is to constantly increase the foundation of their miniature universe world. Taking Heaven Splitter pills is the most common method, and although it is slow, it is very gentle. In addition, there is a more extreme method, devouring the world principles and world force of that miniature universe world for their own use. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Like what we are seeing now? That's right. Lu Shue nodded, however. This method has a very large drawback, because the world principles of every miniature universe world are slightly different. If you rashly devour and refine them, it is extremely likely that it will cause varying degrees of impact on your miniature universe world. If the impact isn't too great, it won't matter, but if the impact is too great, it might even cause the cultivator's strength to decrease instead of increase. As such, very few people use this method to strengthen their foundation because the risk is too great. Very few doesn't mean there isn't any. What Master said is that if you can find a miniature universe world that is perfectly compatible with your foundation, then you won't have to worry about the consequences of devouring it. For example, when Master breaks through to the Heaven Splitter realm in the future, the most suitable place for you to devour is the miniature universe world you came from, because all your foundations are laid in that miniature universe world and are perfectly compatible with the world principles. Of course, if Master really does this, then the world principles of your miniature universe world will be broken, and the more you devour, the more unstable that miniature universe world will become. Over the years, it will become a land of death. Yang Kai was shocked. Has anyone done this before? Lu Shue nodded solemnly, yes. In ancient times, this sort of thing happened quite often, but it's much rarer nowadays. The reason for this is that as long as you aren't crazy, you won't do this sort of thing. After all, even if you devour the world principles of your miniature universe world, you won't become much stronger. Secondly, every miniature universe world has its own great emperors. Although the great emperors don't have high cultivations, they have obtained the approval of the world will, and are able to use the world principles. In their own miniature universe world, they are equivalent to lower rank Heaven Splitters, so devouring them won't be easy. Thirdly, in the current 3000 worlds, most miniature universe worlds have their own high sects and are protected by them. Rashly devouring them will only lead to chaos. Yang Kai suddenly said. Then wouldn't a miniature universe world without the protection of a high sect be in trouble? The large territory where the star boundary was located was relatively remote, and there weren't any decent forces here. It could be said that it was an ungoverned area, which was exactly what some people wanted. Lu Shui gently nodded. If I'm not wrong, the world principles of that miniature universe world should be very compatible with the miniature universe world of the master of this ship, so he chased after it and constantly sent his subordinates to suppress it, wanting to take it down. Since he's a medium-rank heaven splitter, why doesn't he do it himself? Yang Kai was puzzled. In the demon territory there were only embodiments Chang Tian and Bai Liamo, who were supported by the world will in the demon territory and were comparable to lower-rank heaven splitters, but in the face of a medium-rank heaven splitter, they still didn't have the power to fight back. If that ship master really wanted to take action, the demon territory wouldn't be able to resist at all. Lu Shui said if he personally took action, there would be a great battle. At that time the miniature universe world would be shattered and its principles would collapse, which wouldn't be good for him. At this point Lu Shui said, Master, what does that miniature universe world have to do with you? Yang Kai had come straight to this miniature universe world. She wasn't a fool, so she could naturally see some clues. Yang Kai said, that miniature universe world is mine. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed. Since that's the case, then we can't just sit back and watch. What we need to confirm the most now is how strong the master of this ship is. This was a bit difficult. Unless they took the initiative to expose their whereabouts to spy, no one knew how strong the master of this ship was. Guizian said, Master, should we ask Black River to come over? In the face of an unknown powerful enemy, 2 5th-rank heaven splitters were better than 1. It's too late. Yang Kai shook his head. This battle had been going on for who knew how long, and the situation in the demon territory wasn't optimistic. If they called Black River over, it would take at least 10 days. I'll go, Lu Shui volunteered. Yang Kai shook his head. No, if that ship's master is a 6th-rank heaven splitter, you'll be like a lamb in a tiger's den. Judging from how this person acts, he should be evil and not easy to deal with. Lu Shui smiled. He's now wholeheartedly focused on that miniature universe world. Even if he's a 6th rank, he might not be willing to waste time on me. If he really wants to fight, even if I can't beat him, can't I run? Master gave me the world fruit, saving me hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and also giving me the chance to see the splendor of a high-rank heaven splitter in my lifetime. Master, my kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Now that you're in trouble, I'll naturally do my best. Chapter 4178. Yang Kai pondered for a long time before saying, You can go, but take this with you. While speaking, he handed Lu Shui 2 space spirit beads and told her how to use them. Lu Shui nodded and received them. With this space spirit bead in hand, even if Lu Shui encountered any danger, she would have a great chance of escaping. Of course, the premise was that she operated it properly. The space spirit bead was refined by Yang Kai, and could only be used in pairs. When one space spirit bead was activated, the other could ignore space barriers and instantly cross the void. Putting away the space spirit bead, Lu Shui took the initiative to leave the shadowless veil. Although the two sides were separated by 1,000 kilometers, for a mid-rank heaven-opening master, this distance was nothing at all. Therefore, the moment Lu Shui's figure appeared, a tyrannical divine sense swept over from the ship 1,000 kilometers away. Lu Shui's world force fluctuated wildly, deliberately showing off her strength to attract the attention of the ship's owner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai gritted his teeth and quietly rushed towards the demon territory with Guizian. In less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the two had already arrived at the crack in the demon territory's barrier. Turning their heads, they saw Lu Shui slowly boarding the ship. Although Lu Shui was a 5th-stage heaven-opening master, she did not know the strength of the enemy, so rashly entering the ship of another person was taking a huge risk. If that person wanted to harm her, her situation would definitely be worrying. Knowing that Lu Shui's move was to create an opportunity for his whereabouts, Yang Kai no longer hesitated and plunged into the demon territory. From the outside, the entire demon territory looked like a huge monster fish, but the space inside was extremely vast. As soon as he entered, Yongkai felt the world force violently shaking, and the entire demon territory seemed to be shaking. At the same time, an aura closely related to him was closely connected. That was the aura of the Avatar. The Dharmakaya was a clone of himself that entered the body of the stone mongoose. It could be said that the Dharmakaya was his clone. Just like how Yongkai could sense the Dharmakaya from a certain distance, the Dharmakaya could also sense Yongkai. Sensing that the main body had entered, the Avatar immediately sent out some information with its divine thought. Kai Yong thought for a moment and quickly understood what was going on. Ever since he had left behind a new devil territory. His Dharmakaya had entered it, and with the assistance of Bai Liemo and Chong Tian, the entire devil territory had been developing rapidly. Originally, everything was going well. However, half a year ago, an uninvited guest suddenly came to the periphery of the demon territory. That uninvited guest was the ship that Yongkai had seen before. After a period of spying and investigation, the ship launched an attack on the demon territory. Of course, the Dharmakaya would not sit still and wait for death. He joined forces with Bai Liemo and Chong Tian to fight back. At the same time, he urged the rolling ship to escape. As they fought and fled, a few months passed in the blink of an eye. The true strength of the Dharmakaya, Chong Tian, and Bai Liemo was far inferior to the Kai Tian realm. However, in the devil territory, these three were equivalent to the status of the great emperors in the star world. They had the geographical advantage and could mobilize the world's power in the devil territory. They could display the strength of the lower Kai Tian realm. It was by relying on the foundation of the devil territory that the Dharmakaya and the others could deal with the enemy for such a long time. However, the enemy was also very difficult to deal with. There were too many of them. Although they had injured many of them, they could not kill any of them. On the contrary, the enemy executed the tactic of taking turns very well. When someone was injured, they immediately retreated and their companions came to take over. Yongkai had seen the lower Kai Tian realm escape while covered in blood. This was the situation. After all, the strength of the Dharmakaya and the others was too low. If the lower Kai Tian realm wanted to escape, they could not stop them. In the devil territory, there were 3 demon saint-level fighting forces. Therefore, the enemy always maintained 5 lower Kai Tian realm experts, showing a comprehensive suppression of them. Today the Dharmakaya could still fight. After all, he had the body of the stone mongoose and did not know exhaustion. However, whether it was Chong Tian or Bai Liemo, their mental strength was greatly exhausted and they were already at the end of their rope. If Yongkai did not come, the devil territory would be captured in less than a month at most. At that time they would be fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. It only took a moment for Yongkai to receive this information. After understanding the current situation of the demon domain, Yongkai grinned. He put away the shadowless veil and revealed himself with Guizian. At the same time, he waved his hand and a figure appeared in front of him. It was Yu Rumeng. When Rumeng appeared, she was still a little confused. She did not know why Yongkai released her so quickly. However, she soon realized that this was the devil territory. She was also a demon saint born in the devil territory. She was recognized by the will of heaven and earth and had a close connection with heaven and earth. As if she had noticed something wrong, Rumeng frowned. Yongkai briefly explained the current situation in the devil territory. Rumeng's beautiful eyes were full of killing intent as she listened. Yongkai comforted her a little and quietly communicated with the Dharmakaya for a while. He told Rumeng and Guizian the plan. Both of them nodded seriously. The next moment, an invisible force wrapped the 3 of them. When the law of space fluctuated, the 3 of them suddenly disappeared. At the same time, in a battlefield hundreds of thousands of miles away, the Dharmakaya, Bai Liemo, and Chong Tian were separated by 5 lower-grade splitters. They were fighting desperately. The Dharmakaya was the current master of the devil territory. He had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor of Wukong. He was not a flesh and blood body, so he did not know pain or fatigue. Therefore, he was the strongest among the 3. At this moment, 2 lower-grade splitters were attacking him from left and right. The Dharmakaya roared and repeatedly urged the world force. It was difficult to tell who would win. Every time he fought with the 2 lower-grade splitters, he was fighting with his life, which made his 2 opponents frightened. On the other side, Mo was entangled by a thin woman and could not get away at all. The woman also had the cultivation of lower-grade splitters. Even if she was fighting alone, she had the advantage. After all, Mo had been fighting with the enemy for several months. She was almost exhausted. At this moment, her face was extremely pale, her body was stained with blood, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a ghost. However, her opponent only entangled her, like a cat playing with a mouse, and consumed her strength. Compared to Mo's situation, Chang Tian's situation was extremely dangerous. Just like the embodiment, his opponents were two lower-grade sky splitters. These two lower-grade sky splitters didn't make a move, but once they made a move it would be fatal. Chang Tian had already revealed his true form. He was a huge demonic dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. The dragon's eyes, which were bigger than a house, were bloodshot. Its sharp claws had been broken, and countless dragon scales had been knocked away. The pitch-black dragon blood was constantly dripping down. It was as heavy as 1,000 caddies, smashing huge craters on the ground. The three demon saint-level forces were separated. The enemy's intention was very obvious. It was nothing more than to divide and destroy them. First kill Chang Tian. After killing him, the two lower-grade splitters would be able to support the other side of the battlefield. At that time, whether it was the Dharmakaya or Mo, it would be difficult to resist. Chang Tian also knew that he was the key to the victory of this battle. So he also risked his life and madly burned his essence blood. The world lost its color, and the mighty force of the world collided endlessly. The surroundings of the battlefield were full of void cracks. With the battlefield as the center, the laws of heaven and earth within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were shattered and withered. However, even if he did his best, he still could not see any hope of victory. Chang Tian's eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and his strength was almost drying up. He did not have much lifespan left. Back then, before the demon territory was devoured, Yang Kai was stranded on the 100-spirit continent. He had taken a fancy to him and wanted to cultivate Yang Kai to be his successor. If his lifespan was not at its end, how could Chang Tian have such thoughts? He could persist until now because he was burning his life force. After this battle, whether he won or lost, he would not live for long. His mind was in a trance, and a flaw appeared in his defense. The two lower-grade splitters fighting with him had extremely sharp eyesight. Naturally, they would not miss such a good opportunity. One of them wiped his long sword with his finger, and man and sword became one. They turned into a stream of light and slashed directly at Chang Tian's chest. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Dragon scales flew, dragon blood splashed, and the long sword pierced through his chest. Chang Tian's eyes suddenly widened, and the flesh on his chest wriggled crazily, finally stopping the long sword before it pierced through his heart. The pain made him roar angrily. He raised his dragon claw and was about to claw at his chest. At this moment, the other lower-grade splitter shouted in a low voice. The long halberd in his hand danced, and he raised it high to block the huge dragon claw. The scene froze at this moment. Two people and one dragon wrestled fiercely. Chang Tian's dragon beard fluttered in the wind, and the dragon roared continuously. The fierce wind urged the world force of the demon territory. The two lower-grade splitters also knew that it was a critical moment, and they used their strength without reservation. The dragon claw that was blocked could not move, but the long sword locked in his flesh stabbed towards his heart inch by inch. Every time the long sword moved an inch, it made a creaking sound, which was extremely ear-piercing. Suddenly, Chang Tian's dragon eyes widened, and he looked behind the enemy in shock, as if he had seen an extremely inconceivable scene. His eyes, which were originally filled with despair, suddenly blossomed with an astonishing brilliance. At the same time, the two lower-grade splitters who were in a deadlock with Chang Tian felt their blood run cold, and a chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. When the lower-grade splitter holding the long sword hurriedly turned his head, he saw a tall and sturdy figure appear behind him at an unknown time, holding a large axe and grinning sinisterly, chopping down with the axe. This person turned pale with fright. The power of this axe was extremely fierce. Inferring from the aura of the world force, the one who attacked him was surprisingly a third-grade splitter. And he himself was only a third-grade splitter. Where did this guy come from? The aura of death enveloped him, and at the critical moment of life and death, he hurriedly pulled out his sword. But the long sword was imprisoned by Chang Tian's flesh, so how could he pull it back in such a short time? Helplessly, he could only abandon his sword and quickly form a seal with both hands, raising his hands high. The phantom of the universe world behind him flashed, and the world force fluctuated. With a loud bang, the large axe chopped down. The man's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt his Tao seal and the small universe in his body shake endlessly, and the blood in his chest roiled, making him feel nauseous. If it were under normal circumstances, he would not be so weak. After all, he was also a third-grade splitter, comparable to Guizian in strength, but under a sneak attack, how could he display his full strength? Hastily responding, not being chopped to death was already a decent response. A huge force came from the front, and he was involuntarily forced back, fiercely slamming into Chang Tian's body before bouncing back. His figure was like a fallen leaf in a storm, withering with the wind. Chapter 41-79. Roar. A dragon's roar rang out as a bloody maw came down on him, its mouth filled with sharp fangs like the sharpest sword. Boundless darkness descended as Chang Tian bit down on this man's head. Asterisk crack. Asterisk his head shattered as his headless corpse fell from the sky, blood gushing out from his neck like a fountain. In a flash, a third-grade heaven splitter had fallen. The change happened too suddenly, and before his companion could react, this man had already died. Although Chang Tian did not know who Guizian was, since Guizian had saved his life at the critical moment of life and death, he was a friend and not an enemy. After killing one of them cleanly, he did not show any mercy after gaining the upper hand. He spat a mouthful of dragon's breath at the remaining lower-grade Kai Pin. This dragon breath contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. If it were any other time, this person might not care much, but when the dragon breath was spat out, Guizian chopped down with his axe again. World force fluctuated. This person's face changed slightly as he raised the halberd in his hand and sent Chang Tian flying, urging his own world force to wrap around the halberd as he met the axe head-on. With a loud bang, heaven and earth surged as the four extremes collapsed. The two of them, who were both at the third-stage heaven splitter, were actually evenly matched in this confrontation. Guizian's figure swayed slightly as a flush appeared on his face, while the third-grade heaven splitter borrowed the force to fly back, turning around in midair and quickly escaping. He was smart enough to know that he was not a match for Chang Tian and Guizian, and if he continued to fight, he would be doomed, so he decisively left to report to the ship. As for his other three companions, he couldn't care less about them. However, when he turned around, he suddenly saw a charming woman looking at him with a smile. When their eyes met, the woman's beautiful eyes emitted a soul-stirring divine light that seemed to transform into a huge vortex that pulled at his mind, wanting to pull him into the endless abyss. In an instant, illusions appeared in front of his eyes, and the sounds of killing rang in his ears. What a powerful illusion technique! This person's heart trembled. In his perception, this woman was only from the Emperor realm, but the illusory technique she used had already surpassed the level of an Emperor realm master. Even a third-stage heaven splitter like him had fallen for it. This was definitely a cultivator who specialized in cultivating the power of the soul. Break! The man opened his mouth and roared. His soul surged, and the illusion before him shattered. Yuru Meng let out a muffled groan. Her illusion was broken and she suffered a backlash. Her face suddenly turned pale and she staggered. Even her eyes were bleeding. With her strength, even with the support of the demon territory, it was still too difficult for her to deal with a third-stage heaven splitter. But it was enough. Although she didn't manage to kill the enemy, she did delay the enemy's escape. At this moment, in this place, this one breath of time was the difference between life and death. A huge dragon claw suddenly reached out from the void and grabbed him. The dragon claw tightened, and the person immediately showed a difficult expression. A series of crackling sounds came from his body. Turning his head, he saw that Chang Tian, who had been sent flying by him just now, had actually fought back while bathed in blood, firmly binding him. On the other side, Guizian held a large axe in his hand and slashed down like a meteor from the sky. Killing intent surged, making this person feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The halberd trembled and stabbed at Chang Tian's arm. The blow was so powerful that it almost broke Chang Tian's arm, but Chang Tian refused to let go. He allowed the dragon blood to gush out, his bones to break, and his tendons to connect. The other dragon claw also closed in on him. With a bang, it shackled Chang Tian even more. This time he was truly at a dead end. He looked at the falling axe with a face of despair. His vision blurred and he couldn't feel anything. Since Guizian appeared and the 2/3 stage heaven splitters died, only a dozen breaths had passed, but Chang Tian seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Seeing the second enemy die in front of him, his huge body rumbled and rolled to the ground. He shrank and revealed his human form again, but his aura quickly withered. The instant the first 3rd stage heaven splitter was killed, the heaven splitters on the other 2 battlefields all sensed something. The expression of the woman entangled with Bai Liamo changed greatly, and before she could see what had happened, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Shocked, she hurriedly investigated and found that this person was only from the Emperor realm, letting out a sigh of relief. As for the disheveled Bai Liamo, she cried out, "Kai Yang." The one who had come to support her was Yang Kai. This was also the plan he had discussed with the embodiment. Bai Liamo's opponent was not very strong. Only a 2nd stage heaven splitter. With his current strength he could definitely deal with him. Bai Liamo was pleasantly surprised at first, but then her beautiful face paled and she screamed, "Run, this person is comparable to the great demon god. He's not someone we can deal with." Yang Kai acted as if he didn't hear her, raising his hand and grasping the black dragon spear. He said indifferently, "So what if it's the great demon god? It's not like I haven't killed one before." As soon as he said this, the golden crow cried and a round sun suddenly jumped out. Heaven and earth trembled. The 2nd stage heaven splitter woman didn't put Yang Kai in her eyes at all, and when Yang Kai appeared, she summoned a handkerchief artifact to cover him. But the moment this round sun appeared, the woman's figure trembled and she cried out involuntarily, "This is divine technique embodiment?" Without hesitation, she retreated several dozen kilometers in an instant. Yang Kai stabbed out with his spear, and the round sun jumped to the tip of the spear and slammed into the handkerchief artifact, instantly creating a huge hole. Yang Kai's offensive did not decrease, and several dozen kilometers were flattened in an instant. The woman's field of vision was instantly filled with the golden sun, and as she screamed madly, she urged her miniature universe world to support herself. Kong. The round sun was annihilated, and Yang Kai's face paled slightly as a figure was sent flying like a ragged sack. It was the 2nd stage heaven splitter woman. Bai Liamo was dumbfounded. She almost couldn't believe her eyes. Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master, had actually blasted away an enemy she looked up to. What kind of strength was this? One had to know that Yang Kai was one of the great emperors of the star boundary, but in this demon territory, he was unable to obtain any support, so he could only rely on his own ability to achieve this. Has he also reached the same realm as the great demon god? Just as Bai Liamo was in a daze, Yang Kai's voice reached her ears. "What are you waiting for? Take advantage of her illness and kill her." In her field of vision, Yang Kai took a step forward and arrived beside the woman, his face like jade and his spear like a dragon as he brandished it, filling the sky with spear shadows that enveloped the woman. Bai Liamo shivered and pushed her tired body forward, rushing into the battlefield and joining forces with Yang Kai, forcing the woman to retreat again and again, forcing her into a dangerous situation. In the Great Void Boundary, when Yang Kai first displayed the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique, Zhao Baichuan had once said that with this divine technique, even if Yang Kai was only an Emperor Realm Master, he was qualified to compete with a low-rank Heaven Splitter. Although Zhao Baichuan was only a 5th stage cultivator, his eyesight was extremely sharp and his comments were on point. The Golden Crow Casting Sun was extraordinary and even a 3rd stage Heaven Splitter would not be able to withstand it, let alone a 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. However, the Golden Crow Casting Sun required a huge amount of energy and could not be maintained for long. With the annihilation of the Great Sun, Yang Kai's combat strength took a sharp turn. The woman supported her seriously injured body and struggled to cope for a while, but when she found that Yang Kai was only a facade, she calmed down and gnashed her teeth. "Smelly brat, I'll kill you." Her eyes were filled with resentment, as if she wanted to skin Yang Kai alive. drink his blood and eat his flesh. Being injured by an Emperor Realm Master was a great humiliation. Raising her hand to repel Bailey Mo's attack, she stretched out her other hand and grabbed at Yang Kai like a beast's claw. Yang Kai's face turned pale as he staggered back, but he could not escape from his opponent's attack. Seeing that this attack was about to land, Yang Kai suddenly showed the woman a malicious smile. This strange smile made the woman's heart skip a beat, instinctively feeling that something very bad was about to happen. The next moment, she saw the spear in Yang Kai's hand disappear and be replaced by a gourd. The mouth of the gourd opened, and a large amount of seven-colored profound light gushed out from the gourd. It rushed towards her in an overwhelming manner, and the aura that escaped from the profound light made her feel even more terrified. Divine Essence Fused Light. Sixth Order Divine Essence Fused Light. The woman screamed in horror as if an invisible hand had grabbed her throat. How could she still care about killing Yang Kai? Her figure flickered as she tried to retreat, but she had just approached Yang Kai and was only a few meters away, so how could she retreat? What's more, the moment he summoned the Divine Essence Fused Gourd, Yang Kai had also stimulated his space principles. So close yet worlds apart. In that small space twisted and distorted. The Divine Essence Fused Light instantly wrapped around the woman. A scream immediately rang out as the invisible Divine Essence Fused Light washed over the woman, causing her skin to crack inch by inch, as if it had been peeled off by an invisible knife, revealing her crimson flesh. The phantom of the mini-universe world appeared behind her. The woman madly urged the power of her own world to surround herself and resist the attack. However, she was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so how could she resist the sixth-order Divine Essence Fused Light? Although the Divine Essence Fused Light had a single attribute, its grade was something this woman could not compare to. Previously, in the Seven Openings lands, when Yang Kai used the Divine Essence Fused Light, those third-stage heaven splitters had not been able to resist for too long, let alone this woman. The mini-universe world that appeared behind her was originally thriving and full of life, but it soon withered and died. This was because she had exhausted too much of the world's power and damaged the foundation of her mini-universe world. The foundation of a heaven splitter cultivator lay in their minor universe world. Once the minor universe world was damaged, the impact on a heaven splitter was difficult to estimate. Within the Divine Essence Fused Light, the woman bitterly held on, her minor universe world on the verge of collapse. It would probably collapse in just a few breaths of time. "Spare me." The woman opened her mouth and begged for mercy. Yang Kai remained unmoved, only coldly looking at her. He was determined to kill her. Chapter 4180. There was a soft pop, like the sound of a bubble being popped. The mini-universe world behind the woman shattered and vanished into thin air. Washed away by the Grade 6 Divine Essence Fused Light, her minor cosm world shattered just like that. Her heaven-opening realm aura plummeted, going from a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator to the Emperor realm. In the next moment, the woman's flesh and blood seemed to have been cut by an invisible knife. Her 5 viscera and 6 organs were reduced to the tiniest specks of dust, leaving behind only a white skeleton that still maintained a defensive posture in front of Yang Kai. By the time Yang Kai withdrew the Divine Essence Magnetism Light, the skeleton had completely fallen apart with a crash. Bailey Mo was dumbstruck as she stared at the gourd in Yang Kai's hand in a daze, a look of horror filling her face. Although she didn't know what the hell the 7-colored light that came out of the gourd was, she was sure that it was an extremely terrifying killing weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to kill an opponent that she looked up to in such a short time. When these second-order heaven-opening realm cultivators died, the battle between Guizian and Yu Meng also came to an end. The two battlefields had finished off their respective opponents almost at the same time. Without stopping, Guizian, Yu Meng, and Yang Kai flickered and rushed towards the embodiment. Bailey Mo was stunned for a moment before hurriedly chasing after them. The embodiment was fighting 1 against 2. One a third-order heaven-opening realm cultivator, and the other a second-order heaven-opening realm cultivator. He was in a precarious situation, his body riddled with holes and debris flying everywhere. The relationship between the embodiment and the demon territory was similar to the relationship between Yang Kai and the mysterious small world. In this miniature universe world, He was the master and could display strength far beyond his own. It could be said that the power the embodiment could display in the demon territory was much greater than that of Bailey Mo and Chong Tian. If not for this, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. When Kai Yang and the others appeared, his two opponents were naturally aware of their presence and were both startled. They didn't know what kind of background these people had. In just a few breaths, several of their companions had been killed. This caused their souls to leave their bodies. Seeing Yang Kai and the others charging at them like ferocious tigers, how could the two of them dare to continue fighting? They looked at each other and threw a palm strike at the avatar. Then they fled into the sky. The embodiment roared in anger. He didn't dodge or evade the attacks. He forcefully endured the might of the two attacks. He madly urged the world force in the demon territory to form an invisible cage that enveloped the two of them. In an instant, the two heaven-opening cultivators found it difficult to even move, despair appearing on their faces. Before they could break out of the encirclement, Yang Kai and the other three had already arrived, completely cutting off their escape plans. The battle that followed was one-sided. Guizian alone was enough to deal with the third stage splitter. The remaining second stage splitter was no match for Yang Kai and the others. After an incense stick's worth of time, the battle ended. Bailey Mo was gasping for breath, a look of lingering fear on her face. This was the first time she had faced a heaven-opening cultivator, and even with the support of the world force in the demon territory, she still felt despair. During the Great War of the Two Worlds, she had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai very early on, so she had never faced the great demon god head-on and had never experienced the power of a heaven-opening realm cultivator. If it weren't for the fact that her opponent had only been pestering her, and had no intention of fighting her to the death, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even now, she couldn't understand what kind of realm these people were in, and how they could be so powerful. Yu Rumeng's face was slightly pale. Just now, she had used an illusion technique to deal with a third stage splitter, and after her illusion technique had been broken, she had suffered an extremely strong backlash. Yang Kai and Guizian, on the other hand, were fine. The former's background was deep and the latter's strength was formidable, so dealing with this kind of situation was a piece of cake for them. However, after several months of continuous fighting, the world principles of this battlefield had been shattered and countless mountains and rivers had collapsed. This 1 million-kilometer area had almost become a ghost realm. This kind of battle had caused great damage to the foundation of the entire demon territory. Wanting to restore it would take hundreds or thousands of years of accumulation. The third stage splitter had already been killed by the joint efforts of Yang Kai and Guizian, leaving only the second stage splitter. At this moment, all of his strength had been sealed and he was kneeling on the ground, his face pale. Guizian's axe was resting on his neck, gleaming with a cold light. Kai Yang leisurely walked up and looked down at him from a high vantage point. The man trembled and cried out in panic, "Master, please spare me, Master, please spare me. This lowly one was forced to do this, Master, please spare me." Yang Kai kicked him to the ground and stamped his foot on his chest. Exerting a bit of force, the sound of bones breaking immediately came from the man's chest. The broken bones pierced into his lungs, causing the man to grimace in pain. "Whatever I ask, you'll answer. If there's even a single word of nonsense, I'll make you beg for death." Kai Yang glared at him fiercely like a vicious thug, his face ferocious and terrifying. The man suppressed his fear and pain and nodded quickly. A moment later, Kai Yang finally figured out the whole story of the matter. The master of the ship was just as Lu Shui had guessed. He was indeed a mid-rank splitter, but not a sixth-stage splitter, but a fifth-stage splitter. It could even be said that this fifth-stage splitter was not at his peak and was seriously injured. Yang Kai had some doubts before. Since the master of the ship was a mid-rank splitter and coveted the laws and world force of the demon territory, why didn't he take action himself? If he took action, the demon territory would not be able to resist. Lu Shui's explanation to him was that a mid-rank splitter was too powerful. If the demon territory was shattered, it would not be good for him, so he kept sending his subordinates to the demon territory to suppress it. But now it seemed that this guess was not correct. The real reason was that that person was injured and could not take action. The master of the ship called himself Old Ancestor Mou, and was originally the sect master of the Black Feather sect. He occupied the spiritual province in a large territory, and could be considered a tyrant. Old Ancestor MOU had a 5th-stage splitter cultivation base and was on par with Heavenly Lord's 7 openings from before. He also had several mid-rank splitters under him, so the Black Feather sect was also a second-class force. Patriarch MOU was ruthless in his actions, and the disciples of the Ink Feather sect were also vicious in their methods. More than a year ago, one of Patriarch MOU's most beloved sons had brought his subordinates to stroll around a certain star city, and had taken a fancy to a woman. He had stealthily followed her, and when that woman had left the star city, he had stopped her with ill intentions. The woman naturally did not comply, and she also had many guards under her. The two sides did not agree and fought. After a fight, all the guards around the woman died in battle, and the woman was taken away by the dandy young master and brought back to the Black Feather sect. The dandy young master had done this kind of bullying many times and usually did not cause any trouble. Unfortunately, that woman's identity was somewhat extraordinary. She was the fiancée of the young pavilion master of another second-rate force, the Sky Pillar Pavilion. She was his childhood sweetheart. The Black Feather sect and the Sky-Bearing Pavilion were in the same large territory, and were not on good terms with each other. When the disciples of each sect went out, there were many conflicts. Every year a few people would die. It could be said that they had accumulated resentment. After learning that his fiancée was taken away by that dandy, the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master's eyes turned red. He naturally wanted to kill his way to the Black Feather sect to take revenge. This matter was related to the face of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion, so the pavilion master of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion was also furious. Usually, there were some conflicts between the disciples of the sect, but the casualties were not serious. Everyone tolerated it, but this matter could not be tolerated. What's more, that woman was not an ordinary person. To be able to marry the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's young pavilion master, she was naturally a match. She was the daughter of the leader of a second-class force, the Flying Flower Boat, in a large territory next door. This time, she was ordered by her father to go to the Sky-Bearing Pavilion to discuss some matters. It could be said that the Black Feather sect's young sect master's unintentional action offended two major forces all of a sudden. When the news was spread, the leader of the Flying Flower Boat was furious. He immediately ordered the troops and crossed the territory to kill. A great battle was about to break out. With the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's family power, even if the Black Feather sect's foundation was extraordinary, how could it resist? If it was an ordinary conflict, there might be room for negotiation. However, the matter of the sect's humiliation was related to their face. There was no need to negotiate at all. There was only a battle. The Black Feather sect barely held on for less than half a year before the protective array was broken. Subsequently, there was a world-shaking battle. The Black Feather sect's disciples were killed and injured. Ancestor MOU fled in a sorry state. He was also seriously injured in that battle, and had not recovered until now. With Ancestor MOU fleeing, the Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat were naturally unwilling to leave the matter at that. Under the leadership of the Sky-Bearing Pavilion's pavilion master and the Flying Flower Boat's leader, they split into several groups to chase and intercept Ancestor MOU. It had been 2 years since that battle. However, in these 2 years, the Sky-Bearing Pavilion and the Flying Flower Boat had been chasing Ancestor MOU non-stop. He did not even have time to heal his injuries. He was completely beaten to the point that he had no temper at all. Ancestor MOU had no choice but to keep fleeing. If not, he would not have come to this large territory. The large territory where the Star Boundary and the Demon Territory were located was already at the edge of the entire map of the universe. It could be said that it was lacking in resources and was deserted. If it were normal times, Ancestor MOU would not have come. This time, in order to escape, he could not care less. After drifting here, he did not expect to unexpectedly discover the Demon Territory. Ancestor MOU was immediately wild with joy because in his perception, the laws and world power of this world of universe had a high degree of compatibility with his own small world of universe. If he could devour the laws and world power of this world of universe, he would definitely be able to recover from his injuries. At that time, not to mention revenge, at least the hope of escaping would be greatly increased. Naturally, he did not put a world of universe in his eyes. He immediately ordered his subordinates to go and suppress it. However, The resistance of the embodiment and the others was beyond his expectations. After several months they did not succeed. After that, Yongkai and the others arrived. After listening to the explanation of the second stage heaven splitter, Yongkai frowned. He really did not expect that there would be so many grievances involved in this. Master, I've said everything that needs to be said. Master, please spare my life. The second stage heaven splitter was also a person who was greedy for life and afraid of death. After speaking, he kept begging for mercy, his face full of fear. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.